Happy Wednesday morning, friends. We are the Junks coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity lender. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes is where you find me on the Twitter at Cakes Flops. On the Instagram, please go give a follow if you're not already. It is appreciated. I'm joined as always by Jason William Bishop.
Bucks. What's up?
Bish Bucks. Good morning. Hope all is well with you. Hope all of your bets hit last night.
I won about 500.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Paid a little bit of vig to the house.
I think I lost like 38 cents.
That's the way it works. And Eric Pickle here as well. Hello.
Ricky.
Good morning to you. John Paul Flame on vacation. He will be returning, I believe, on Monday of next week.
I didn't do bet against the Tankers last night because,
Stayed away.
well, I mean, the Wiz were playing a bad team. Of course, they got blown out by 30. But there was a couple other I guess I could have done. The Nets beat the Bucks. I wouldn't have bet on the Bucks. The Jazz were playing the Pellies. Did you see how many points were scored in the Jazz Pellies game? Total?
I did not see the box.
Mr. Bickle, this is why you love the NBA. 293 points were scored in the Jazz Pellies game.
That is a bunch.
I think I did the right math there.
That's a lot. That's a lot of numbers to add up.
So if you had the over, you're a big fatty. But no, I did not do the anti-tanker play last
You
night.
stayed away. It's okay. It's all good.
There's always
No,
time.
you're right. 293, 156 to 137.
Yeah.
NBA season
Good
winding
defense.
down. The
Good
NHL season winding
Nobody
down as well. We will have Spencer Carberry joining the show for the final time this season coming up at 7 a.m. The Caps are basically playing out the string at this point. Their playoff chances now at 3%.
Yeah.
After some of the other teams they're battling with
They won
that
last
needed
night.
losses got wins.
Philadelphia won. I think Columbus
So it was
won.
grim already, but
It was grim, yeah.
yeah, this is basically the end.
It's over, Johnny.
Last 4 games for the Capitals until their season will.
It would have
wrap
been
up.
nice to talk about at least a first round matchup with the Caps for a couple weeks.
Would have been great.
But
Just wasn't in the
Not
cards.
gonna happen
wait
every
till-
single year.
Gotta wait till next year.
Not going to happen every year.
Nope.
I think what you really got to focus on is this is in all likelihood, all signs are pointing to these are the last 4 games of Alexander Ovechkin's career. And I think
Kind of what it seems like. I mean,
Yeah,
if I
would
had
bet
to,
on it.
If I had to place a wager, I would place it on him hanging
it.
up the skates at the end of this season.
I was texting someone. I'm not going to say the name yesterday.
Ooh, you have some intel, some skinny.
I mean, didn't get any big skinny. I mean, I asked the guy. I said,
what do you think?
off the record, do you think this is the last? Doesn't know. He goes. This is what his response was. He goes, Carbs doesn't think. I shouldn't even say this.
You probably shouldn't say it. Don't say it.
All right.
Hey, you have a
His opinion was that Ovi hasn't even made up his mind yet.
This might be true.
it could be wavering.
I believe that. I believe
and
that.
that makes total sense.
Yeah.
I believe that.
So,
But I think the
we'll see.
assumption all along amongst people there with the organization was this was going to be his last year. Maybe he's waffling a little bit because he has, played decently. So he could surprise us and come back for another one.
Maybe he's just going to make his mind up after the season, a couple weeks after the season, after he hangs out with his
That's
wife
very
and kids.
possible. Maybe you just need some time
It's
to
a
wait.
little late to do it. 'cause
I
then
agree,
You don't
I
give
agree.
everybody, if you decide not to come back, then you didn't give people a chance to give their proper goodbyes.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe he doesn't care about
I mean,
that.
it's different if you just walk out on the ice, before a game or something, or between periods. I don't think that's good enough. I think he needs a proper goodbye.
Needs a proper send off
Yeah.
Yeah.
for being such an icon here for 20 plus years.
Yeah.
I feel like he has to at least get that last send off from the crowd
Yeah, totally.
at Capital One.
But I buy that. I buy that he's still kind of waffling and not 100% sure. But I can't remember who he had on that said the wife is kind of, made insinuations that they're going back to the country, after the season. They're ready for the next phase.
It was interesting that
survive.
the one caller yesterday said that the kids have been to most of the home games.
Yeah.
And I said, well, is that different than any other year? And you said, yeah. But we don't know. I mean, I have no idea. When his
I
kids
will
go.
say I've only been to a few games this year, but the kids are prominent. You know,
And they
we're
were
lucky
there
enough,
when
we're
you
kind of
saw 'em?
sitting in the same section, and he comes over there and he's kind of talking to them and pointing to them throughout the game and during intermissions, timeouts.
Right.
He skates by. He's making a big point at keeping the kids
Yeah. It's
involved.
a very cool dynamic that he's
Yeah.
got his kids and his wife out there for all the games.
Yeah. So it makes sense,
Yeah.
but
So we'll see.
end of an era, I think. If he comes back, I'm not going to be disappointed. I'll only be happy.
Of course not.
Yeah.
I'll be totally fine if Alex Ovechkin comes back and gives us another year of 30-plus goals because that's what he's going to do.
I'm convinced
If he comes back, he's going to score 30 goals.
If he stays healthy, he's gonna score 30 just being who he is. He doesn't even have to skate; just
in
stand
his
there.
DNA to score goals at a high level in the NHL, even at an advanced age, even
Right.
at age 40, he can do that.
Yeah.
Well, Cakes,
But I still do think that if he was going to just retire and walk away, there's got to be one last wave goodbye. And
I would think
100%.
the same.
I would think that he would, and like we talked about yesterday, he does appreciate the fans. He loves the fans here.
For sure.
So I would think he would do that.
but he is in a tough spot if he truly doesn't know.
If he doesn't know, then
He truly doesn't know, which is very possible. Because you know how difficult that is. That's a final thing.
Yeah.
Like he's not going to retire and then come back in a year or two. He's not going to pull a Brett Favre. Like if he retires, it's over. I
Right.
mean, we'll see him in KHL, but that won't be anything for us.
Yeah. What's his contract situation?
I think this
signed
is
a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
So it's up. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Could he? I mean, if he doesn't really know if he wants to come back, this is kind of crazy. But could he come back for the first game next year at home and wave goodbye and say this is it?
I think that would be
That
wise.
would be just a ceremonial thing. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's not good enough.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
said, that's wacky. It's kind of a wacky.
I feel like
thought.
it needs to be at the end of
Yeah.
the season.
Yeah. But the fact that the front office people don't even know, which I believe, I mean, I think they've all assumed. I remember talking to people before the season, people associated with the team, work with the team, and everyone. The assumption just was this is Ovi's last year. Mm-hmm. Contract's up. Going to go back to Russia. Like, everyone's just assuming,
Right.
But it just hasn't been made official yet. So there's some uncertainty, and you'd imagine if they were going to do something special for him on that last day, maybe behind the scenes they have a contingency plan. But there has to be some planning involved. I mean, I know he doesn't want
Definitely.
100 rocking chairs, but you got to give him one. You got to give him a motorcycle.
I'd
You got to give him
imagine
something.
there's something already like
Contingency
just
plan.
turnkey, ready to go. Like
Yeah, they got a
if-
closet with all the OV gifts.
I would imagine.
Yeah,
Yeah, they've got a whole celebration planned if it happens this
Yeah.
upcoming Sunday at Capital One Arena.
yeah. You got to imagine they've been working on it all year. But
Yeah.
you just got to plug in if that's ultimately what's going to happen.
So we'll see.
but-
We'll see what happens with Ovi down the stretch. 4 games left. Spencer Carberry will join us coming up at 7 o'clock. Later in the show, we've got Paul Taboni,
Mike Moore.
the president of baseball ops for the Washington Nationals. He'll join us for his weekly hit at 9 a.m. And Doug Bell, golf anchor for the PGA Tour Radio and CBS Sports HQ. He'll join us to talk Masters coming up at
Play that
9:40.
music, Cakes. We're getting close.
He'll give us some bets. Right?
Is Doug Bell going to give bets? Is he a bet guy?
Is he the guy that always likes to talk wagering?
I'm
with
not
them?
sure.
Yeah.
I know we've had him on
I got to
lunch.
put a bunch of bets in today. Tea time start at 7:40 tomorrow.
Busy
so,
man. You're going to be super busy today.
yeah.
So
See-
lots coming up on a game show Wednesday. Also at 7:45, we'll give you a chance to win tickets to see Bryan Adams and Pat Benatar when they come to Baltimore this summer. We'll play the morning matchup at 7:45. Lots to get to here on a game show Wednesday with the Junks.
Hey, it's your boy Bish. Swing into Golfdom for the new Titleist Scotty Cameron Phantom putters. The new Phantom putters are precisely engineered to deliver softer feel, sharper distance control, and total confidence over every single putt. Find your favorite Phantom today by testing out the new diverse neck configurations and tour-proven shaping. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, trusted by golfers since 1982. Home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. golfed them get there.
Remember, you can always listen to the Junks on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. Spencer Carberry is going to join us coming up at 7 o'clock. That will be his final appearance on the show this season because the Cap season wraps up, barring a miracle, next Tuesday in Columbus. So this will be his final appearance.
Yep.
Looking forward to talking to Coach Carberry coming up at 7. Paul Taboni at 9 o'clock, president of baseball ops for the Nats. And Doug Bell will talk Masters with us at 9:40.
Doug Bell.
Speaking of the Masters, the tee times, they're out. That gets all the Masters guys all horned up, all lathered up.
It's super
Yeah.
exciting.
So what's going to happen tomorrow?
Of course.
Looks like the heart of it is
awesome.
It's kind of where it really starts to get interesting is you got, I guess I would say Patrick Reed, Tommy Fleetwood, Akshay Bhatia going off at 9:55. Then 10:07, you have Bryson, Matt Fitzpatrick, Xander. Then you have Hideki, Colin Morikawa, who's real question mark with his back. Russell Henley. Then Rory at 10:31 with Cameron Young and Mason Howell. Victor Hovland, Patrick. I mean, it's just the heart of it there from like 9:50 to 10:45 or so. You got some big dogs going off.
Yeah. And then you've got, when's Chef playing? Let's see. I'm not. Scheffler's late. Okay, so Chef's going to play with Woodland and McIntyre at 1:44.
Right. Different,
That's a great
different
threesome.
waves. Your early wave, your later wave.
Yeah.
JJ Spawn, of course, coming off a win. He goes off at 12:56. John Rahm, a lot of people picking him. Chris Gotterup, who's kind of taken the PGA
Got a
Tour
couple
by
wins this year.
storm the last couple years. Ludwig, who's playing amazing. Justin Rose, who's playing great. Koepka, who's back on the PGA Tour, sort of full time now. Seb Straka's been playing well for years. Scotty Scheffler, of course, goes off, as Jason said, at 144. McIntyre's been playing well this year. Gary Woodland just had a win. I mean, very, very exciting field if you're a golf geek.
And if you're a golf geek, you know that Mikey Brennan is playing. Of course, he's the local from Leesburg,
What time does he go off?
VA. 12:44. He's playing with Harry Hall and Corey Connors. So that's a good threesome, too. But Mike Brennan, who won last year in November.
Michael Brennan is going to be a stud.
Yep,
I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Great college player, and he's going to be a really good pro. And he's got a 12:44 tee time playing in the Masters. It was very cool. But yeah, man, it starts tomorrow at 7:40 a.m. and all day. Got live from on now. Now this is from last night. The actual live won't start until I think 7 or 8 this morning. But
I actually turned down an opportunity to play tomorrow because it is just my favorite week, and I just don't want to like watch it later on replay. I just want to absorb it all. At home, just chill.
Can't play Thursday or Friday.
So will the golf courses be like
Empty?
mostly empty?
No,
Is
guys
that
will play.
Masters
Guys will-
nerds
no,
are-
guys,
As long as
guys
the
will
weather's
play.
good.
Most guys aren't addicted. Like, yeah, I play with some guys who play all the time, but they're not really into watching the play. You know what I mean? They'll watch maybe 10 minutes of on Sunday, but they're not really like that. They just enjoy playing.
Yeah.
But I probably enjoy watching more than I enjoy playing.
Yeah, I just
It's
look
less
forward to it.
pressure.
Yeah, I leave pissed off 8 times out of 10. But when I watch golf, I never leave pissed. It's
Yeah,
always
you're always
great.
satisfied.
No, it's always satisfying.
Yeah, it always comes through.
It's always great. Didn't hit
It's
one bad
soothing.
shot myself.
Yeah.
I don't have anything. Last night I was going through all these different shots and trying to figure out how I stumbled down the stretch. You don't have any of that when you're watching golf. It's great.
No, it's a great day, man.
And the weather's supposed to be fantastic.
Yeah, today's the par
Valdez is
3.
showing up, of course, this morning. I'm sure he's getting there as early as he can.
Probably already there.
He might be. He might be trying to line up, get in. I don't know when the gates open.
Have we gotten any sort of boots on the ground reports from Matt Valdez
I
since he
haven't.
left?
I haven't
I haven't heard a peep.
I haven't texted him, but maybe he could text us. Maybe he could send us a couple pictures. You know what? I'll text him during the break and ask him to kind of give us a rundown of the merch, because I think that's the first thing he's going to do.
That's his first stop.
He's going to go, and of course he's going to try to get a gnome. He's not going to get a gnome.
Definitely going to miss out on a gnome. These things are hot.
Mike Marr told me before the show that he is drafting. He's in a Masters pool taking Valdez's play or picking for Valdez in Reston tonight.
Okay.
And apparently Valdez gave him a list of all the players in what order, rankings.
Oh, so he's drafting by proxy?
Yeah, he's drafting today
Okay.
at 5:30.
All right.
Yeah, it's for Valdez and for his buddy Wacky Jackie.
Yeah.
Starts at 6. I have to be there at 5:30. There's a dinner before, and then he gave me a whole bunch of paperwork of different rankings.
So you're
depending on
drafting
the
for
round.
both of them.
Yeah, they're a team.
They each. Oh, they're a team. Okay, got it.
How many players do you draft?
I think there's 7 or 8 rounds.
Okay.
Hey, Drabby, we're doing ours tomorrow then? Do it like first or second segment?
6:40, I think, tomorrow.
6:40?
It's been solidified.
Yeah.
The
All
scoring
right.
system's in place.
Not really.
Oh,
Scoring
I mean,
yeah.
Grab T-shirt is running.
You just got to
so-
win it.
You just got to
Got to
win.
win or carries over.
Okay, perfect.
So it doesn't matter if one of your guys misses the cut. If your guy wins, that's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
$100 per man.
I don't really want to do
I'm
that.
out.
I'm kidding. That's a little too rich for my blood.
I
too,
got
for
some people
golf.
that
Well,
really
since
think
you-
that golf betting is easy. I find golf betting very hard. I'm not an expert by any stretch. I'm just
It is
not
hard.
good at it.
Yeah.
I'm not good at it.
I mean, you just got to rely on guys being hot the right week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I used to listen to Hank Haney's podcast all the time, and he always claimed that he was very good at it. But what he would do is he goes, why would you bet on like Wednesday or Thursday? He likes to see how the tournament plays out, and then he makes his bets on Saturday and Sunday. He sees how it's playing out, and then
Smart.
he'll live bet or whatever Saturday or Sunday, and you already know how guys are trending, how they're playing the course.
Yeah.
And then he can kind of pick out, who he believes, he's got the balls to finish.
I mean, betting early is kind of dicey. A couple weeks ago, I had Valdez fire in a DFS sweat for me where you pick, I think, 5 or 6 golfers with the salaries.
Yep.
And Morikawa swings the club once and
Hurts his back.
and withdraws,
I know.
and then I might as well take that sheet
Rip it up.
into the bathroom with me and do
Yeah.
bad things with
I
it.
had him that same week.
There's no point.
That's what I'm saying. It's just the worst luck ever.
yeah.
So
What can you
Morikawa
do?
injured his back, and since then he's missed a couple tournaments, and he's been like just practicing mostly like chipping. They monitored like he went and played 9 holes. I think maybe on Monday, and he just was chipping. And then I think yesterday they were kind of monitoring him on the range, and he pulled out the driver, but he was swinging at like 80 or 90%. I think maybe his top drive is going to sound, it was like maybe like 291 or something, which is like him going at like 80 or 90%.
Yeah.
So we'll see. My guess would be he's not going to be able to finish this. He doesn't
That's a
seem
good
like
question.
he feels healthy enough to rip it.
I'm not
So how
touching. I'm
he's
not
gonna be able
touching
to
him,
play.
but watching him finish like top 10.
I wouldn't bet on him.
I'm not going to touch
with
him.
Drab's money.
I'm not touching him.
No chance.
But who would have thought, with everything that's going on with Gary Woodland and his brain, with his PTSD and his panic attacks, that he would have won down in Texas a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
I mean, I would have never bet on Gary Woodland after what he was going through when he did that interview.
Yeah.
And he's crying, talking about how he's blocking his hotel room because he thinks people are coming to get him, and he wins.
Cakes, again, can you play the music for me just a little bit? Please?
Sure.
It
This
is
is
my
your
favorite.
week.
It is my week.
This is your
My
week.
favorite week. Of course, today, Valdez, as we talk about, is going to be there. The par 3 contest is today. Starts at noon. At 9 o'clock.
Oh, it starts at noon.
Yeah, at 9 o'clock. If you want to watch Masters on the Range, you can do that on CBS Sports Network, Paramount Plus. You can live stream on masters.com from noon to 5 p.m. today, noon to 2 p.m. on ESPN Plus. Of course, ESPN will have live TV coverage from 2 to 4. They're going to replay the 2025 Masters. And then, of course, tomorrow, the live stream. Let me see. The live stream will be up 3 to 7:30 p.m. on masters.com. Early coverage 1 to 3 on Prime Video. It's just heaven.
I think I know the
For golf
answer to this
geeks.
question, but I'm going to pose it anyway. If somebody came in here right now, put a gun to your head, and
Go
said,
ahead.
you can only watch one of these two things. You can either watch the Masters start to finish,
Mm-hmm.
or you can watch the Commanders season opener in 2026. Which do you choose? You only get one.
Man, that's a tough
It's a very tough decision, but you have to choose one. This is like Sophie's Choice.
Yeah.
For those of you that are young, Sophie's Choice, a horrible movie where a mom has to pick between one of her 2 children
Yeah.
to survive. That's just a harrowing choice.
You know what? It's a 1 of 1 versus a 1 of 17.
Oh.
I'll take the Masters.
Taking the Masters. I
I'll take the
I thought
Masters.
that would be
It's
your
a
answer.
4-day thing. I'm actually gonna. I'm 99. I have a hotel reservation in Manhattan.
Mm-hmm.
When?
We're gonna go up this Saturday because we're gonna go watch Marist play. It's my only opportunity to see them play and see some of the parents and kids that I still
Oh,
know.
there's going to be a wild tailgate.
It's gonna be a wild
Have your
tailgate.
drinking pants on, buddy.
So
Yeah.
you're going up Saturday morning?
No, we're going up Friday night,
Oh, okay.
and then I think the game's like at noon or something. I gotta
Hey, it's
check
the
that.
triumphant return of EB to the Marist tailgate.
Oh, so hold on. So you're going.
Gonna get after
You're not
it.
going to watch it on Saturday.
Well, Saturday, that's the thing. I'm gonna have to be time shifting. I'm gonna have to be watching on my computer, on my phone. Saturday's gonna be dicey for me, but it's either that or just not see these kids who are seniors who I've known for years. I've known their families. It's just a tough spot. It's a tough spot for your boy.
Yeah,
But,
well,
have
when
to
you
make tough
made
decisions.
when you made the reservation, did you realize it was Masters Week?
100%.
Oh, okay.
But it's really my only chance because I do so much traveling for volleyball. It's really my only chance I could go up there.
And then
and see
you
'em.
come back Sunday morning early.
I'll
so you
come
can
back
catch
Saturday. I'm coming back Saturday.
Oh, you are coming back Saturday.
Yeah, I'm going Friday, come back Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Deal would be driving. So when she's driving, what I'll probably do is I'll have my computer on my lap and I'll be
Yeah.
live streaming. We'll just watch it on my computer. It's not ideal, but that's probably what I'll do.
That's what you got to do
yeah,
if you're really committed.
yeah.
Which you are.
I am committed,
You're
Case.
certainly committed to the Masters.
What about Masters final round? No, that's too easy. All right, Masters first round one at Augusta,
yeah.
or Ovi's last game when he's already announced it. Last game at.
You're not gonna like the answer.
I already know the answer.
You're not gonna like
you're gonna
it.
say
I know
Ovi.
the answer.
No, I'll watch the Masters over that. Because,
I would too.
Because
I would too.
I would not.
I know you would.
Yeah.
I've seen Ovi. I don't need to see the bow. I can watch that later on replay. I can appreciate it.
Yeah.
Man, I love Ovi, but I love the Masters more.
Yeah. Cakes would rather watch Ovi walking down the street than watch the Masters.
I would rather watch Ovi do anything, and I mean anything, over watching the Masters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
And that includes like him like going to the bathroom. Like,
I knew
from
that
anything.
was-
like that.
Like,
Some people really
I
like
mean,
that
I'm
stuff.
not into that sort of thing, but
Yeah.
like if you, I mean, this is just horrible to think
You're
about.
going down a terrible road.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah. I'm just going to pump the brakes.
Yeah, you're
now.
going down a terrible
Time
road.
to pump the
Cakes.
brakes. We need to put some distance between Coach Carberry and this horrible discussion
Yeah.
because he's coming up at 7. Just in case you don't know.
But yeah, I look forward to it every year, and the weather is going to be awesome.
Well, that's gonna be awesome. But is it gonna be awesome with us? Like I woke up this morning, it was like 35 degrees.
It's chilly today, but it's going to get warmer.
It's gonna get warmer.
This weekend will be nice. Next Tuesday is supposed to be 90. Isn't it crazy? We got freeze warnings overnight this past, yesterday. And in a week, less than a week, it'll be 90.
After living here my entire life, I'm more convinced than ever. I don't know what has led to this. I don't know if it's global warming. I don't know what it is. There is no spring in the Washington, D.C. area. You go straight from like winter, you go right into summer. Like it goes from like 40s and low 50s to all of a sudden, like you said, it's going to be 90 next week.
yeah.
Like where's the extended spring where it's going to be
Extended, yeah.
like 60s and 70s for like
a
month or 2 months?
That's true.
Like we don't have that.
I know you have it for 3 or 4 days, and then it goes to 90, and then it goes down to 55. Yeah, I get it. I don't know why.
And then once like May hits, it's like 90 degrees every day. And it's terrible.
Well, it's going to be terrible next Tuesday if you don't like 90.
How much different is the weather where you bought your property? Like, is it about like
Warmer.
10 degrees warmer on average, something like that? Would you say something like that? Maybe
Might be more.
even more than that.
I mean, that area is just north. It's about 45 minutes north of Myrtle Beach. Mm-hmm. So I mean, it's basically South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever the average temp in Myrtle Beach is, I'm
Right.
guessing that's what it is. 10 to 12, maybe. Yeah, that's probably a good call.
So you've made your call. If you're gonna have a retirement spot where you move, it's gonna be there, North Carolina, wherever it is, North Carolina, South Carolina. What is it, North Carolina? Where you're
It's
actually
North
at?
Carolina.
It's North Kakalaki.
Yeah.
It's not
But
South Kakalaki.
But it sounds like you can drive like 10 minutes, you'll be in South Kakalaki.
Not quite 10. It's
Half an hour?
Yeah, probably a half hour, 40
Okay.
minutes.
For some reason, I feel like I would.
I mean, unless someone offered me, the reason I bought the property is because it was at a certain price. I was kind of monitoring this. I didn't talk about it because I didn't want to get into it yet.
I'm glad you're getting into
I was
it.
monitoring the price of this land over the last year, and it was at a certain price.
Yeah.
And then it went down.
Okay.
And I said,
You gotta jump on
and
it.
my agent, who I was talking to, said, "Bro, it's a steal."
The opportunity of a lifetime.
He said, "You got to take advantage of it." He says, "Worst comes to worst, buy it. Maybe in a year, someone offers you more money for it.
Okay.
I don't think I'm going to do that. But that's the reason I bought the
So
property.
you're in a holding pattern with the property right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to talk to some people about when to start building a house there.
Yeah. When can we expect shovels in the ground?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, he's
That's a little
he's
too
a ways
early
away
for
from
that?
that. He's a ways away from that.
I don't know.
But the reason why I ask is I think I would want to get a place more south. But I have friends that live in Florida, and they say like really in the summer it could be oppressive.
Oh, it's like unbearable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's oppressive.
maybe
so the-
Steamy.
So the owners of this land were an older couple,
Okay.
and they put it on the market for a certain price 3 or 4 years ago, and for whatever reason nobody was biting, and then they finally said, "We're too old. We just need to get out of it.
Right.
Let's just take it." They dropped the price, and I said, "In."
Excellent.
my buddy monitors. There's always this story about Augusta National, and all the members there, and all the property they're buying up. Have you followed that story at all? They just buy up so much property.
Doesn't it seems
around
like it happens every year?
They're just buying up more and more and more. I can't even remember what the number is. Is it something like $53 million worth of property? They just like outside the grounds. They're just buying up all the houses.
Right.
They're just expanding. Like it used to be just maybe 15 or 20 years or so ago when you go there to park, it'd be very, very limited parking. But they've expanded all that. Of course, you've heard about the underground towns and tunnels. Essentially, they have there. Not a town, but you don't see anything being delivered
Yeah.
to, any of the beverage places. It's all done underneath. They have 18-wheelers under there. You don't even realize.
Right.
I did see that John Daly, like he used to set up shop at the Hooters
Hooters.
in Augusta.
Yeah.
That's been reduced to rubble.
Oh, really?
So
Just a parking lot.
It
now,
took
I
a
think.
wrecking ball to it.
Yeah.
So now he's hanging out at the Augusta Top Golf.
Oh, is that
He's
where he
making that
hangs?
his.
Oh,
he's
there's a
making
Top
that-
Golf down there.
He's making that his spot.
By the way, when are the Commanders doing their Top Golf bit?
Are they doing it again?
My understanding is they are.
Well,
They're
it's
going to
a-
have a
it's
top
after-
30 get together.
It's after the draft, right?
No,
No,
it's
it's
usually
before the draft.
pre-draft.
Oh, I thought it was after the
pre-draft.
I mean, the infamous one with Jaden Daniels was definitely
Yeah,
pre-draft.
it's definitely pre-draft because
Oh.
that's why they're doing it.
Oh, it's all about the guys
Top
that they're
30
looking
Yeah,
at.
I mean,
they're
like if
looking
they're
at.
going to do it, they better do it quick because the draft is on April 23rd.
yeah,
It's
15
in
days.
basically 2 weeks.
Right.
2 weeks from tomorrow.
I mean, it must be coming like right around the corner if they're going to do it.
Well, I
It's a
know
good
later
question.
in the show we're going to talk about Peter Schrager, who a lot of people say is very plugged in, and I don't follow this sort of stuff. I think Drab follows this more than I do. But apparently, whenever they do, people do all these mocks. His mocks always do very, very well. I think he's got, if I remember correctly, I think we're going to talk about it at 7:25. He's got them going defense.
Okay.
Going defense. I
can see
I
it.
had a nice conversation with B. Mitch actually yesterday at the stalls. He was in one urinal, I was at the other,
Okay.
and we were talking about which way he thinks Washington should go. I was just probing. I want to get the future Hall of Famers.
And he said
take-
defense.
He thinks defense. He says take the pressure off Jaden by making it so you don't have to score 30 every time. Right? How do you do that? You bolster your defense. They've done a good job of that, but keep bolstering it, and then that takes a lot of pressure off him.
Yeah.
So maybe Schrager, maybe B. Mitch are onto
I
something.
mean, based on the names that you're seeing in the top 10 to top 15, I mean, the majority, besides the offensive lineman, and Mendoza is going to go one.
And Love and Tate.
Right. The majority of those
They're
guys,
defensive guys,
are defensive. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, coming up later on the show, Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals. He'll join us in just about 25 minutes. That's coming up at 7 a.m. When we come back, we'll get into the Junkie Sports page. We'll do that next on The Fan.
All right, guys. EB here. FanDuel has your back with a special Mulligan bet back token this week in golf. Once the tournament starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. Now you've got protection to take that sleeper pick, make a bold prediction. Are you backing someone to win it all? Go for it. Like someone for a top 5 finish, lock it in with confidence. Because if it doesn't hit, you've got that mulligan in your back pocket ready to go. That's FanDuel.com/local to claim your special mulligan bet back token. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over, present in D.C., opt-in required, refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Your max refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, let's get into the Junkie Sports page before Caps head coach Spencer Carberry joins the show at 7 a.m.
Brought to you by our good friends at Open Road Distilling. Whiskeys are now available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. Choose from their smooth and flavorful Eagle Eye Rye, the rich and complex Maple Old Fashioned, or the bold and robust Independence Bourbon. Whether you enjoy sipping neat or mixed in a cocktail, Open Road Distilling has the perfect spirit. All right, we talked about the Masters. Tee time starting at 7:40 tomorrow. Make sure you don't go to work. Call in sick and just watch live from, and then watch the Masters all day, all night.
You're advocating a 4-day weekend for the golf.
Yeah, it's like
Golf
it's like the
nerds.
first and second round of the NCAA tournament.
Okay,
it's a big
understood.
deal.
Got it.
Sorry, baseball. The Nats are just killing me. It's the bullpen that's killing me. All right. Now, Cade Cavalli didn't pitch great, especially early. But point is, they come back. They're down 2-0 in the first, but they come back. They take a 5-2 lead into the seventh. Bullpen gives up 1 in the seventh. Bullpen gives up 2 in the eighth. Bullpen gives up 2 in the 10th. They lose 7-6.
This has been a disturbing trend early in the season.
I would love to
blowing late leads.
I mean, I think the Nats team ERA is dead last in the league, but the bullpen ERA has got to be like 100. So last night it was Cole Henry who got the loss, gave up a couple runs in the 10th to fall to 0-2. Now his ERA isn't bad, but their walks, man, they walked 10 guys yesterday, 10 free bags, and they lose, and so they fall to 4-7. On the positive, James Wood is heating up. Now his average isn't great; it's 191.
It's way better than it was.
Yeah,
It's way better than it was.
It's like
It was
120 last week.
Correct. So it's going up, 70, 80 points in
Yeah.
the last week or so. Had a couple hits, hit his third bomb, actually his fourth bomb, and he scored 3 runs. So he's starting to get into a groove. Abrams had a couple more hits. He's hitting 308.
Look at new addition Curtis Mead.
Kurt Mead, who they got from the White Sox in the offseason, he played first. He had 3 hits, including a bomb. So the offense is fine. They're top 5 in most offensive categories.
Yeah.
But the pitching.
Pitching needs some help. Needs some upgrades.
Oh my
or
God.
better performances.
Jason, they're going to win 64-ish games this year.
I need 65.
All right. I mean,
And these are the type of games you need to win to get over that number. You've got to hold leads. I understand they're not great. I understand they're going to finish dead last in the division.
yeah.
But when you have a 5-2 lead, hold it.
I still know why you bet the over.
Because I was a believer in their plan.
He's
I was
the
a
eternal
believer.
optimist.
I was a
this
believer.
guy.
I was a believer in the young bats getting better, which I think they are and will. I didn't know anything about the pitching. Most of these guys that they brought in the offseason, I had no idea. Some of the names I had never heard of.
Right.
And I guess there's a reason. But they lose 7-6. All right, today, last game of the series, it's a 4:05 start, Nats Park. And Miles Michaelis is going to pitch for the Nats. His ERA is currently what?
Well, he had a rough outing last go around. I know that.
He's 0-2 with an ERA of
Hold on. 12.5.
14.46.
Wow.
And he's going to go against McGreevy, who's 0-1 with a 2.53. So final game of the series.
Is it a Miles Michaelis revenge game?
I hope.
Former Cardinal?
I hope, man.
By the way, Cakes, I'm trying to find where was the attendance, because I know we were just kind of noting the attendance of late.
I'd have to look that
I'm
up.
looking on the freaking box. Where do you find the attendance these days?
Sometimes it's difficult to find.
Yeah,
I'll be honest.
difficult to find. I would attest to that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not listed.
Yeah, I'm gonna say difficult to find is a great answer.
I'm going to guess 12 to 15K.
20,000.
somewhere in that range.
Okay, they say 20,000,
20?
36.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, found it.
Much higher than I thought.
All right.
Not sure I believe that, but
Well, I'm sure that's what's paid or whatever.
yeah.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can come back and bounce back and get that win. Elsewhere last night, the Yankees improved to 8-2. Dave Bednar, their closer, has got 5 saves already. Already got 5 saves in the first 10 games, and they beat the A's 5-3. There was a fight in the Angels-Braves game. It was
Solar?
Yeah, it was Soler and it was Lopez. So
All right.
Lopez, the pitcher for the Braves, threw a high pitch kind of didn't hit Soler, but it was high and tight towards the head. Soler didn't like it, thought it was intentional. Then he went out and started talking to him, and then there was eventually punches thrown. What's funny, but I believe Soler and Lopez were teammates.
Wasn't even
with the-
that. It wasn't even that high and tight.
I agree.
It was
I agree.
high.
There's got to be something in the past between these guys. I believe they were teammates because Soler used to play for the Braves. And I believe they were teammates a couple of years ago. But it was kind of interesting. There were some punches thrown, Cakesy.
Getting
Yeah, it
after
didn't look
it.
like anything really connected.
No, nothing connected, but
One guy's backing up.
and Walt Weiss, who's the manager of the Braves, actually tackled Soler. Pretty sure he did. Kurt Suzuki, former Nat, manager of the Angels, said, "I back him. If someone throws at my head, I
Yeah,
understand."
of course.
He's
People are
pissed
going
off.
to get. Yeah, they're going to get salty.
He was just pissed. Dodgers won. They're now 9-2. They beat the Blue Jays, who have lost 6 straight now, and they beat them 4-1. Shohei pitches today for the Dodgers. 11-day games today in Major League Baseball.
So much betting.
So you've got par 3, and you've got 11-day baseball games.
Sneaky good sports day.
So-
is what you're saying?
It's a great sports day. I'm going to get on my computer when I get home in my office,
Yeah.
and I'm going to start wagering.
I think that's a
Wager.
great way to spend your afternoon.
Parlays. When Mike
Better-
Mars is going to be thinking about going to Reston for the Masters draft, I'm going to be making plays.
It's a better way than I'm spending my afternoon. I'm getting the dreaded annual physical today. So that, I mean, hopefully all goes well. We'll see what happens. See what the doc has to say.
Dreaded, so does that mean you're going to get the old exam?
I mean, it's a full physical.
Yeah, so
Full-on physical.
That probably means you're going to have to put elbows on the table.
It's probably what that means.
Yeah.
Really?
I would imagine. Assume the position.
Yeah, assume the position.
I mean, it just
And
happens.
they're going to take blood. Always take blood during the
They're going to
physical.
definitely take blood. It's
Probably
not
gonna
really-
take
the
blood.
physical's worthless if they don't take blood.
Yeah, I agree.
Here's
they
a
can bump your knee all they
here's a
want.
preview of me giving blood.
Yeah.
Okay. This is my arm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then your eyes closed.
This is my no. I keep the eyes closed, but here's my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look away. I don't want to.
Well, nobody looks.
I don't want to see my life force draining out into the tiny little tube. Freaks me out. Mm-hmm. Even
If
though
you
it's just a
look-
little tiny bit.
You're some sort of weirdo. Nobody can look. Nobody can
My-
stomach that.
You know who loves looking?
your kid?
My daughter.
Oh, yeah?
She loves it.
She does?
loves when the phlebotomist draws blood out of her arm. She's a big
Well,
fan.
your son probably does too because he's going to be a doctor.
I mean, he is a doctor.
Well, he is a
I
doctor,
mean,
yeah.
I don't know if he loves it, but he I'm sure he
It
does.
wouldn't bother him.
I don't think he's bothered by the sight of blood.
I mean,
no.
I wouldn't think a doctor would be
He's-
a skew of a
Yeah.
blood draw.
He's not phased by it.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel that
Unlike
way.
his wimpy pops.
'Cause he's gonna see
who
a lot of
is
things.
phased by it.
He's going to see a lot of things. He's going to see a lot of blood in his
Oh,
career.
he's already seen a lot of things. He's already seen and done
What's
a
his
lot of things.
specialty? What's his specialty?
He's doing family medicine.
Okay, so
But
see a
right
little
now
of
in his
everything.
residency, he's delivering babies.
Oh, that's.
For like the next
Oh,
month and a half.
So he's seen all kinds of
He's
stuff.
on baby duty.
Oh, he's seen everything.
Oh, he's seen it all. Up close and personal. Too personal.
All right, so Matt Cahill, I'm going to bring it up. I'm just going to bring it up. It's
You have to bring it
going to
up.
be awkward.
It's
Not that awkward.
Well, I mean, it's kind of awkward.
It's
I mean,
kind
what
of
are
a
you
big
gonna not-
story in the NFL.
I got to bring it up.
That meant Fernando Mendoza skipping out on the draft, and he's going to celebrate with his family at home.
Is that what he's doing?
Yeah, he
He's
says
doing
doing
that.
that?
that's the awkward story.
That's the awkward story. No, it's not.
I'm just kidding. But yes, he's going to stay at home in I don't know, California,
Miami, I think.
Oh, is it Miami? That's
Yeah.
right. He's from Miami.
Yeah.
Miami with his family. So and
Got
that's
no problem
It's not
with
the
that.
first time that a player who's been picked number 1 overall has not been at the draft.
If he doesn't want to walk across the stage and give Roger Goodell a fake hug like all the other players, that's fine. It's
Yeah.
fine by me. Stay at home, celebrate with the people that helped get you to being the number 1 overall
Trevor
pick.
Lawrence was not at the draft.
Right.
Baker Mayfield was not at the draft. Myles Garrett was not at the draft. They decided to hang
Fine.
out with their family.
It's all good.
Awkwardness. Diana Rossini, friend of the show, who of course is a senior NFL reporter for The Athletic, was seen with Mike Vrabel, head coach of the Pats, at a high-end resort in Arizona. According to the now viral pics that were published earlier this week, they held hands, they hugged, they had breakfast together on a patio before lounging side by side in a private hot tub. Then they had, I mentioned they had a lunch,
Yeah.
or a dinner together on a private rooftop. By the way, it's $2,200 per night to stay at this place.
Yeah, it's a ritzy romantic getaway.
Yeah.
Wow.
Apparently, this is just according to the story, they interlaced their fingers while facing each other before ending the evening with a dance.
I mean, that's kind of weird to interlace your finger. Like, a hug is one thing, but if you're interlacing your hands with each other, that's kind of an intimate
Now, I
act.
haven't seen the pictures.
Right?
You guys have seen the pictures.
I've
I have
seen the
not
pics.
seen the pictures. So, I mean, who knows? I don't know. Maybe they're just really good friends.
Well, she's definitely covered him for a long time in Tennessee.
She's married to Kevin Goldschmidt. He's married to Jennifer Vrabel.
Yeah.
Now they,
Now they-
both push back against the photos. This is Mike Vrabel's response. He told the New York Post, quote, "These photos show a completely innocent interaction and any suggestion otherwise is laughable. This doesn't deserve any further response." Rossini, in a separate statement, said the photos don't represent the group of 6 people who were hanging out during the day. That was a separate statement from her. Now, Page 6 has boots on the ground that refutes some of these statements, basically saying it was Vrabel hanging out with Rossini and there were no friends to be seen anywhere around. So it's just a matter of who do you believe?
Don't know.
I'm Team Rossini, Vrabel.
I mean, I love Diana Rossini. She's been great to the show. We've known her forever.
Yeah.
I just
I'm
No,
not.
for-
I don't know what to make of the picks.
Known
I
her
don't
for
know
a
what to
long
make of
time.
them.
I don't think you should make any. I mean, they are what they are, but yeah, I'm Team Rossini. So whatever she says, I say I agree with. Good friend of the show, especially when she was in here in DC and early on in her first few years in with ESPN.
Yep.
We haven't really had her on much in the last few years.
Yeah.
Since she's had her kids and running around, so I haven't had. Man, I don't think.
All I know is Vrabel was scouting. He was at a scouting trip at Tempe.
Yeah.
Okay. And then he got in his car and he drove 2 hours, not 1, 2 hours to that swanky hotel
What's a nice
meet-
hotel?
to meet up with Diana Rossini.
Hey, they got a nice hot tub.
Hey, I
They
flew
do have
out-
a nice hot
I
tub.
flew out to Scottsdale to stay at a nice hotel.
Did you then drive 2 hours and then just go meet somebody?
No, but I got on an airplane, an uncomfortable airplane, and stayed for 3 or 4 days at a beautiful resort, Scottsdale. So, I mean, people do drive to go to nice places.
Yeah.
Understood.
I mean, one of the reasons why it is somewhat of a story is that she's an NFL insider.
Right.
And he's the head coach. And so they're fraternizing. And, you know, there's always, like, how partial can you be or unbiased can you be?
They're
if-
not.
Yeah, I
they
mean-
could say that, but then people, you know, like people point out in the comments, you know, Jake Glazer's doing shots with coaches. You know, they do
Yeah, I mean-
fraternize. The reason why it's interesting to people is titillating to people because they think there's some sort of sexual relationship going on potentially. That's why it's titillating. They fraternize with, you know, media can fraternize
Now look,
with
if
their
they were
subjects.
on a rooftop and Andy Reid is there and
Other
Dan
reporters.
Quinn is there and Adam Peters is there and they hug each other, it's not really a story.
Uh-huh.
The story is that they were on that rooftop together alone.
Diana says she was
That's
there
why
with
it
a
looks
group of
weird.
6.
Yeah.
I believe her. So
It is what it is.
Here's what I'd like you to do. Text Diana and tell her to stop big timing our show.
no,
She goes on every
I'm not gonna bother.
podcast,
Uh-huh.
every podcast, every barstool thing. Anybody who's got a microphone, I text her all the time. She never comes on anymore.
Does she say? Does she
So
give a
I would-
reason?
No, she just.
She just doesn't respond.
She'll respond every blue moon and say, I'm busy.
Oh, okay.
I give her always heads up anytime you want.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would be on Team Rossini if she would just come on the show.
Right.
Now
Well,
I'm
I am. I'm on Team Rossini because she'd been good to us for a long time, and we stayed in pretty regular contact, especially when she was covering the Skins. We would kind of share nuggets and that
Right,
kind of stuff.
Right.
So I haven't been in contact with her in a few years, but I'm just always going to be Team Rossini. That's
Can someone make a T-shirt or a sweatshirt Team Rossini so he can wear it?
It's definitely doable.
You want to wear it?
you
You,
can-
wouldn't wear it?
one
What
of
would
the-
you wear?
I
Team
mean,
Page, you would wear Team Page
Look,
6?
I'm a Vrabel guy because
Yeah,
my
you're a
favorite
Vrabel
quarterback
guy.
plays
So
for
you're
him.
Team
wear
Vrabel.
Wear Team Vrabel. He'll wear
Well,
Team
hold on.
Rossini.
I'll put
Those
Team
guys
Vrabel
are-
and then underneath it Team May.
Yeah.
They're on the same team.
I know.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm Team Variable too.
You're on both teams.
I am.
I'm on Team New York Post. They've been very good to me over the
You're
years.
on Team
Lot of-
Picks.
six.
You're,
lot of-
I'm
lot of
not-
good
you're in
stories.
Team Photo.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not me.
No, just kidding.
Not me, buddy.
Hey,
Oh, that's funny.
I won't think about it after
No.
6:56 a.m.
Nope, you're probably right. Very good point. All right, coming up next, we will talk some Washington Capitals.
Cakes has 22 questions for Spencer Carberry.
Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Caps. He'll be making his final appearance this season on the show. He'll be doing that next here on The Fan.
The Cardinals take down the Nationals 7-6 in 10 innings. James Wood with a big homer early for the Nats.
42 pitches for Liberatore, who winds and delivers from the third base side of the slab, and a swing and a drive it deep to left field. Way back goes Sagasi at the wall, and it is gone. Goodbye.
But the bullpen gave up 5 runs from the 7th inning on. The call on the Fan. Game 3 today at 4:05 p.m. on the Fan. Miles Michaelos starts for the Nats. Atlanta Braves pitcher Reynaldo Lopez and LA Angels DH Jorge Soler were ejected after a brawl between the two players happened last night. UConn Huskies coach Gino Auriemma said in a statement that he lost himself with his behavior towards South Carolina coach Dawn Staley. He said that he spoke with Staley and has apologized to her for his actions in the Final Four. Capitals and the Maple Leafs tonight at 7:30 on the Fan. With 4 games remaining, the Caps trail 4 teams for the final wild-card playoff spot and 3 teams for third place. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's head to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals, brought to you by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com. Coach, good morning. How are you?
Doing well, guys. Good morning.
Good. Thanks for joining us as always. The 8-1 loss to the Rangers was terrible. You know that, obviously. Just want to touch on it for 1 second about one of the decisions you had to make in that game. I saw a backlash for your decision to play Chucky in net at New York, but I completely understood the move from your perspective that LT had appeared in 10 straight games. This was the second of a back-to-back for your team. You saw an opportunity to get him some rest, and you made the call. Was it something that you were conflicted with, or was that a pretty easy decision for you to make?
No, those are never easy decisions. I mean, we take each goalie start, we talk about it, we consult with the coaching staff, Chris Patrick, on most of those lineup and roster decisions. Normally, on any back-to-back, it's usually one guy's playing one of each. This circumstance is unique, right? Because now you have to win. So it brings in the potential of playing a guy in back-to-back nights, which is not the norm. And so that's where you consider playing Logan in that spot. Now, just with us weighing as much as LT had played and the workload that he had, and we just felt like it was putting Logan in a really tough spot to play that back-to-back from a fatigue standpoint, travel with the amount of workload that he had. And look, like whether LT was in the net or Chucky was in the net, we didn't play well enough as a team to win that hockey game. So I don't care who was in net. I don't think that that's changing an 8-1 outcome.
Can you tell before a game, Coach, that hey, we're just not ready to play today? I just got that vibe.
And warm up.
I mean, based on I don't know, just like energy in the locker room, and they're getting
Yeah.
dressed. Can you tell?
So sometimes you get some feelings before on how the group, and sometimes it's accurate and sometimes it's completely off. Like I've gone into some games and gone, geez, we feel off, energy levels are low, and then we come out in the game and we're like world beaters, and you're like, okay, wow, that's so you do get feelings, and sometimes it's just you don't have a feeling either way. I didn't feel like the New York game. I felt like we were okay in the morning. Felt like the meetings went well. Felt like our energy levels were good. The seriousness and the focus that our group had. I didn't feel either way like we were. Didn't feel like, this is trouble. I sense that our group is a little bit off kilter, and our start was fine, the first period, and I know we give up the goal in the first shift of the game, but we get that game back tied at 1, get to the intermission. We didn't like it was 1-1, but you could tell there were some things off with our group in that first period. So you're just trying to kickstart them and hopefully, all right, now we're ready to go. We've got our legs, our execution's going to be on, and it just never was able to come in the second and third period.
So if there's one small silver lining takeaway from that game is that Lappy got into his first scrap at any level in that loss to the Rangers when he tangled with Noah Laba, who's definitely bigger than LaPierre. But Lappy gave him the business. 82% of the voters on hockeyfights.com gave him the W in that matchup. So good for him. Kind of an unorthodox style where he didn't even like really grab his jersey. He was just punching at his helmet. But he acquitted himself rather well, I thought.
Yeah, he's been. It's one area of his game that he's tried to increase this year is his competitiveness and playing with a little bit of an edge. So it was good to see.
So, Coach, has it crept into your brain that these could be the last 4 games potentially that you coach Alex Ovechkin in his legendary career if he decides that he wants to call it quits? We know that he's been very tight-lipped about it. He hasn't spoken about it, hasn't really addressed it. But is it starting to work its way into your head? Like, man, this could be the end if Alex decides to retire at the end of the season.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way to not think about that if he chooses that this is his last year. So I've thought about it a little bit of, coming down the stretch here in these final regular season games. We're trying to push to stay in this playoff fight, but I'm trying to make sure that I take a step back and really, that this is a legend. This is one of the greatest athletes to ever play our sport and sports in general, and the greatest goal scorer in the history of the game of how long the NHL's been around. So to be able to take a step back and enjoy that and really soak up being able to coach Alex Ovechkin, I'm trying to do that.
Can you give us, the fans, just a little insight, maybe an anecdote or two of what it's been like to coach him, maybe what's impressed you? I know you come in, you just know he's a legend, but is there an anecdote or a story or something that you see every day or something that jumps out at you that you can share with us about his preparation, about his love for the game, about how he interacts with his teammates and the employees, anything like that?
I think you guys have heard a lot of the stories and him and his preparation and the subway and how much he loves his teammates and how much he has such an enjoyable time when he arrives at the rink and loves being with the guys and loves he has a smile and he's cracking jokes and he's constantly just enjoying his time with his teammates and enjoying his time at the rink. It's just never a dull, negative, down Alex Ovechkin at the rink. It never has been in my 3 years here, and I'm assuming it's never been like that for 20 years. And so that's one of the things, just his overall personality and his presence and his enjoyment of the everyday grind of the NHL. And then the other thing that I would say, just when it comes to the on ice, it's just how he's able to score goals. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. Like, you can't even explain it. You can't wrap your head around it. At his age, and he's done it every single year, his entire career. He'll go, 8-9 games without a goal or whatever. Like, they'll go through a stretch, and you're like, oh, this is. And then all of a sudden, the puck will just find him, and he will go on a rip, and it'll be a hat trick, and then 2 the next night, and then 1, and then 1, and then 1. And it's like, how did this happen? The puck keeps finding him, and he keeps shooting it in the back of the net. It's unbelievable. Guys struggle to get 10 goals in this league, and he just rips off 30 like it's no problem.
If I gave you truth serum, and I think it's a fair question, would you have, and actually at the beginning of the season, hey, can you write down, how many goals do you think Ovi's going to have this year, at 41 or whatever the hell age 40. He is? Mm-hmm. 40. Like honestly, what number would you think reasonably did you expect?
Honestly, that question right there is exactly what I'm trying to get at. Is like, you've been not proven wrong, but he's done the unthinkable so many times over and over and over and over again in his career that when you try to go, what's realistic for Alex Ovechkin at 40? You're like, okay, say it was 25. You're like, 25 is a reasonable. Then you go like this. You go, well, you know what? he probably is going to find a way to get 30 or 40 because that's what he's done his whole life.
Right.
So
He
you
would always
check
take the
yourself.
over.
Yeah, take the over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Coach, I'm not asking you to tell me anything that, I mean, I understand whatever you know, you're not going to tell us. But if you don't know, would you expect Ovi on Sunday, if it's his last home game, to kind of make the announcement before the game and say, all right, and just wave to the crowd? Or do you think it's possible that he doesn't even know what his decision is going to be, and he might wait until after the season?
Yeah, I honestly, I couldn't tell you. We've we've left it completely in his hands with how he wants to handle it, and
Right.
The timing of it and all that stuff and he said it all along, is he's going to take some time, and it's not going to be a rush decision. He wants to take his time and talk to his family, and so I wouldn't expect, what he said all along and what he's told me and what he's told everyone is he's going to take some time to make his decision.
So he might not know. Yeah, he probably doesn't even know what his decision is going to be.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's...
We're joined by Spencer Carberry, Caps head coach, brought to you by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. All right, let's pivot to some of your younger players. Cole Hudson has been awesome since his call-up. 7 points through his first 10 NHL games. He's so fun to watch. His offensive skill set jumps out at you. Have you been surprised by his quick assimilation, or is this kind of what you were expecting from him when he got the call-up?
No, it's surprising that he's been able to do what he's done offensively thus far. Usually you don't see this from someone coming out of college and being able to do the things that he's done in his first handful of games here. So that has been a real bright spot to see the potential there this early on and what it can grow to become and what type of defenseman he can develop into. And so that's been phenomenal to see. And even some of the defensive stuff, he's already starting to integrate into his game and build some corrections and getting a feel for the league and what he's going to have to do defensively as an undersized guy. You're already seeing little incremental improvements in that, which is really, really impressive.
How do you think he slipped to pick 43 of the 2024 draft? Is it the same deal with his brother Lane, who was picked 62nd in his draft class, and he was way underdrafted? Were teams just scared off by drafting a smaller defenseman with a super high pick? Is that what is the culprit?
Yeah, and I think Lane hadn't really popped off yet when Cole's draft came up, so no one saw Lane doing what he's doing, winning the Calder, the season he had last year. So that if Lane has that year 1 year earlier, I'm sure Cole goes in the first round because they're looking at the bloodlines, they're looking at the brother's success, but he hadn't done that yet. So once they see Lane and now Cole's at BU, everybody's just kicking themselves like, geez, we didn't see Lane becoming this great of a defenseman this early on. And so, yeah, we're very fortunate to have him in the organization, and he's off to a good start.
So tonight you're bringing up Lil Pro. Ilya gets the call to play with his big brother. He gets a call up from Hershey. So both pros and Tom Wilson look like they're going to skate on the same line. All three guys 6'4" or taller. Is this the biggest line in NHL history that you're going to roll out tonight against the Maple Leafs? They're not going to know what hit them.
I got to think it's up there because there's a lot of beef on that line. There's some big boys. So I'm excited for Pro. We're calling him Pro and Big Pro.
Okay. All right.
Okay, we're removing the Lil because that's on the bench can be a handful, and so it's Pro and Big Pro. But it's a great, he's had such a phenomenal rookie year in Hershey and played so well, so consistent all year, and to get this opportunity in Toronto, which is a great place to play your first NHL game alongside his brother and Willie. It's going to be a great night.
How familiar are the guys on the team with his game? Like he was with you in camp a lot, so those guys kind of get it. They know who he is and what he does.
Yeah, definitely. And they also so I'll share something. Big Pro, he is very, very hands-on in his brother's development and game. So he watches his game constantly and is sharing with the boys in the locker room or on the bus or showing highlights. So the guys are very in tune with,
Okay.
Ilya and what he's done down there and watching highlights.
Gotcha.
I saw that Willie basically said if he's passing to either one of them, he just has a hard time telling them apart because they're both so big and they look so much alike, right?
Big time. Absolutely, they do. And they move very similar to on the ice as well.
So the youth movement for this team is obvious. When Protas takes the ice tonight, the Caps are going to be the first team to have 2 players picked beyond the first round from the 2024 draft, with not Lil Pro taken in the 3rd round, and Cole Hudson in the 2nd round of that draft. So you see that youth movement. It's working here for the Caps, getting the young guys on the ice and getting them this late season experience that is so critical to their development.
Yeah, you're starting to see the sort of next phase of the organization and our team as we get younger, and now the torch is sort of being passed from the previous sort of era of Caps hockey, and it's good to see. I mean, you're reflecting on the 2018 and and Backy and all the success over the last years and the era, and now you get to see a glimpse of the future. And with the great young players that the organization has coming up, it's sort of the passing of the torch you're starting to see, and it's good to see these young guys getting an opportunity.
Coach, I know you got games to prep for, especially the big one on Sunday, but will you watch any of the Masters this weekend?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, good.
Absolutely.
Nice. Good.
Can you guys give me any tips on who's your picks?
Oh, these guys can tell you. They can talk. Do you have 2 hours?
Bet against me. Bet against me. I took Xander and Oberg in my pool, so bet against those guys.
I don't know, man. A lot of people are actually shockingly picking Rom.
Yeah, some people like where John
being
Rahm
on
too.
Live, you don't know.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, but Ludwig has been playing very well.
His putting's a little bit dicey sometimes, but he's been playing really well. So.
And Sandin, so Rasmus is a fellow Swede, and he was giving me the lowdown. He just struggles to close on Sunday, right?
Yes. He's always in the mix of late, it seems like.
So.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Meanwhile, nobody's mentioned Scotty Scheffler, the best player in the world.
Yeah.
Snoozing on him.
Jeez.
I know.
All right, well, Coach Carbs, this is your last appearance of the season. We just want to thank you for all the time that you spent with us. You've been a great guest, as always, like you were last season, this season as well, and hopefully we can run this back again in the 26-27 campaign.
Let's do it again, Coach.
Absolutely. I appreciate chatting with you guys. Always love coming on. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you very much.
Spencer Carberry, Washington Capitals head coach, brought to you by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com for more details. When we come back, we'll get into the Commanders. Peter Schrager has got a Commanders draft prediction, and we will give that to you next. Your guest roster for the rest of today's show: Paul Taboni, president of baseball ops for the Washington Nationals. He'll join us at 9 o'clock, and we'll talk Masters with Doug Bell, golf anchor for PGA Tour Radio and CBS Sports HQ. So lots still to get to.
Doug Bell, the guy that bets with us. Remember, who's the guy from down south or whatever? That
Probably him.
Remember, we always have a guy.
I thought Doug Bell was the guy we always talked wagering with.
You're probably right. But who's the guy that we also talk wagering with? We'd bet
Jason
college
Sobel?
football. No, college football. Not a golf specific guy.
Okay.
But he would just kind of bet on anything. He was kind of funny guy. From I feel like from down south.
Stuckey?
No. He's
It's
not a
Stuckey
betting.
on the
He's
show
not
for a
a
while.
betting expert.
Okay.
He's just a all around columnist guy.
Will Brinson?
Will Brinson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Will Brinson. Yeah, we've had him on.
And
Oh, yeah,
he's
he likes to
definitely
bet.
talked betting and golf betting,
Yeah.
college football betting.
Oh, he wagers.
He doesn't write anymore.
Oh, what does he do now?
I'm not really sure. He doesn't work for CBS Sports anymore.
So he's done. He's got to be working in media.
I don't think he is.
Oh, he's
I don't
taken
think so.
a career pivot.
That's why he hasn't been on in quite a while.
He was always an entertaining guest.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
Good
to find
dude.
whatever happened to Will Brinson.
Good guy. Yeah, you go down that rabbit
I'm
hole.
gonna look for Will Brinson.
All right, while you're doing that, while you're trying to find out what Will Brinson is up to, we wanted to get into Peter Schrager's mock draft that he did on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. And I know EB knows who he has the Commanders selecting at 7, but I want to pick Jason's brain and see if he can figure out who Schrager has the Commanders going with at 7. And I'll give you his picks 1 through 6.
Oh, okay.
To eliminate
that'll make it easier.
All right, so he has, of course, the Raiders going with Fernando Mendoza at number 1.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a surprise. He has David Bailey, the edge rusher from Texas Tech, going number 2 overall to the Jets.
I've seen him at number 2 in a lot of mocks.
You have?
Yeah.
I've mostly seen Arvell Reese going in that spot.
I've seen Reese too.
So this has the Cardinals sitting at 3, taking Arvell Reese out of Ohio State. Then it has the Titans breaking some Commanders fans' hearts by selecting Jeremiah Love at number 4, which I think is a great move because you need to help out your second-year quarterback in Cam Ward. It's a great piece to add. Instantly upgrades your offense. I think that's a really good pick at number 4, if that's the way it goes.
So it's Mendoza, Bailey, Reese, and then Love.
Jeremiah Love at 4.
All right.
So then the Giants are then up on the clock at number 5. They go with the offensive lineman Francis Mauigoa out of the U.
Okay.
So they have Harbaugh and company making a splash with a big offensive lineman to help Jackson Dart at number 5.
All
Then you
right.
got back-to-back offensive line picks with the Browns picking at 6. They go with Spencer Fano, another tackle out of Utah. So that leaves just a bevy of talented players for Adam Peters to potentially select at 7.
Go through the names that are potentially there.
Well, you could
I mean,
go
they're
with,
obviously there,
You could go with Reuben Bain at edge. You could go with
Okay.
Sonny Styles to
Right.
upgrade your linebacker core. You
Right.
could go with Caleb Downs.
Right.
You could go Mansour Delane if you wanted to plug in a starting corner immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Carnell Tate
Tate.
is still on the board. I mean, there are just a variety of different options here for the Commanders at 7.
All right. And you guys both know.
I know who he picks. Who
All
do
right.
you believe Peter Schrager picks at number 7
So out of the
for the Commanders?
I would think it would be one of these 4: Bain, Downs, Styles, or Tate. Okay. And Peter Schrager, he's kind of plugged in, isn't he?
He does very well in the mock
does.
drafts when they comp him
That's
with
why
the actual drafts.
they're actually giving this some weight.
Yeah.
But I mean, who knows?
And to give a shout out to a local friend, Ben Standig, I believe usually does well in these mock draft competitions as well.
Oh, he does? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben works hard.
All right. I'm going to say Peter Schrager likes the Commanders to take Sonny Styles.
Nailed it. He has Sonny Styles going number 7 to the Commanders, which makes a ton of
It
sense.
was going to be between Styles or Downs.
I mean, he's an athletic super freak.
yeah.
He helps out your aging linebacker room immensely. He'll be a day one starter, and he's a guy who's versatile. Who before he grew into the monster that he is today at like 6'4", 235, maybe 240.
245, yeah.
He played safety, so
Well,
you can move him all
Yeah.
over the lineup. He can cover. He can rush the passer. He can help stop the run. I mean, I think that's a quality pick if he lasts all the way to 7.
Keim did a pod recently with James Laurinaitis, who's the linebacker coach actually at Ohio State. And one thing that jumped out at me when he talked about Styles, and he raved about him, raved about all the guys really, was that he's so smart and he's so athletic that he could literally play anywhere on the football field.
Yeah.
That if they needed him elsewhere, he would have played another position.
Yeah.
He picks up everything quickly. He's obviously got the freakish athleticism, but he could do anything you ask him to do, essentially.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, if you pick that guy, you got to feel good. I don't know what I would do. I still feel like there's a gaping hole at receiver. Now, I don't know enough about Carnell Tate, and I think it's hard to predict wide receivers. I really do think it's hard. I might be tempted.
I mean, if this mock goes anything close to what Peter Schrager has predicted, he has Carnell Tate falling to 11 to the Dolphins.
Yeah.
And if you're the Dolphins, that's just a dream pick for you because they've completely pressed the reset button. No Tyreek Hill. They traded Jalen Waddle to the Broncos. Like they are
That makes
completely
sense.
starting over.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
for them to take a
that would be
receiver.
a huge ad for them if he's there at the 11 spot. I don't
Yeah.
know if he makes it down to 11. The rest of his top 10, he's got Reuben Bain Jr. going to the Saints at 8.
I think he's going to be a beast. I think
Yep.
Bain's going to be
I think
a beast.
all of this talk about his short arms and
Yeah.
like just, I mean, that's
Stupid.
just one little thing that's going to fuel him. But like that dude seems relentless and he's just going to be terrorizing quarterbacks from day one.
Yeah, I'm
so
with
that'd be
you.
a great pick for the Saints at 8 or even for the Commanders at 7 if he's in play. Jordan Tyson, he has going 9 to the Chiefs, and he's got Mansour Delane going 10 to the Bengals.
Do you think that most Commanders fans, if Love isn't available, 'cause I know a lot of fans love him, but if most Commanders fans would rather them go defense because, it's kind of like the discussion you had with B. Mitch yesterday.
Yeah.
I know we talk about the gaping hole at number 2 receiver, but help the offense and help JD even more by adding another stud defensive player to make the defense better and hold teams to, 20 points. So you don't have to score 30 or 35 points to win games.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
I think
I just don't know the answer.
I think
We're-
most fans, to be
With all
honest,
of the additions they've made on defense in the free agency, if you add another stud young guy in the draft, man, that looks good.
I feel like a lot of Commanders fans feel like there's already been a lot done with the defense through free agency. That this might be the spot
it feels like an
to
opening.
upgrade the offense.
I agree, but the other part of it is though, Cakes, we're so scarred by bad defense around here,
Yeah.
that we kind of just want to be done with it.
Sure, I understand that sentiment.
Yeah, and then to B. Mitch's point, that just makes life a little easier for Jaden, so he doesn't have to go out there and score every time we touch the ball, because that's what it felt
Yeah.
like the last couple of years.
I mean, hopefully that's not the case in 2026. You want a defense that can let's have a defense that can hold opponents to 22 to 24 points per game, something in that range.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, then you can win a lot of games if you're holding opponents in that sort of area. If opponents are scoring 27 to 29 points per game, you're involved in shootouts every week, and that's tough to sustain.
It really is wild that it seems so wide open. And I think that's a testament to what they've done in the offseason, plugging so many holes. It's far from a finished product, but they do have the flexibility. I think where you could make an argument for any of these picks. Mm-hmm. You can make an argument for almost anything other than like a quarterback. You could make an argument or an offensive lineman, like Clutch Points had.
By the way, in Peter Schrager's mock, he has Caleb Downs from Ohio State falling to 12 to the Cowboys.
Right.
I mean, that'll be a steal for them. He'll be a Hall of Famer if he goes 12 to the Cowboys.
I mean, it seems like that would be a gift if,
I
they got
feel
him
like-
at that level.
I feel like Quinn would covet him, but they'd also
Sure.
covet both those guys are going to be like your smart Styles and him apparently are both going to be like your smartest guys on defense.
Right.
Yeah.
Everyone talks about Styles being the green dot. He's going to be your green dot guy. He's going to be your communicator. Sounds like Downs is capable of doing that too, every bit.
I just feel
It'll
like
be interesting.
I feel like Styles just might not be there at 7. Like I could totally see him going 5 to the Giants.
Yeah.
He could go 3 to the Cardinals.
Well, that means maybe Reese slips.
I mean, that would be fantastic.
I mean,
The Commanders would snatch up Arvell Reese if he fell to 7.
Yeah, you're going to get another stud athletic freak.
Yeah.
It's just. I think I'm going to be happy. I'll admit, if they draft the corner, I'll be a little bit. It's not as sexy for me.
Yeah.
I'll be a little disappointed. If they draft anybody,
I don't think
the
they're
corner,
going Delane. I don't think they're going to draft a corner. I think if they draft defense, it's going to be an edge guy. Maybe Downs,
or a
but I don't.
linebacker. I think it could be the
Or a linebacker.
Styles, or it could be Downs. I really
Yeah.
think Downs is in play big time if he's there. I mean,
Oh, I think he's definitely in play.
Quinn was raving about him.
Yeah, Quinn likes
The
him.
thing is, I don't know enough about Tate. I don't know enough about him.
Well, just watch the film. Good player. I mean, dominant team.
Is there any chance, if all 4 of these players are available at 7, that one of them doesn't become a Commander? Jeremiah Love, Downs, Styles, Tate. If they're all there at 7,
And they take a different person.
is it like, I mean,
Could they take
they could
Bain?
take Mansour Delane
Or
at
Bain.
7,
Or Bain.
or Ruben Bain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
guess
if
it's
all
possible.
I would
four of
say
those
it's
guys
probably
are there.
80%. It's going to be one of those 4, but
I would think.
I mean, I could see
I
them.
feel
going.
like it's going to be from that pool.
It's
if
not
those
going
guys
to
are
be
there.
an offensive tackle. It's 0%.
No, 0. It's not. Yeah, you could rule out those.
Drab, are you willing to do a wacky bet if it's an offensive lineman coming off the Roger toe kissing?
No,
No, he's not. I'm not either, but I'm just saying it's not
Yeah.
going to be offensive tackle.
Okay.
Where would you lean?
Out of those 4,
Well, just like overall. By the way, I'm also listening to Jay with Grant and Danny. I think it was yesterday. I think I listened to it on. I saw it on YouTube. I think it was a day behind. But Jay seems like he's pretty enamored with Jeremiah Love, and that he thinks he's the most explosive player in the draft. That's for sure.
It's hard to argue from just watching the dude's highlights.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that he doesn't think they'll have an opportunity. He does think that he'll go to the Titans at 4, which is what I think Schrager has,
Yeah.
right?
Drab just updated me that we had Jay Gruden raving on the show, this show, two weeks ago.
About Love.
About Love.
Yeah, okay, but I just heard it yesterday.
Yeah. He's just spewing it all over the place.
I know. Every time I hear Jay on any show, I have to listen.
Yeah.
Even if he says the same stuff.
Yeah, I would lean Styles, Downs, or Reese. One of those 3.
Not
what
not Tate.
I don't think it's going to be Tate.
I kind of think it's not going to be Tate too. I
Kind of hope I'm wrong because
I think Tate's going to be there, but I think it's so hard to project receivers. I feel like it
or
is.
maybe it would be Tyson. I mean, who knows? They might like Tyson better than Tate.
That's the
very
Drabby's
possible.
boy, right? With the
Yeah.
hammies.
From Arizona State.
I mean, they might like him better.
I
Who
think I
knows?
might be out on the hammies.
All right, when we come back, it is a game show Wednesday. You can call us right now at 800-636-1067 for the morning matchup. We'll play some Junkies Password. At stake are 2 tickets to see Brian Adams and Pat Benatar when they tour Baltimore August 9th at CFG Bank Arena. You can call us now at 800-636-1067. We'll do the morning matchup next.
Swing into Golfdom by Worldwide Golf for the new Titleist Vokey SM11 wedges. The new Vokey SM11 wedges are tour inspired to have optimized flight, improved spin performance, and tour level grinds. Sharpen your short game and check out the new Titleist Vokey SM11s today. Book your custom fitting in store or online. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. It's trusted by golfers since 1982 and home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
coming up at 9 o'clock, Paul Taboni, president of baseball ops for the Washington Nationals, will join us. You don't want to miss that. He joins us every week at that time slot. Right now, it is time for the morning matchup. We're going to play some Junkies Password. The winner will get tickets to see Bryan Adams Roll with the Punches tour in Baltimore Sunday, August 9th. All right, we're going to pit two listeners against each other. They will pair up with one of the Junks.
Where's Lurch?
We'll put a password out there, and whoever guesses it correctly will win.
Is Jason
That's
taking
how easy it
he's
is.
taking a dumpy? He doesn't normally do that.
I don't know.
He doesn't normally do that. You might have to play that.
I may have to play in his stead, which is fine.
Yeah.
All
All
right.
right.
Let's punch up our contestants, and they can select who they'd like to play with.
Let's go to Aaron in Silver Spring. Hey, Aaron, what's up, buddy?
Hey, it's my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Aaron.
Happy birthday. How old are you, Aaron?
I'm the big 50.
50. Oh,
50.
that's a big one. Are you depressed?
I'm Sice.
You are?
Pumped.
Why?
Yeah.
Happy to make
You
it?
know, I got old man energy.
He's got old man.
Have you ever heard of that?
I haven't heard
Is
of
that
it,
a
but you know what?
thing?
He apparently has
I've
it.
heard of
Listen to
like
him.
BDE.
Yeah, I've heard of that energy, yeah,
I've heard.
yeah.
I've never heard of old man energy.
He's got OME.
Right.
Good for you.
Good for you, buddy.
All right, who do you want to pair up?
I mean,
Who do you want to pair
I like
up with?
cakes.
You want Johnny
Give me,
Cakes?
give me flakes.
All right.
All right, you got Johnny Cakes.
All right, who's that again? Aaron?
That's Aaron.
Cakes and Aaron. Hope I
right.
can hook him on his birthday.
And let's go to David in Springfield. Hey, David, what's up, buddy?
How you doing?
What's
All
up,
right, so
David?
unfortunately, you have me.
All right, EB, I will let you choose which one you want to go with of these two options. I'm presenting them to EB right now.
Right.
I'm pretty sure I know which one you're going to go with.
I'm going to go with the top one.
Okay. Would you like to lead off, or would you like me to do that?
You lead off.
All right, I'll give the first clue. This is to Aaron.
Yeah.
All right, your clue is the Masters.
Masters.
All right.
Tiger.
All right.
It's incorrect, but not a bad guess.
The Masters.
All right, Dave, we're going to win right here. Okay, buddy? You locked in?
Yep.
All right. The first clue is the Masters.
That is correct.
The second clue is prayer.
Well, you probably need to pray for Tiger Woods.
All right, so we have.
We got no chance.
All right,
My
so
guy's
we
not
have
going to get it.
Masters
He's not gonna get it.
and prayer. Those are the first two clues. All right, this is for Aaron.
Prayer.
All right, Aaron, are you ready to win on your birthday?
I'm ready to get hooked.
All right, your clues so far: Masters, prayer. Your next clue is holes.
Oh, it's got to be Amen Corner.
Yes, winner. You win, my
So
friend.
annoying.
Congrats on your birthday, Aaron. You have won 2 tickets to see Bryan Adams Roll with the Punches tour with Pat Benatar and
finished,
Neil
Dave.
Giraldo. Sunday, August 9th at CFG Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. He's got old man energy. It's a lock. He listened to Bryan Adams and Pat Benatar growing up. So enjoy the concert, sir. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yes, enjoy that.
Nice job.
Good. Well done. I can't believe it made it to the third clue.
I mean, that's brilliant. You give Masters, I give prayer,
Yeah,
pray. I mean, come on.
I thought it was a layup.
Amen Corner's a layup.
Thought
Dave.
your guy was going to win.
Can you name Amen Corner?
Which hole numbers?
No chance he can
Hold
do
on. Hold on. Let me let Golf Cakes get into this. Let me get into my Zen Masters. I think it's. Man, I feel bad if I miss this.
All right, is it the front
No.
nine or the back nine?
It's no. You don't call it the front nine and the back nine in the Masters, EB.
Okay.
I mean, isn't it the first 9 and the second 9?
Sure. I don't know. I'm not as good at that.
I mean, you should know all these
I don't know
weird
that stuff.
this weird
I know
jargon.
it's patrons. It's not spectators or fans.
All right. Golf Cakes thinks Amen Corner consists of 13, 14, and 15.
No. Try again. Try again.
Golf Cakes.
Try again.
Close on one.
Try again.
All right. Let me. Golfer Cakes needs this clue.
Yeah.
Are they all in succession?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so it's not 13, 14, 15. So it's not 13, 14.
Okay, what is 13?
What hole is it?
Like, do you know what it is?
Do you know what
Is it
par
a
it
par
is?
3, 4, or 5?
I think 13 is a par 3.
No.
Wrong.
Am I wrong?
Cakes.
He's not a golf
I
guy.
don't know. I don't know
that
hole
the
by hole.
13 is iconic
I
par
don't
5.
know hole by hole
It's
at the
just-
Masters.
like
It's just like
clearly.
the guys who were playing the game. They don't know golf.
Yeah. I don't know
Okay,
which.
that's
what
the par 5. That's the first par 5 on the second 9.
Which is the one that goes over Rays Creek?
That's 13.
They all kind of, Race
Yeah.
So
Creek kind
that's
of
the
goes
par
around.
5?
Yes.
You mean the actual shot that goes over Race Creek?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple that do.
Yeah, the Race Creek kind of meanders through the course.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so it's not 13, 14, 15.
Yeah, 14's the par 4, and then 15's the other par 5. That's what.
So then it's 15, 16, 17.
He's getting
Try
further.
again. Try again. Okay.
He's not going to get
Try
it.
again. 16's the par 3. Not that.
It's holes 11, 12, and 13.
You got it. You
Third
got
time
it.
is the charm.
Which one is the iconic par 3 that, everybody says it kind of doesn't even really matter where they put the flag. You just aim
Yeah.
for the middle of the green.
Yeah, I know the hole. I can see it in my brain.
Freddie
What
Couples
number
hit
is
the
it?
ball that stayed when he won right
It's
on
one
the
of
bank.
those
That
three.
is hole 12.
You got it.
Yeah, it was a guess. 1 and 3, baby.
Good job.
Nailed it.
Got it.
All right, Golfer Cakes needs to go memorize his Masters scorecard.
Right.
See, now that he's been guessing the holes, he's going to watch even more of the Masters this
He's probably right. So congrats to Aaron. He won on his birthday. Before we get to what we're doing in the 8 o'clock hour, that is...
Cakes,
Not
when
sure
they're
at this
when
point.
they're on the tee
Yes.
at 12.
Okay, we're back into this.
Yeah. When they're on the tee at 12.
On the tee
par
at 12,
3,
yes.
Okay. What do they look at to determine the wind? Like what's happening? What is the kind of the cliche standard that the guys are kind of learned that this is what they look at to determine sort of the wind?
So this is what the guys look at to determine the wind. It's not the caddy grabbing the grass.
Of course they're always going
doing
to
that
they're
bit?
always going to do that bit. They're always going to do that bit. But what do they typically do? What is the legend of what you're supposed to do when you're on 12T?
I'm just clearly guessing here. I would imagine that they're looking at the way the flag stick is blowing.
On 11.
Oh, they look at a different hole.
They look at 11.
It's right next to the tee box.
They look at the flag on 11 to see how that's blowing.
So
More
this is
so than-
widely known knowledge.
Yeah, right. Drabby? Did Drabby know that?
No, I didn't know that.
He was like, I think it's the trees blowing in the wind.
All right, okay,
No.
okay.
That's deep golf nerdy.
That's real
Yeah.
nerdy.
But I do know all the persnickety, not all of them, but most of the persnickety rules about the way you're supposed to talk about
the
course.
patrons.
They're patrons. They're not guests.
Why did Gary McCord, what did he say that got him banned from Augusta?
I'm going to surprise you with
No,
this.
okay, it's a
I think-
legend.
I think I'm going to surprise you.
No, you're gonna know.
Lock it in here.
I know you know it.
Gary McCord, banned by the Fred Ridleys of the world, probably Hootie
Why don't you
Johnson
say
back then.
why don't you say it in Hootie's voice?
Okay. All right. All right. This is, hold on. Can I
Get
do
into your Hootie Johnson.
Fred Ridley or Hootie? They're the
It
same.
probably was
It's just
Hootie.
old Southern white guy.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Gary McCord is no longer welcome on the grounds at the Masters because he referred to the greens as being something along the lines of shaved as close as a bikini wax.
He's called a
He's-
bikini wax green.
That's what he
Bikini
said.
wax
Yeah.
green,
He says he doesn't
so
think they cut him. He says they.
He is now barred from the premises and no longer allowed amongst the patrons at Augusta National.
Did we ever
Let me
have? We had Gary McCord on.
I think we
a few
had him
times,
a long
right?
time ago, yeah.
Should get him back
He's
on.
great. He's great.
You
All
can't
right,
call
so
them flowers, they're
what do you-
azaleas.
all right, so
I
what
know
do you
that.
call the spectators?
They're patrons.
Patrons.
Yeah.
All right, what do you call the rough?
Golfer Cakes locked in. First cut.
Second cut.
Oh,
Second
that was
cut.
the first cut. Give me another.
All right.
I like the Masters pop quiz.
What do you call the bushes?
They're azaleas.
Shrubs.
Shrubs. Okay.
All right.
I missed that one.
Shrubs.
All right. You were pretty much all
Nubs.
over. What do you call the front nine and the back nine?
It's the first 9 and the second 9.
What do you call the sand traps?
What do you call the sand traps at the Masters? Hazards?
Bunkers.
Oh, I was going to say bunkers.
Bunkers. All right. And last one.
All right, last one.
They're called bunkers on every course, pretty much.
Yeah, I know. It's
Yeah.
a hard one to miss.
Yeah.
What do you call? So you can't say pine needles. You have to say.
I mean, how else would you
can't say
describe
pine
it?
You do
needles?
say pine.
Pine droppings.
Pine straw.
Pine
Pine
straw.
not the pine needles. You call it the pine straw.
Okay,
That's
I mean,
stupid.
how are we going
That's
to
dumb.
know all these things? All right, at least I know now what an amen
Where
quarter
where do the young golfers stay?
Silly crow's nest.
You're
Come
all
on,
over
you
it.
can't stump me.
You're all
Unstoppable.
over it.
All right, coming up in about an hour, Paul Taboni, president of baseball ops for the Washington Nationals. He will join us at 9 o'clock. And Doug Bell, golf anchor for PGA Tour Radio and CBS Sports HQ. We'll talk Masters with him coming up at 9:40 here on the Junks. Every great team has a coach, somebody who studies the game, analyzes the competition, and makes the right calls. But when it comes to your financial future, who is coaching you? At Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors act as your personal financial coach. TRAJANwealth.com. They'll craft a game plan tailored to you. Trajan can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market, whether it's a smart tax strategy, rolling over an old 401k, or finding investment options that match your risk tolerance. Trajan Wealth is calling all the right plays. So call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or go to TRAJANwealth.com. Don't sit on the sidelines when it comes to your money. Call Trajan Wealth today at 202-929-6600 or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Because in the game of retirement, there's no overtime. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This update brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Nationals cannot hold a lead against the Cardinals. The final 7-6 St. Louis in 10. James Wood and Curtis Mead with homers. Mead his first homer with the Nats.
Pitch golfed in the air, left center field, well struck for Mead. Back it goes to the fence, and it is gone. Into the first row of the red seats, caught by a fan there, and the Nationals have the lead for the first time tonight. 3-2.
The call on the Fan. Game 3 today at 4 p.m. on the Fan. Miles Michaelos starts for Washington. A big brawl between the Braves and the Angels. Braves pitcher Reynaldo Lopez and Angels DH Jorge Soler were ejected after a brawl between the two players last night. Capitals at the Maple Leafs tonight at 7:30 on the Fan. With 4 games remaining, the Caps trail 4 teams for the final wild-card playoff spot. Virginia has hired former Richmond coach Aaron Roussel as their new women's basketball coach. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
In 2026, we're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. In case you missed it or have forgotten about it, we made a big announcement early in the week. The Junkies Beach Bash is coming to Dewey Beach, Delaware, May 22nd. That's Friday. We're going to be doing our show live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach. We would love to see a bunch of P1s and Junks listeners join us for the kickoff to summer and Memorial Day weekend down at Dewey. We will be there Thursday night, broadcasting live at 6 a.m. sharp from the Starboard Friday morning. It will be an epic weekend at Dewey Beach, and we hope you can join us for it.
Yeah.
Get prepared for it already.
I think it's Monty that's basically setting up our accommodations.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We need to nail that down.
Yeah.
We need to know what that is because I got people coming into town. I got to kind of know. We got to know what that is. Somehow.
Do we not know because it hasn't been nailed down yet?
I believe so.
It's going to be hard to find a place or hotel rooms.
I know. I mean,
Monty owns the town,
Four?
so I think he's gonna.
No, he'll be fine, but I just might need more space than he can accommodate.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
You might need additional space.
Yeah, exactly. I just need to know.
Yeah. Well, we'll get that taken care of.
Agreed.
We'll get it all smoothed out.
Thank you.
So May 22nd, put that on your Junks calendars, my friends. All right, we wanted to get into some audio here of John Gruden talking about Diego Pavia, the Vanderbilt quarterback, who's probably a day 3 selection or maybe an undrafted guy that teams will take a chance on.
He's a short king. You might be a Diego Pavia guy.
I might be a Diego Pavia guy.
Hey, he's a short king.
I mean,
he's good.
I'd love to be 5'10". I mean, he's listed at Vanderbilt as 6 feet, measured at the combine at 5'10".
Mm-hmm.
Teams are reluctant to spend high draft picks on quarterbacks that are sub 6 feet tall.
He's also got a tude to him, right?
He definitely has some. He's a brash guy.
Yeah. He loves himself.
He's got a little Johnny Manziel to him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
So here's John Gruden on Barstool with Diego Pavia.
What did you learn from Diego, and how do you think it translates to Sunday?
Yeah, of course, I like all the guys we had in here, but if you don't like Diego Pavia, you just don't like football. This guy has won where people don't win. Nobody has ever won at New Mexico State. This guy took them to 2 bowl games, and nobody wins 10 games at Vanderbilt on the football field.
No.
Guy beat Alabama. He beat Auburn 3 times. He beat LSU. He beat Tennessee and Knoxville. He is a contagious vibe, man. Once you catch the vibe, man, you got it forever. He's a creative player. He can win in the pocket. He has one thing going against him, is height, and he's this much shorter than Drew Brees. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, wow.
The difference height-wise between him and Mike Vick and Drew Brees is that much. And I'm not saying he's going to be Drew Brees or Mike Vick, but he shreds people in the SEC. You can call him up and ask him. This guy has a great football mind. He has a passion to play. He's probably going to go later in the draft. but somebody's going to get their hands on a guy that is going to find ways to move the ball, score points, and help you win football games.
So that was Gruden on Wake Up Barstool. That was not him with
Now,
Pavia.
Gruden's usually, especially John, he's usually pretty pro quarterback. He doesn't really trash guys.
He loves all the QBs.
He doesn't really trash quarterbacks. He gets a great enthusiasm for him.
Correct.
So just keep that in
And
mind.
Pavia got better. I mean, he was. I saw him play live when I went down to Nashville when Vanderbilt was playing. When Tech went to Vanderbilt, but when in his first year, at Vanderbilt, he beat Tech, and no one kind of knew who he was. But he beat him at 34-27 in overtime. And that was just kind of a surprise because Virginia Tech was a favorite in that game. But he put up some good numbers at Vandy. He really did, and he could run. He ran for almost 1,700 yards.
And look, if
in
you're
2
picking,
years.
if you're in the 6th or 7th round and you need a young developmental quarterback, he's probably worth a pick in that range.
Correct.
See what you've got. Maybe he can develop into a high end backup and maybe a bridge starter at some point. I mean, I don't know if he's got franchise quarterback capability, but he could be a guy that you could mold. And
he's got the moxie.
Oh, he's
that
definitely
you're
got
looking
that.
for, right? And he can definitely spin it. Throws a nice ball. I don't know where his arm ranks in terms of like the Josh Allens of the world.
He's just a small
He's a
guy.
scrapper.
I mean, if he's 6'4", he's first rounder.
Yeah.
All right, this next clip is Gruden with Pavia in his quarterback class.
5'10". Does that tick you off? Are you tired of hearing it?
I'll give.
I've done this a long time. We've had 70 of these quarterback camps. I've coached quarterbacks for 30 years, man. I've coached guys that are 6'5". I've coached guys that are 5'5".
That's
I
right.
want a guy that can play.
Amen.
What's your response to all these naysayers out there that say he's just not tall enough?
The guys that I'm playing every single Saturday are the guys you're drafting first round. So like, why does 5'10" really even matter? Go watch the tape.
There you go.
Good answer.
It's a great answer.
He's got the bravado. He's got the confidence, no doubt.
Yep.
But I'd have a hard time, picking him in the 3rd or 4th round.
I don't know. I'd have to evaluate it. I mean,
unless you just love him and you love what he's put on tape, and he comes in and like he impresses you in the meetings and the.
I would agree. I mean, I don't think he's going to go that high.
the most important thing
But someone's
going
gonna
to
take him.
Height, I think, is overrated sometimes, honestly, at quarterback. The most important thing to me is just like, as a fan, as a dummy, is just how does he process?
Right.
You know what
That's
I mean?
hugely important.
Can he make reads and that sort of thing? And it's oftentimes hard to know in college because a lot of times they just throw to their first read.
Yeah.
But if he can process,
I would get fired so quick as an NFL GM
because
these are the type of guys where I'm like, I can't let another team get this guy that was a Heisman Trophy finalist, dominated college football.
you would love him.
You
on
just
his roster.
you can't miss on a guy like that. I would take a chance on someone like that. He may not have the height, which I barely care about at this point, because
Yeah, I do
there's
too.
at least 3 or 4 guys in the NFL starting that are 6 feet or below.
It's been proven you could play in the league at
You
5'10".
can find a way.
Yeah.
Pavia has found a way. He's tough as hell. He's cocky. He's not going to let anybody back him down. He's going to put in the work.
I'll tell you what, he's got a pretty good arm. I'm sure it's not like Josh Allen, but he's got a pretty good arm.
What round would Drab Peters select Diego Pavia?
If I know that someone's interested in later on in the draft, I'm taking him in the 5th round.
Okay.
Well, I don't think that's.
Or
I
if
don't
I'm
think that's
totally
crazy.
desperate, maybe the 4th. I'm
Right.
an idiot though. Like I get enticed by guys like this.
You get sucked in. You can't
Yeah.
help yourself.
How often did he run? He can run, but how often did he run?
All the time.
All the
He
time.
did.
He's like a bowling ball.
Yeah.
Yep.
Similar to Taysom Hill.
But he's a lot smaller.
Yeah, Taysom was bigger.
Taysom Hill's had a pretty
And I'd-
remarkable run in the NFL.
I'd say his arm's better than Taysom Hill's.
Well,
You know
I
what I mean?
I
Like-
meant like running the ball. They're just
Yeah.
kind of like that.
Yeah.
But you can also argue if he brings that style to the NFL that he might not last very long. Like you might be able to get away with that in college, and we saw some of that with Jackson
He
Dart.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that guy was running into the blue tent like every game,
Right.
seemingly. So that's something I might be worried about. If he's just a wrecking ball type that thinks he can translate that to the next level, I might be a little bit concerned about that.
People really started to pay attention after he beat Alabama in his first year at Vandy, and that was week 5. He beat him 40-35 and played well. And then they said, "Who's this guy?"
from what I recall, I think that boned me in your college survivor pool.
Oh, I'm sure it did. Probably boned a bunch of guys.
Everybody's on Alabama.
I mean, Alabama doesn't lose to Vanderbilt.
They get upset by Vandy.
Correct.
Like, how often does that happen?
Correct. But, I mean, Vanderbilt, Clark Lee is a good coach. He put them on the map, especially this past year when he won a bunch of games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just watching clip after clip. Yeah, I mean, he's got all the attributes, really, what it looks like from afar. They're just going to hold his height against him. Yeah. Bottom line.
Sure.
Going to hold the height against him. If he was 6'3", even, Jason, I think he'd probably go in the second round or better.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
But he won't. He'll be a third-day guy.
I don't know.
But I did like that answer when Gruden asked him.
Right. The thing is, he is kind of an obnoxious guy, too. So I don't know. Is he going to be a pain in the ass when you bring in your organization? Is he going to be a rule follower?
Oh, I think so.
Or is he going to be? You think he will be?
Yeah, yeah.
You don't think he's?
He's cocky, but I don't think he's
like Johnny
like
Manziel came into the league and didn't care, didn't change his
Yeah, I don't think he's
style
like that. I don't think
at
he's
all.
like that. I think he's coachable.
Yeah, that would be a big factor for me. That. And again, I want to be able to see him process. But these college guys, they just throw their first read.
Weren't there stories like about his mom too, like in the stands? That's kind of jumping out at me.
Would she get into it with people or something?
I think she might be a little bit of a wacky, kind of like him. But I don't have anything like concrete to back that up.
Right.
I just feel like she was at the center of of a few
Well,
controversies.
give me some incidents that happened.
The whole family's involved all the time.
Yeah.
Like all of them. I think their brothers got into a fight. They got kicked out.
Brother got arrested.
Arrested. The mom's always on the camera, like dancing.
Mm-hmm.
There was a bet one time that if Vanderbilt lost to either Tennessee or LSU, Theo Vaughn, the comedian, could take Pavia's mom out on a date.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna YouTube Pavia's mom.
Maybe this could be a Commander's late round pick. I mean, Sam Hartman barely shouldn't be on the roster.
Well, Sam Hartman,
right?
I mean,
Marcus is 30, whatever, 1 year deal.
I mean,
they got to have somebody in the
especially
pipeline.
if he's mobile, which he clearly is.
Mm-hmm.
No, I like the skill set. There's nothing not to like with the skill set. My question would be just the personality. It would be more personality based. Is he going to be, is he going to be a me guy? Is he going to be a willing backup? Is he going to be, be coachable? Those are the things I wonder. I don't know.
Somebody will take a chance on him. Late
he's
rounds.
throwing to some of these guys that are literally 30 yards open. You know what I mean? There's not a defender.
Hard to,
and
that's not going to happen in the NFL.
To me, I think the most important trait for a quarterback is can they process, can they go from one receiver to the next and find the open guy, that kind of thing.
You know what, Drabby?
Under pressure.
That pick from the Niners, 209 in the 6th round for the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that might be a perfect
That's our
spot
pick,
for a young
209.
For a young quarterback. Like you said, Marcus Mariota is not going to be here forever. Nobody considers Sam Hartman a real option. He's like Jaden Daniels' mascot here with the Commanders. I wouldn't hate that pick.
Who's the other super athletic quarterback that I heard Grant talking about that nobody's really talking about?
That no one's talking about?
Not talking about very high.
Talking about Taylor Green from Arkansas.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Very fast.
He's big, though.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, super athletic. Got all the athletic traits.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing the wide receiver bit with him.
They are?
Because he's fast and he's tall and lean. And they talk about.
Do they not like the way he throws?
He's just inconsistent.
Yeah.
But he's a hell of an athlete.
He's big, dude. He's
6'6", 225.
Where are they projecting him?
Oh, I don't know.
Just from an athlete
I
standpoint.
would just think late. Yeah, late. I don't know. Depending on where they're going to, if they project him as a receiver, I don't know.
Now I need to look up his RAS.
No, I think he's staying as a quarterback. He just said the teams tried to talk to him about that.
Mm-hmm.
I think before Pavia, for sure, he would get drafted. Probably 4th, 5th round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what's Anthony Richardson's status right now?
In terms of what, health?
Just where is he? Is he still in Indy or did they get released?
He's stuck.
I
think he's still there.
He just kind of stuck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was a big swing and a miss by the Colts.
Career backup.
When you draft a guy, I don't even know if he's
that.
really worthy of it. Didn't he have 12 starts?
He
He played 1 year.
I mean,
He
yeah.
was super raw coming into the pros.
That's another positive for Pavia, right? He played 2 years before he got to Vandy.
played in New Mexico State for 2, and then Vandy for 2.
Yeah, so he's got a lot of starts under his belt.
Oh
which
yeah,
I
he played a ton.
Yeah,
and he played JUCO ball before that, I think.
did he?
Yeah,
Dude,
remember he had that issue with the.
If I was looking for a backup
NCAA?
quarterback, and I thought his attitude was good, he'd definitely be worth
The
it.
NCAA wanted to dock him his last year because they wanted to count the JUCO years as.
Right, but they don't. I don't think they count the
They
JUCO
didn't,
years.
They
now.
didn't. They let him play.
Yeah.
He won it.
All right, coming up at 9 o'clock, we'll talk to Paul Taboni, president of baseball ops for the Washington Nationals. Next, we'll do EB's entertainment page here on the Junks. Paul Taboni, president of baseball ops for the Nats, joins the show at 9 o'clock. Doug Bell, we'll talk Masters with him coming up at 9:40.
You won't tell Paul Taboni that you're very disappointed in his bullpen.
I don't think I have to tell him.
I think he probably
We
already
will
knows.
talk about it, though.
We are?
Yeah, you have to.
All right.
We have to. I mean,
It's been their Achilles heel.
bullpen's been
the last
really,
few games.
Bullpen's been bad.
All right, so that's coming up at 9.
Especially last night.
Right now, we'll do EB's entertainment page, which is, of course, sponsored, and I still don't have the music. I can grasp. I don't have the
I
music.
mean, you've had 2 days.
I should have consulted with Wes pre-show, but I didn't.
It's Wednesday.
I understand. It's
Jason,
middle
you
of the
can
week.
sing it. Why don't you sing it?
What we're doing EP?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
There you go. Of course, the entertainment page is driven by BMW. PC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience.
There
you go.
Look at that. Look at that rescue. Thank you.
On your ultimate driving
It's Mike
machine.
Moore.
Boots on the ground. Found the EP music. Thank you, sir.
Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She's the top dog over there. She'll set you up. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website. They've got them for every budget. BMWFairfax.com.
Mike Marr, you should patent boots on the ground if you can. Look into that. Maybe you could buy that phrase. It's kind of your phrase. Maybe somebody else owns it.
It's like a office jargon thing that people say all the
Yeah, I
time,
know.
like circle back and
understood.
Mar's just trying to take it.
No, that's mine. I
I mean,
invented
he
it.
didn't.
Yeah.
I know
he didn't invent
I know he
it.
didn't coin it.
Yeah.
I know he's not Pat Riley with 3P.
But hold on, is he?
Come
is
on.
He just says
is he
it more than anybody.
popularizing it?
He
Is he
is
using it
popularizing
more
it.
than the average Joe?
Oh, he definitely uses it way more than the average clown.
That's the question.
That I do know.
Well,
I thought he had boots on the ground in the stall because I went in there a couple breaks ago and just the scent of cologne was overwhelming.
And that was Mike Marr overdid it on the cologne.
He kind of does.
Okay.
He has like a, I don't know, it's like a circle of cologne
Okay.
around him.
All right.
Like a bubble. There's a bubble of cologne around
Maybe my
him.
sniffer's just not
You've never
operational.
know. You know. Yeah. You.
I just don't notice.
You're all jammed up.
No, 1,000%. What you're talking about, that was Chepe.
Yeah, I think it was Chepe. Chepe also has the bubble. He has the cologne bubble around him.
B. Mitch, the leader in the clubhouse, though.
B. Mitch,
Cologne.
I used to be able to smell him like as soon as he got up the stairs.
Yeah.
Which is
Smells
probably-
good.
Probably 50 to 60 yards away.
Yeah.
But lately I haven't. I don't know. Maybe
You'll smell him in an hour.
Maybe he's slipping.
Should I put a dab of cologne on for my for Dr. M today for my physical?
Just put one.
Just freshen up.
Just put one squirt in one certain area.
Oh, okay. I think I know the area you're speaking of.
Are you going straight to the doc?
1:45 appointment, so no.
1:45.
Right. Take a long shower before you go.
I will present myself.
I
properly.
always go before I have that my annual. You know where they go in there.
Sure.
Where it don't shine.
Understood.
I always right before I go to the bathroom, and I wet some toilet paper and I make sure everything is.
Oh, so like while you're at the office, you do that?
Before I go to the building next door, in the public restrooms on the first floor, I go in there and I just make sure I present very.
See, I won't go to those lengths. I'll just take a shower before.
Well, I usually come straight from work.
And then I'll be good.
I usually come straight from work.
Right.
And I just want to make sure. I mean, God forbid, if you didn't do that.
But
just imagine how many people don't.
Well,
I can't imagine.
I do pay the most attention to the spot on my body which needs the most attention in every shower.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I mean, it gets the most
gets the most work.
The most detailing.
Are you a bar soap guy?
Oh
or
no,
liquid
I haven't done
soap?
ar soap in probably
Liquid
a decade.
and bar. For
Don't
me.
you feel
liquid
like
guy.
I feel like bar might be the most effective though, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
In that spot.
I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know.
I think liquid is good.
I think liquid is very effective.
Yeah.
We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. All right, Cakes. Remember we talked about it, this terrible story, but it looks like it's non-life threatening, so it's going to be okay. But the offset shooting at the Hard Rock Casino there, the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. According to police, they suspect that one of his rivals, Lil TJ, directed members of his party to start a fight with another group of males, including Offset, when one of them in Lil TJ's group pulled out a gun and shot him in the valet area of the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. He, of course, denies it. He called Offset like a B-word rat.
Look, I don't know. I know very little about Offset. I know nothing about, was it Lil
TJ?
Lil TJ? No.
Me too.
Nothing about him.
I have no file
but
on Lil
I did.
TJ.
I'm just going to read this from Twitter. DMs between Offset and Lil TJ resurface showing Offset owed TJ $10K and allegedly told him to, quote, come get it back in blood. Well, it sounded like he did that.
He might have.
It sounded like, okay.
He
Like, you
might
challenged me to come get it back in blood. That's what I'm going to do.
Right.
I would never be so bold as, like, if I owed somebody $10K and they DM'd me, like, hey, man, are you going to pay me the $10K back?
Yeah.
Do you think my response would ever be, you know what? Go F yourself. Why don't you come get it back in blood? I mean, I would never. I mean, it would never cross my mind.
You might have said that to like JP, but you're not going to say that to like Lil TJ.
Somebody that I know has a firearm and is willing to use it. You think I'm going to use that sword?
I mean, you might say that to Mike Marr or Wes, but you're not going to say that.
Yeah, like I lose a $3 bet in there, I'm going to tell them, come get it back in blood if you want it so bad. Like, I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Right.
It's a different world.
All right, what else is going on?
I did see Offset, though, was sitting in his hospital gown, in his wheelchair, smoking, like the day after he got...
in the hospital.
Well, like outside of the hospital.
okay,
Like you're not even supposed to smoke on, like, hospital grounds.
True.
But you think Offset cares?
Yeah, obviously.
He just survived the shooting. He's going to either smoke...
He probably feels like he beat anything.
I don't know if he's smoking weed or a cigarette, but he was definitely smoking the day after he got shot.
Cakes, does this name mean anything to you? Jasveen Sangha. Do you know who Jasveen Sangha is?
Jasveen Sangha. It's drawing a blank.
Okay.
That's a no for me.
She's known as the ketamine queen. She's the one that allegedly, or I guess it pleaded guilty to providing
Matthew
the
Perry.
fatal dose that killed Matthew Perry
Did not know
when he
that.
died in October of 2023.
Share birthday with Matthew Perry, by the way, just in case you didn't know that.
You
August
do.
19th. Yes.
She's admitted that she distributed drugs, including ketamine and meth, from her home in North Hollywood since 2019. She also sold ketamine to this guy, Cody McClory, who died in 2019 after purchasing his drugs. She also killed Matthew Perry. I mean, basically, I'd say she's responsible, right? She provided the drugs.
I guess so.
Is she in jail?
Well, she's going to be sentenced. And
So she was
I
convicted.
think the prosecutors, I think she had pleaded guilty.
Doesn't ketamine...
Prosecutors are looking for 15 years.
Ketamine basically turns you like put you in a zombie trance, right?
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I think there's a horny thing to it, too. It makes you hornier.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember, I told you, there's a horny element to it.
Got it.
There's something about being horny that plays into it.
Okay.
I'll tell you during the break.
Okay.
I've told you before.
Yeah, give me back up to speed. On ketamine effects.
Howard Stern's former assistant, I find this interesting, is suing for he and his wife, Beth, for allegedly subjecting her to a hostile work environment while she was employed at their 20,000 square foot Hamptons estate.
Can you imagine how
Leslie
much that property is worth?
No, he's got so many properties.
A 20,000 square foot estate in the freaking Hamptons.
Say what you want about Howard Stern, and I was a huge Howard guy for 20 plus years. Now I can't stand the guy.
Right.
But he's a huge guy. Could have been a bigger supporter.
Sure. I listened to him for years.
Now I couldn't be a bigger anti-Stern guy. But no one's managed their career better.
Oh, he's
no one.
Genius. Financial
Literally
genius.
nobody.
Yeah.
So the staffers...
So she was like his personal assistant. She began working for him as his office manager at SiriusXM back in 2022.
Right.
Then at some point they requested and asked her to work, I guess, at the mansion where, he basically doesn't go to the office anymore. He doesn't go to the studio. He broadcasts out of his home. Everything's like virtual. That show's gone in the toilet. Let's be honest.
Well, it sounds like from what I read that I guess this woman was put in charge of all of the fostering of the animals that
just
Howard's
gave her
wife,
a million things to do.
and she's like, this is absurd. Like, this is this is a residence. This is not like an animal rescue type deal.
So
like,
she
what
had
am I doing here?
She had to take care of all the animals.
Yeah, and it just be
What
it's
kind of
not-
animals?
And a million other
I think
things.
I think Howard's wife fosters like a dozen or more cats at any
Oh.
given time.
Yeah.
And she just thought, this is out of control. This is absurd. What am I doing here?
Then I guess at some point they asked her to sign an NDA, but she says it's like fake or something. Like they just put her name on some NDA or whatever. Who knows? But I'm team Leslie Kuhn. How about that, Ken?
Maybe Beetlejuice slides in and becomes the personal assistant.
It's
He
possible.
can help out.
I don't know why this interests
So
me.
apparently, one of those guys he worked for Leno, and he was making $350,000 with Jay Leno,
Okay.
To be the personal assistant.
I guess, or maybe I would assume. And he said that he never made more than $20,000 with Howard Stern.
That's a big pay cut.
Well, this woman
Yeah.
apparently did get a big pay bump, or was supposed to. I don't know if she ever cashed in on it, but she was supposed to go from like 100K to like maybe 250K or something. I don't know, something like that.
$250K to take care of some cats.
And more, I think it was more than that.
I think
but
it's more, you're minimizing it.
I think it
You
was
know
more
what?
than
That's what
that.
I read the story the other day.
Hey,
That's what I read.
You know what
she's,
we need to
she's
do?
taking care
I
of the
think she had
Nantucket
to-
home or whatever.
I think
it
she had
is.
to do kind of everything. Take care of the maid situation, like all that stuff.
Here's
like
what
a
I'm gonna
house
do.
manager almost.
I'm going to have somebody else collect a dozen cats because I couldn't do it. I would die. Collect a dozen cats, bring them over to where you live, and then dump them in your lap, and you can take care of them. And you tell me what a picnic that is.
Yeah, but he would
It's
do
a
it for
nightmare.
$250K.
You kidding me? Yeah.
I'll bring Luca over.
Yeah, you
They'll
become-
eliminate the cats.
Turns into cat T-shirt over there all of a sudden.
We've never really talked about this show, but it happened, while we were doing this show. Were you ever a Laguna Beach guy, Drabby? Were you ever a Laguna Beach guy?
Of course.
So I know Brett
was a big.
Yeah, I mean,
But
maybe
Brett was a big Lauren Conrad.
Yeah,
I think he
love
was a,
Lauren Conrad,
I'm a big
LC.
Stephen Coletti guy.
Yeah, Stephen Coletti. Well, apparently there was some sort of reunion, and they're doing promos for it. And Stephen Coletti, who I remember watching some of it, but I don't remember too much. But I guess Lauren Conrad and Kristen Cavallari, they both were dating him at various points or something. They were love rivals.
I don't even know who this Coletti guy is.
Kristen Cavallari and Stephen Coletti were the it couple of the
of the show.
Well, I was gonna say the early 2000s, but yeah, sure, the show.
This is way pre Jay Cutler coming on
Jay
the scene.
Cutler,
Yes,
yeah. And then I think they broke up, and Lauren started dating him, maybe on the hills.
And so they were rivals and didn't really like each other, whatever. But now, bygones would be bygones. They've done a few reunions or whatever. And now apparently they're like BFFs. Lauren Conrad and Kristen Cavallari.
Hey, you know what's great about both of those women? They're both blondes. It's Brett chiming in.
Right. Are you now? I think I might have been Team Cavallari back in the day. I might be Team Conrad now.
I'm Team Stephen Coletti. I got
There's a lot of team picking in this
I've always
EP.
had a little bit of a man crush on him. I don't really care about the girls.
That's my fun.
Stephen
What is
Coletti.
Coletti's deal? So we know that
I don't know.
we know that Kristen Cavallari has her podcast.
What are they doing now? Yeah, what's Coletti doing
And
now?
she's been married to Cutler and divorced, and she dates a bunch of guys or whatever, and talks about it on her show. Conrad has kind of like written a book or two, but kind of like she's kind of blown off Hollywood. I think she may be a mom now. I'm not 100% certain. What's Coletti do? Do you have any idea? He's your boy. He's your boy toy.
I think these guys, like, you just reach when you grow up there.
Podcast.
Yeah, I mean, you're set for life. You
don't even need a job.
I'm sure that he's probably rich, he was born rich.
Well, he was on Traders too, like one of the
Yeah, he
recent,
was on Traders.
What is
seasons
Traders?
of Traders.
What is that?
It's a reality show.
It's an interesting
on
concept.
Peacock.
Yeah,
All right, so tell me what it is.
I'll let Cakes. I actually haven't seen it,
I
but
can't.
Valdez
I haven't
talks
seen
about it all
enough
the
of
time.
it to give you a succinct.
Our boy Michael Rappaport was on the last season.
I mean, I used to like Michael Rappaport.
You're trying to. It's kind of like the mole. You're trying to figure out who the bad guy is,
There's
and you're
30
voting people out all
there's
the
30
time.
people at a Scottish castle. A couple of them are traders. You have to figure out who are the traders and who are the non-traders.
Oh, so
Trader like stab you in the back.
Yeah, not like Trader, not like Trader Joe's.
Traitor.
Right.
Like Benedict Arnold, Traitor.
I think Coletti's dad was in the movie industry or television industry.
Got it.
He just grew up rich.
Yeah.
Are you envious?
Sure. I'm not envious that was born and raised in Newport Beach, California.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to live there.
You've got to be raised in Atlanta.
I'm kidding.
I missed the sarcasm there.
Yeah.
I apologize.
And then last but not least, speaking of reality shows, Cakes, who was probably the biggest psycho of
in what?
Jersey Shore?
I've really... Honestly,
you are not a Jersey Shore guy?
I haven't watched the full episode ever.
No idea.
I can't weigh in.
You don't know? You know who the biggest psycho is? The guy that was
I never watched
the
Jersey
most
Shore.
roided out and the most rages.
Wasn't Paulie D?
No.
What's his?
I don't
No.
know.
Ronnie.
His name was Ronnie?
Ronnie, yeah. I can't remember. What was the girl that he dated on the show?
Sammy Sweetheart?
Sammy Sweetheart. Right.
That
He
I
was-
know.
He was, violent and just like a nightmare. Shocker. He had the police called on him.
Bar fights all the
again
time?
By his ex-girlfriend. Who
Shocker.
told officers she was separating from him and needed help getting her things, I guess, from his crib. She called police on March 29th after the officers listed the call as a domestic dispute. 40-year-old Ronnie has a 5-bedroom, 5-bath, 3,700 square foot home in Miami. So there you go. Must be doing
It's probably
okay.
silly.
Probably silly.
very nice.
Even though he's a maniac.
All right, you entertained us, CB.
Of course,
Thank you
I
for doing
always
that.
do.
You
Thank
always entertain. Paul Taboni will join us coming up at 9. When we come back, we'll get into some audio from our pal Grant Paulson talking about, are Caps fans going to feel wanting if Ovi just retires all of a sudden right at the end of the season? Are Caps fans going to be shortchanged depending on what Alex Ovechkin's decision is going forward? We'll get into that next here on The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here. Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka is your go-to drink this golf season. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, people. No bubbles, no troubles. Try the new half and half variety pack, including flavors like raspberry half and half, in stores now. Cheers to hitting the fairways and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Paul Taboni, president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals. He will join us coming up at 9 o'clock. He joins us at that time slot every Wednesday throughout the Nationals season. We'll talk more Masters with Doug Bell late in the show at 9:40.
Who did he give as his walk-up? I forget.
I can't remember the name of the artist or the song.
It was the band from the movie Sandlot.
From the Sandlot, and it's it's an instantly recognizable
Yeah,
song.
we'd all
We've heard it a billion times.
Green beans or something.
I'd have to look it up again.
Yeah, but
I've
as soon as we
forgotten.
played it, I'd heard it a million times.
Yeah, so Wes, he will source that out and figure that out before Paul Taboni joins
All right, you got
us
homework, Wes.
at 9 o'clock.
All right.
All right, so we wanted to get into some audio here of Grant Paulson, part of the Grant and Danny Show. You can listen to here at 2 p.m. every weekday on 106.7 The Fan.
Green Onions.
Green Onions. That's the name of the song. Grant and Danny had a discussion about Alex Ovechkin. Would he retire? Would he not? And Grant is wondering, is Ovi doing the fans wrong if he all of a sudden just retires and doesn't give the chance for fans to give him a proper send-off and goodbye? This is Grant Paulson.
But I do think you'd be robbing the fan base a little bit of the opportunity to say thank you correctly. There's a lot of listeners that wouldn't be able to get in on Sunday, April 12th, because you're doing something. You got a Little League game. You're out of town. You're coming back from your Easter trip, whatever it is. If he would have announced it earlier in the year, people could have been coming all season long and saying their goodbyes. I get that he didn't want that. But if he would have done it 2 weeks ago, there's 4, 5, 6 home dates where people could have just come and paid their respects. Sounds really weird. Like, sounds like it's a posthumous, like, death type thing. But you get what I'm saying.
It's a career death.
A career death.
I mean, he's kind of right. I mean, like, you're not going to, most people aren't going to fly over to watch Ovi play in Russia. If he plays in the KHL, it'd be their last opportunity to see him here in the United States.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see it both ways. I can understand if Ovi doesn't want all of the distraction heading into the last 5 or 6 games of the season, and maybe he'll just spring it on the fan base
on Sunday.
On Saturday night after the game in Pittsburgh, maybe during his post game, he says, look, I'm going to retire. These are my last 2 upcoming games at home and at Columbus. Then I'm calling it a career. But I also see Grant's point where, people who've been going and watching Ovi for the last 20 plus years, they would like an opportunity to get in the building and say goodbye.
Standing O for O.
So I can see both sides.
It's his life. Okay, he can do what he wants.
Right.
But I would think that, and we've talked about this, he loves the fans. He respects the fans. I would think he would give them an opportunity to do that if he decides this is his last year.
Right.
So I would think that he would make an announcement on Sunday or before Sunday for the final home game. If he doesn't, and really hasn't decided yet, okay. If he doesn't really know that he wants to retire and he wants to wait, and maybe in June he decides or July, I can see that too.
If you don't hear an announcement,
But I think if he knows he wants to retire, 100%.
You're going to hear it.
I think you're going to hear it.
For sure. But if he doesn't announce, I'm going to say that means he's leaning towards coming back.
That he's leaving the door open for that.
Yeah, it's
Beyond
open.
leaving the door open, leaning.
To come back.
I could see that. If you don't hear anything from him this upcoming weekend after the game at Pittsburgh on Saturday, and then they're back here Sunday, also facing the Penguins, that leaves the door wide open for his potential return. Or like you said, maybe he just needs a month to go back to Russia, decompress,
hang out with
He's
the family.
surrounded by his family and his closest, his inner circle to make the decision way or another.
It could. And I would be surprised if he knows he wants to retire and doesn't make the announcement. If he doesn't make the announcement on Sunday, he doesn't know.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
I would say that.
Yeah, he's still conflicted about it.
He just doesn't know.
Yeah.
Because you would just say, hey, I'm coming back for another year at least. Don't worry.
Right.
You would just say that. I do think that he's conflicted.
But I would be disappointed as a fan if he knows and he just doesn't want all the attention.
Right.
And he doesn't say it. And he just leaves. And then in a month he announces it. I would be very disappointed.
That would be a weird.
I don't think he would do that. But
everyone knows he doesn't want all the attention.
Correct.
Like that's a given.
Correct.
We understand he doesn't love that.
But look at all the attention he got when he broke the record.
Right, and he didn't like it.
Yeah,
but
it was a distraction
to him. But he handled it.
Of course, he handled it great. He will suffer for one more big to do.
Yeah, and this is the bigger one.
But Does he want it to be a season-long, drawn-out
No,
thing?
no. Never.
No. That's why I don't think he would. If he decides to come back and play,
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to say this is my final season.
Right.
Before the season starts.
No.
Because he's going to
just
get that
say-
attention in every game.
He's going to say,
Right.
I'm going to decide it at the end of every year.
Yeah.
But I do think he's done.
So you think there's going to be an announcement on Saturday
That
night
I
or
don't
Sunday?
know. I mean, he may be waffling. It's like anything. Like you say, okay, I'm done. Then when the moment hits, you're like, am I really done? I could see you waffling.
I'm leaning towards him being done, but the fact that we haven't heard anything yet and there's only 4 games remaining, he could just spring it on us at any point.
I
like
think
any
you're
point from here until the Columbus game.
Does anybody want
he
to
could
take
spring it
a
on us.
wager?
That
I'll give you. We'll do a $5 wager. There's going to be a press release before the final home game at some point that this is, in fact.
All
So
right,
that's
well, I'll
between
bet
now
you-
and Sunday.
I'll
It's got
bet
to
you-
come soon.
I'll bet you $5.
Yeah.
That there's not.
Yeah.
All right.
Venmo.
Omnef, yes.
Venmo digital
I literally
dollars.
have no
I think I have $5 in my Omnef.
Mike
I have-
Marr, you have
I
to
have
keep
no.
track of this in Valdez's absence.
Drabby, you look like you're dying to say something.
Well, why can't he just have a retirement ceremony? Why does he have to have the farewell tour, the swan song? He can just retire in the summertime, and they'll do something in October.
Yeah.
Not as special. I don't know. I feel like
It's not.
could.
I think it's not special now if they do it. If they announce it a couple days beforehand, then he's got one last no build up to it.
I think that they would probably do both.
Oh, believe me. Let me tell you something. The ticket prices, wherever you're getting your tickets, they think there's certainly a build up. Mm-hmm. Because I know for a fact what those prices are going for that last home game.
Oh,
They're not
pricey.
cheap.
Let me look at the latest.
They're not cheap. And this is
tell
a
you
team
right
that
now.
won't be in the playoffs. It's 2 teams that won't be in the playoffs. I'm pretty sure. Who are they playing for they're playing Pittsburgh, right?
They're playing Pittsburgh for the final home game.
Okay, Pittsburgh's in.
Yeah, they're going to be in
Pittsburgh's
the
in. I'm
playoffs.
sorry.
Yeah.
But they're at least the ticket vendors are expecting some sort of an announcement.
Well, they're just preying on people on the unknown. I mean,
I know.
if people on the Caps organization don't know,
I wonder
people
if
buying tickets.
I wonder
definitely
if if there's someone who knows besides Ovi,
Looks
His
like
wife.
you can get in.
besides his wife, besides his family.
You can get in for right around $200 a ticket right now for the Pens Caps game. Like lowest
for an
lowest price.
otherwise meaningless game.
My cousin
Right.
spent $350 on 2 tickets, so $700.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at
for nosebleeds.
I'm looking at section 417.
Yeah.
Okay, that's upper level. $309 a ticket. Now
Think
it's
about that.
center ice upper level, so that's your better upper level
Yeah, yeah.
seat. But still, that's $300.
Correct.
So that there is anticipation that
That there's going to be
could
some
his final
sort
home
that
game.
there could be some sort of an announcement. But I'll bet $5 there
Or
won't be.
also, it could be, it's potentially the final matchup between Sid and Ovi.
True.
I mean,
That's also a big
that's
one.
feeding into it too. But I think people are more thinking,
Do people
this
think
is the end?
Do people think Sid's going to retire?
Haven't heard any word
what's
about
the
that.
age difference?
Sid is probably
2 or 3 years
I
younger?
have to look it up. I don't know how
Is he
old Crosby is.
37?
I don't know.
Sidney Crosby is currently 38. He turns
38.
39 in August.
So he's
he's
not that far behind. About
it's a
2
couple
years.
years behind Ovi.
Yeah.
But he hasn't made any announcement.
No.
Yeah. But
I think you're going to get I think there's going to be a statement overnight. You're going to wake up on Twitter or something. There's going to be a statement, and that this is it. And I don't know. I think
Then we do the Ovi tribute show.
I'm going to believe
All Ovi all the time.
I'm going to believe like the inside sources that say no one knows. He doesn't even know.
Right.
Ovi doesn't even
He's
know.
still wrestling with it.
I think,
and you can understand that.
I think they've gone under the assumption, but it's not official yet, and so everyone's waffling. Everyone's wondering, and I think
Yeah.
he might be waffling. It's hard if you say I'm going to retire, I'm going to retire, I'm going to retire, and then you don't really necessarily want to retire. You still love it a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I could see it.
I don't want him to announce it because that game's at 3:00 on Sunday, and that's the back nine of the Masters.
Well, let's not going to interrupt the
It's
Masters.
the second nine of the Masters.
I'm not missing the back nine. I'm calling it the back nine.
That's fine.
The back nine in
you get
Augusta.
thrown right out of
to watch
Augusta National.
all the Ovi fans cry.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
All right, when we come back, we'll be joined by Paul Taboni, president of baseball ops for the Washington Nationals. That's next here on The Fan.
This update brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Nationals cannot hold a lead against the Cardinals. The final 7-6 St. Louis in 10. James Wood and Curtis Mead with homers. Mead his first homer with the Nats.
Pitch golfed in the air, left center field, well struck for Mead. Back it goes to the fence, and it is gone. Into the first row of the red seats, caught by a fan there, and the Nationals have the lead for the first time tonight. 3-2.
The call on the Fan. Game 3 today at 4 p.m. on the Fan. Miles Michaelos starts for Washington. A big brawl between the Braves and the Angels. Braves pitcher Reynaldo Lopez and Angels DH Jorge Soler were ejected after a brawl between the two players last night. Capitals at the Maple Leafs tonight at 7:30 on the Fan. With 4 games remaining, the Caps trail 4 teams for the final wild-card playoff spot. Virginia has hired former Richmond coach Aaron Roussel as their new women's basketball coach. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
In 2026, we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's time now to head to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We say good morning to Paul Taboni, president of baseball ops for the Washington Nationals. Paul, good morning. How are you?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. So right before you came on, we played the highlight of Curtis Mead going yard yesterday against the Cardinals. I was unaware that he was Australian. It just shows you have to turn over every stone when you're scouting baseball players. They can come from all corners of the globe. Tell us how Curtis Mead started in Australia and now wound up with the Washington Nationals.
Yeah, so he was a good prospect coming out of Australia. He bounced around a couple different organizations. Blake Butera actually had him in A-ball, and he was formerly one of the top prospects in the game. He was part of a big trade. It was I think Curtis for Christopher Sanchez, and he's bounced around a couple different spots, and now we're lucky to have him. He's playing well, so it's been fun getting to know him a little bit. And I should say too, he likes messing with people about it. Like I think so when we traded for him, we're like, "Hey, where are you? And how long is it going to take to get to Philly?" And he's like, "I'm in Australia, so it's going to take whatever it was." Oh yeah, obviously he was messing with us, but he's got a good sense of humor.
Who did you guys trade to get him?
So that was the trade with the White Sox. So we traded a minor leaguer named Boston Smith, who's a catcher. He was a 6th rounder last year. So,
Gotcha.
Yeah, tough to see him go, but happy to have Curtis on board.
So let's talk about the positives first. All right. James Wood is starting to get into a groove, and I asked you about him last week, and he's got 4 home runs now. His batting average numbers are up by, I don't know, he was batting like 118 a couple, maybe 5 or 6 games ago. And he's back near 200. A couple hits yesterday. Hit his 4th bomb. He looks good. CJ's still hitting the ball. All right, he had a couple hits. Lyle's hitting the ball. So the offense is good. I mean, the offense, where you guys rank in most of the categories, you're top 5 in average, runs scored, home runs, RBIs. Just talk about, especially with James, just talk about how the offense is clicking right now.
Yeah, the offense is humming. And we've faced some pretty good pitching teams in obviously the Dodgers, Phillies, Cubs. Now we got St. Louis. So they've just been putting together really consistently good at bats, in my opinion, and that's been fun to see. And yeah, Woody. I mean, I think I mentioned it last week, right? When he's really doing a good job. Forcing pitchers over the plate and swinging at those pitches, he's going to have a lot of success. He hits the ball so freaking hard that he'll be good. So, and then not that you asked, but for Woody specifically, like it ain't just the offense. You saw that play the other night.
Oh yeah, that was great.
He's that was great. He stole a bag last night in a big moment. So really in all phases, he's been good. And yeah, CJ too. CJ's at bats have been awesome. Talk about him, like especially relative to last year. He's chasing less pitches out of the zone, and same thing. Like, yeah, he doesn't have the power that Woody has, but anytime that you're doing a better job attacking strikes and laying off balls, you're going to have more success.
Yeah, and Weimer's still getting on base.
Yeah, Joey's been good. He he had that big hit last night, and once again, he's putting together consistently good at bats, especially against lefties. But even in his spot starts against righties, he's been putting together competitive at bats.
I'm a Brady house guy. I like Brady. I know some people give him a hard time for not having a lot of power yet. I think that's been like maybe a point of emphasis for him. My buddy here does a podcast on the Nats. He says you got to ask him about an extension for Brady.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about that. Not just Brady, but others as well. It's been a popular thing amongst the league over the course of the last, especially the last month or two. I came from Boston. There was probably 6 or 7 players we did it with Roman Anthony and Crochet and Bayo and Saddam Rafael and these guys. So, yeah, I mean, it's something that I have some history with, and I think it's just like one of kind of many leverage you can pull to create a really good team over the long run. So, yeah, it'll be something that's on our mind, not just over the course of the next couple months, but over the next few years, just doing these extensions generally.
Well, the one you got to do is Woody. If you're going to do an extension.
But that's the impossible one, because you got the Boris factor.
Yeah, well, that's true. He's got Boris. I forgot about that.
Right?
Yeah, that's I mean, what you guys are getting at is a huge part of it. There has to be, the player has to really, really want it. You know what I mean? And not to say any of these guys don't. It's just, you don't want to be put in a position where you're like, you put a number in front of a player. They say no, and then they're thinking about it, and it's wearing on them. So. It's just, there are a lot of kind of elements to it I learned over the course of the last few years, and there's just got to be mutual interest, and if there is, then great. We can hopefully work towards getting something done, and if not, totally fine too. Woody's going to be here for a long time, Brady's going to be here for a long time, everyone else. So we're excited to have him.
I hope so. I just kind of talking about that same topic. It's got to be so difficult. I don't care who your agent is, Paul. I mean, when the Pirates come to Connor Griffin's table and go, all right, you're 19, but we're going to give you 140 or 150 million. How can you turn that down as a 19-year-old?
I know. Yeah, it's a great question.
You can't.
It's pretty much, yeah. It's got to be tough, and yeah, I mean, you really never have to worry about money again, nor do your kids and probably grandkids. Yeah, people are motivated by different things. There are some folks, obviously, that turn it down, but it's all up to the individual.
All right, so is there help on the way, pitching wise, bullpen wise? Where are we at with that?
Yeah, Paul, you guys should have 3 more wins. You should have won the last game of the Dodgers series. You should have won the last game of the Phillies series, and you should have won last night. That's 3.
Yeah, no, I think you guys are you're hitting the nail on the head here. So. I think first off, we got to be better. We got to be much better. The staff knows that. Player group obviously knows that. I think there are 2 main things we got to do better. You saw it last night. We were just giving free passes to guys, especially leading off innings that can just be deflating. And so we got to be better attacking. And then when we get to 2 strike counts, we got to do a better job putting guys away. So. You saw it with that big hit that Church had last night where he went yard. We had him up against the ropes in a 1-2 count, but we got to be able to finish him off at a higher rate. So, and
he was 0 for 22 before that at bat.
I know. We actually, we like the matchup, and I guess that's sometimes the cool thing about baseball is it doesn't always work out that way. But
yeah.
You said that you like to watch the games from the stands oftentimes, right? That's kind of your thing, more so than the box?
I'll bounce back and forth.
So are you demonstrative? Are you like cursing? Are you a fist? You know what I mean? You hit the table? Are you kicking your beer? Like, I know you're not drinking a beer, but you know what I'm saying.
I'm gonna guess he's more of a Zen guy, more down the
I
middle.
mean,
That's my guess.
He seems like a chill guy, but you never know, Cake.
Yeah,
could be a wild
he's
man.
a competitor too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, on the spectrum of being chill to throwing a beer bottle against the wall, I think I'm farther down the side of the spectrum of being chill. I stay pretty level-headed, but I mean, like anyone, like when you're so close to it, connected to it, like when, especially when things go great and we hit a go-ahead home or whatever it is, like I think you got to be crazy not to let some emotion out. So, all of us, I think, are fans, like at heart, and we love it. So, man, it's fun. Those exciting moments, it's fun to let some emotion out.
Yeah, but I mean, like first, walk after walk.
Oh, he's not happy.
I mean, you're stomping your feet a little bit. I mean, something.
Yeah, I'm not happy, but I try and pride myself on people not knowing that I'm not happy.
I got you.
Hey, what do you do? What do you do a couple hours before a game? Are you down on the field talking to the players, or I can't remember if Rizzo was a player guy on the field, or if he was just up in his office doing work.
I
but
think you kind of wander around a little bit.
But do you go down the field and talk to the guys during BP, or what's your routine a couple hours before first pitch?
Yep, I'm doing all that. I think that's really important. Like just the staying close with the player group, obviously the staff. We have meetings leading up to the game, not meetings that I'm running, but just like for instance, game planning meetings on the hitting side or the pitching side or whatever it might be. Like how we're thinking through strategy in game and kind of Blake sharing his thoughts and that sort of thing. So there are a good amount of meetings and conversations that I'm a part of. Really just wanted to make sure that, like, hey, for instance, whatever approach we're deploying offensively against, Matthew Liberatore, I know it going in, and you can kind of watch the game with that context in mind.
Is it because I remember Rizzo? I'm pretty sure used to do that like post game thing with Davey too. They sit down there after every game and talk about situations, etc. You do that too? Is that pretty standard?
Yeah, that's pretty standard. We do that every day, and we don't try and stay there till 2:00 in the morning. But
touch base.
It's different than the NBA and the NFL. It's a long year. You know what I mean? So you make a habit out of that. I think you run yourself into the ground. So, but yeah, no. Some of those things I think are really helpful to talk through, and Blake is so awesome, man. It's the conversations have been great, and our whole staff they've been great. So. I enjoy them because I think it's not just a way to get better, but it's a way to come closer as a group.
Paul, I mean, you're a young dude, and I'm blown away when they show dugout shots of Blake, and then when Simon Matthews comes out to talk to pitchers, he looks like he's a junior in college. I mean, how young you guys are! It's just so much different than what Nats fans have been used to for the last few years. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I thought I don't know if Blake said it or who said it before, but I thought it was said very well, which was he said something to the effect of, like when you think about players, right, and these players can go out and play, and they might be 21, 22 years old. You talk about Connor Griffin, right?
Right.
Connor Griffin goes out and balls out, right? People are just talking about Connor Griffin being really good. They're not talking about him being really young. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
I almost liken it to that way as a staff, right? Like the tide turns, I think, pretty quick. Where folks, at least in the clubhouse, kind of forget that like Blake is this young. He's just like, oh no, this guy's got his what together. So same deal with Simon or anyone else.
Yeah. All right. So talk about Cade last night. I know you were talking about the walks, and he threw 94 pitches and didn't get out of the fifth. He had the 4 walks. He had the rough first inning, but he kind of settled down. He threw the ball well, besides giving up those 4 free bags. Talk about him last night.
Yeah, I think the big thing for him, and he would say this himself, like it goes back to the point I was making before. He's good when he's doing an okay job getting ahead of hitters. He's great when he's in count leverage and that breaking ball he's able to put guys away with. And so I think especially just earlier in counts, just doing a better job landing his pitches, getting ahead of hitters, and getting them on the rope, so to speak. I know I've said that a couple times now. Like that's how we get the best version of him. So I think this outing and his last outing, he's been fighting himself a little bit to get in zone the way he wants to, but that'll be the key for him going forward. He knows it. His mix plays plenty well. Now it's just about doing it, which he will.
All right, so today, final game of the series, it's going to be Miles Michaelis against McGreevy. McGreevy's got an ERA of under 2.7. Michaelis is 2 rough starts, 14.5 ERA. What's he have to do today?
Yeah, so he's facing his old team. You guys probably know he's probably going to have some emotion. But I think he knows these guys pretty well. He's played with the majority of them for years now. So for me, it just comes down to him executing his plan. And Miles he's been in the league for so long. I think he knows how to get these guys out. It just comes down to being able to execute. And so that'll be the key for him today. Hopefully he can throw well, and our offense can continue to play well. Defense, base running, same deal, and we can come out ahead.
All right, can you give us a cruise update and potential timeline, things that you're looking for?
Yes. So Dylan, he had a good game last night. Last few games, he's playing well. So. What we talked about before, nothing has changed, right? Like the more Dylan can force guys into the zone, and for him to find barrels when they are forced into the zone, the better off we're going to be. You guys know the athlete; you've seen it. Like he's gonna be good in the outfield. He's going to be good on the base pass. I think it just comes down to, hey, let's make sure that we're getting the best version of him offensively. So. In terms of your question about a timeline, I'm not to just dodge the question, but I don't love putting timelines on these because a lot can change.
Are the things you're looking for, maybe not a timeline, but okay, if he shows me X, Y, and Z, then we know we're good. We're ready.
Yeah, he is trending better. Yeah. He is trending better. Spring training was what it was, but I feel like he's trending better, and seems like he's in a good space mentally too, and really attacking his work with high intention, and yeah, he's going to be back with us. The question of when, like, that's just something I don't have a great feel for right now. But like I said, things can change pretty quick.
All right, man.
Paul, thanks as always for the time. We'll talk to you again next week.
Let's get a win today.
4:05 out at Nats Park. Of course, you can listen to it right here on 106.7 The Fan. Thanks again.
Paul.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, sounds good, fellas. Thanks for having me on.
All right, buddy.
That's Paul Taboni, president of baseball ops for your Washington
Looks like
Nationals.
Dylan in his last 4 games is 7 for 16.
Yeah.
Couple, 2, 3
Clary
runs scored.
told me he's doing well.
Yeah.
He's doing well. It sounds like that call-up could come at any time.
Yeah.
If he keeps hitting, it
Bring
could
him
come
up.
up at any
He's
time.
hitting,
hot.
hitting 275 right now.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's the case.
Yep.
All right, coming up later on the show at 9:40, Doug Bell will join us, golf anchor for PGA Tour Radio. We will talk Masters with him coming up at 9:40. Doug Bell from PGA Tour Radio will join us to talk Masters. But before that, we've got full-on boots on the ground from Augusta.
Play the music, Kicks. Come on, buddy.
Matt Valdez checking in.
This is perfect because I really wanted to hear from Matt.
How's he calling in?
They have payphones and stuff like that.
He's on a payphone?
I don't know.
Matt.
Guys, you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
What's going on?
Are you on a payphone?
Did you go back
yeah,
to your car?
I'm at the courtesy phones right now at Amen Corner. The line's butt long, by the way.
He's on a payphone.
All right, so give me the rundown. Give me what time you showed up, your immediate impression, like even of the parking lot. Give me the whole deal.
Well, I woke up at 4 o'clock because I was butt excited. Right. And then the group didn't leave until about 5:45 this morning.
Okay.
And then it was about an hour and 20-minute drive into Augusta. By the way, this thing is it's like a military operation where they have you park and then walking in and they usher you in.
They're so nice. Everyone's so nice.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's talking so quietly, too, which is very weird. Yeah. And then we did the Founder Circle picture. And you should see all the merch sluts out here carrying their gnomes. It's making me bitter. And then,
suffice to say, you didn't get one. I mean, from the sound of it, no chance.
We're not hitting the merch shop until the end of the day. So hopefully they've restocked it by then. And then we walked down 10, and then we're on Amen Corner right now.
Right,
I had
hold on. I need more detail. When you first got out of your car, unless you parked someplace different, weren't you just struck by how green the freaking parking lot is?
Everything looks like AstroTurf. The grass
surreal,
doesn't look real.
Right?
It doesn't look real.
It's surreal.
Yeah.
What about the size of the slopes and the hills and the undulations and all that? Does that jump out at you right away when you get on the grounds?
It butt hilly. I thought people were going to take a tumble walking down 10.
Right.
We've already lost like everybody in our group. We have a rally point and a rally time. So
how many of the holes have you walked so far?
So far, it's only 3.
Okay.
It's the whole operation to get your picture at Founder Circle it takes a lot of time.
Right.
So everyone had to go get their pictures first, and then finally we're walking the course currently. And we started on the back instead of the front.
Gotcha. Right.
And then what is your impression of that? You've been through Amen Corner, you said?
I'm staring at number 12. Kind of looks like renditions.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you seen a squirrel yet?
No squirrels. We've had our eyes glued trying to find them. We haven't seen a single squirrel.
What about the birds that are all over Jason Day's vest and shirts? Have you seen a bunch of birds?
Are they flying around?
Haven't seen Jason Day, but looks like a fisherman. Then I know what it is.
Did you walk by the range yet?
We walked by the putting green, walked by the range, haven't sat in the stands to watch anyone really hit yet.
All right. What about on the putting green? Did you see any big names that people?
Yeah, I saw Morikawa. I think he's going to pull out because his back looked like EB's.
Yeah.
Really? He doesn't look good walking around?
Yeah. It's also butt cold out.
Yeah, it's chilly. What time does the par 3 start today?
Noon, I think.
11:50. They told you to get there.
Oh, 11:50. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And so you're just going to walk the entire par 3? You're just going to sit on one hole? What are you going to do?
Well, we're going to walk the entire course first, and then we'll find a spot on the par 3 and just post up and watch people bring their kids out and have them hit putts, which they shouldn't do. It should be more competitive.
Have you had your first drink yet? Cocktail, beer?
Actually, I have a crow's nest right now.
Oh, nice.
What is
Talk
that?
about the crow's nest.
It's basically tastes like a blue moon.
Okay. All right, cool. All right. All right, so today's is going to be an awesome day. It's going to be about 70 degrees. It's going to be beautiful.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Junks listeners. I already had one come up to me and say what's up.
Oh, really?
Oh, very
Oh,
nice.
yeah.
Very nice.
Oh,
All right.
that's
Do they give you? Because I don't remember this. Did they give you a sheet as to like who's where?
Yeah. I have practice tee times and pairings and everything. I just saw Scotty stuff one on 11, so that was sick.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Scotty looks silly.
Because they're showing, it must be old footage. I see him on the range. Was it there?
Yeah, sometimes they show old.
It could be
clips
taped
of it.
away.
Yeah. All right. So, how excited are you? Like, so far? Has it met every expectation?
I mean, it's just a herd of golf donks. Like, I mean, everyone loves golf around here, but it's so far so good.
How did I describe the surrounding area?
Actually, we kind of came in the back way, and then I'm looking around. It looked like Potomac, not Laurel.
Oh, it did.
Really?
Is that
The
a
back
glow
way?
up?
Oh, I didn't see that part.
Augustus had a glow up that we don't know about?
I didn't see that part. I don't know where he's coming from.
It looks silly. I mean, I'm talking about the front porch is as big as my house.
Yeah, I didn't see
So
any of
you
that.
missed that part of Augusta.
No, I
EB.
came down the Route 1 part.
Yeah. Somehow. You missed the swanky part of Augusta.
All right. Did you you had to turn your phone in, so you could bring a camera, but you didn't bring a camera, did you?
Yeah, I have a camera. I'm going to take a bunch of pics.
Yeah, take a bunch of pics. All right, excellent.
What kind of camera are you lugging around Augusta?
I have like a 2010 Sony like cyber shot from back in the
perfect.
day.
Okay.
That's all you need.
All right.
That's all you need.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, excellent.
All right, well, have
take
fun.
a bunch of shots, enjoy it, drink it all in.
Spend some money at the merch tent.
Are you? By the way,
That's a given.
Are you dipping?
No, why?
I'm just wondering. Like, would
Oh
you?
no, I haven't. No, I haven't put a fatty in yet. I'm
But
too
you
scared
would-
to spit on the ground.
Not
Yeah,
yet.
I wonder. Are you going to spit on the ground? That's what I
Yeah.
wondered.
I just saw Colin Morikawa in a golf cart with a guy. I don't know
Well,
if
I
that
think
means.
that was when he pulled out.
Oh, that was an old clip.
Yeah,
oh
that
yeah,
was
because
when
there's
he pulled
there's
out.
Morikawa right there. Okay.
He
Gotcha.
doesn't look good. He
Well,
looks
let's see how he swings it. All right, Matt. Have fun today, bud.
All right, will do.
Okay, buddy.
Thanks for the
calling,
check-in.
bud.
Appreciate that.
Yep.
All
See you
right,
guys.
buddy.
That's
See ya.
one Matt Myers, a.k.a. Valdez, checking in from Augusta National.
I'm
Where,
just
yes, he's on a payphone.
I'm just on YouTube, and I just put in drive into Augusta for the Masters.
Yeah.
And the town, it does look like Manassas.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Laurel.
Yeah, I mean this particular shot, this whatever drive this is, I don't know what road it is, but it does.
It looks like Route 1.
It's strip.
Yeah, you drive by the old Hooters, which
Yeah,
is no
everything.
longer there. They have a Bonefish, or they
It's
used to.
strip mall central.
Yes.
By the way, you guys sleep a little bit on the glow up in College Park. Like Route 1 it's being transformed.
I get it.
I don't know.
Well,
I haven't been there.
You haven't been there in a while.
I haven't been there in a
But
long
the
time.
old Route 1
Yeah.
has
Yeah.
basically almost all of it's been demolished.
Is that because of the metro?
Well, no,
No,
it's
it's
just,
just
new high rises,
high-rises,
just new
commercial
stuff.
new
properties,
retail development, new grocery stores? I mean, it doesn't look like the College Park that we were used to
I got you.
back in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a different animal.
that's true.
Just hotels going up everywhere and condos.
Yeah.
Condo, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like TikTok liquor's done.
I probably
dead.
won't be at College Park until next. Well, I don't know what the date is when the Hokies play the Terps. It's probably the next time I'll be in College Park.
Are you still
Probably
gonna,
right.
still going to be a Hokies groupie?
Wesley West. What date is that?
September 19th.
Yeah, that's when I'll be in College Park.
Are you still going to? Are you going to be a? It's like both your daughters are done, right?
They're done. Yeah,
And you're still going to be a groupie though. You're still going to go to the games,
I'll probably go to one. I mean,
One
I
a
used to
year.
go. I used to go to 3 or 4,
right?
but I'll probably go to one.
Right.
But I'll go to the one here when the Hokies come here.
Why don't you come to the good side, root for the Terps, root for the good guys?
I spent too much. I spent too much money down in
I know
Blacksburg.
you have allegiance to the Virginia Tech. It
Yeah.
makes sense. I understand.
But this is going to be a big year for the Hokies because everyone's looking forward to James Frank.
Well,
Sure.
Franklin's the real deal.
It's exciting.
Yep. But so College Park is just booming, huh?
It is.
It's just different.
It's definitely different than before.
Mm-hmm.
All right, don't forget, coming up next, Doug Bell, golf anchor for PGA Tour Radio and CBS Sports
You might have some
HQ.
winners for us, right?
We'll talk Masters and betting angles with him. He'll join us next. Red Wing, the legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since 1905, is expanding beyond shoes for the first time. Known for its unmatched quality, fit, and durability on the job site, Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with a new work apparel line. Our friends at Red Wing hooked up the Junks with hoodies, long-sleeve shirts, and graphic tees. I love my Red Wing brown hoodie, kind of like the same one that Drab T-shirt has, and my brand new boots. Both are comfortable to wear in studio, during the show, and when I'm working around the house or just out and about. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection. Time to head to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We welcome in Doug Bell, golf anchor for PGA Tour Radio and CBS Sports HQ. Good morning, Doug. How are you?
Hey, guys. How are you? It's funny. I was going through some old photos before I came over to Augusta, and I found 1988. I'm an old guy. A picture of Arnold Palmer and myself in front of the clubhouse in the back by the oak tree. And I hadn't seen that picture. You know, you find it, you blow the dust off of it, and you're like, wow.
You know what?
Really?
You got to frame
long?
Dude, you got to frame that up.
Yeah.
Put it up in the house.
I got to.
Dude, I could be wrong here, but I think I'm such a geek. I think I just know. Did Sandy Lyle win in '88?
Oh, good call.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, and he beat my friend Mark Calcavecchia, who I played high school golf against, with that great bunker shot on the 72nd hole. Remember?
Yes.
That huge lip in the bunker, and he hit it up and over and up on the green. So, yeah, good call there, man. Good call.
That's just one of those weird ones you remember. I mean, obviously everyone remembers '86.
Yeah, he's old too, Doug. You're not the only old guy on the horn right here.
That's
right.
We're all old.
But how exciting
Cheers
is
to
this?
all the old guys.
I mean, still for you, all these years, is it still just as exciting for you to cover it?
It is, guys. You know, listen, I've been doing it a long time, and I've covered everything. You know, we just had the Final Four. I've been there, Super Bowl. Of course, living in Alabama, I was with Alabama, all those national championships. On and on and on the list goes. But, yeah, this is the one week I can honestly say that I get more hype than anything else. And, I think it's because a couple of things. Number one, it's a week-long excursion as opposed to, a game in itself. And the fact that I get to see all these old champions. Last night I hung out at the oak tree. I always do late because I want to see the champions come out on the veranda and that second level and just see Jack and Gary Player. Tommy Aaron, Charles Coody, some of these old champions, these guys are and it's awesome. And if I stayed anywhere else, I don't know where I'd stay because the hotels are crazy, and I guess you could drive maybe an hour or something. But I'm very, very lucky. And listen, it's funny. The people in the house never see me because I'm up early. I want to get up early before anybody else and beat the traffic.
Right.
And then I want to stay late, like last night. And when I get back, they're out to dinner or something like that. So they love me. They're like, we never see Doug. We know he's here because the bed's messy, but we never see him.
Is this a house that's just owned by a family that rents it out, or is it owned by members? Yeah, okay.
No, and what a business deal that is for the families, and they've been doing it for decades and decades. They go on vacay, and they rent these nice houses out for a lot of money. How much they charge a lot of money. So it's a good business deal for them.
But CBS has the money; they can pay whatever to have you.
Hey. Needless to say, 70 years now, CBS has been televising the Masters. 90 years for the tournament, 70 years for CBS. No other network has ever carried the Masters. Think about that.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Very cool. Hey, I wanted to ask you about Scotty. Okay, so Scotty hasn't played in a while. He and his wife had their second kid. So Remy, and but when his last couple tournaments, he finished T22 and T24. So you're not used to seeing Scheffler, outside the top 10. Certainly not outside the top 20. I know people are still talking about him. He's the favorite. I was just looking at this betting angle. Scotty Scheffler versus Rory this week in a tournament matchup. Scheffler's minus 180, Rory's plus 150. And Rory hasn't played well either he hadn't played in about 3 or 4 weeks. So talk to me about your expectation for the defending champion Rory and the guy Scotty who won it 2 years ago, and then he won it in 2022. So I got to think, I kind of like Scheffler, even though I'm laying 180, I kind of like Scheffler in a tournament matchup over Rory. Talk to me.
Yeah. Let me give you a Cliff Notes version because we could talk about this for an hour. Scotty comes in 5 years in a row now as the number one ranked player in the world. The only other player to do that at the Masters was Tiger, which is kind of neat in itself. The only player in the last 40 years to take 3 weeks off prior to the Masters and win is Adam Scott. 4 decades, one guy's taken 3 weeks off. So Scotty now has 3 weeks off. Didn't want to take 3 weeks off, but a baby got in the way. Remy was born, so they're celebrating that. Remy and his other little boy and the whole family are in Augusta in a house, which to me is a distraction. And I don't mean that in any negative way at all. Wow. I had little babies, but I just know they take away from your preparation, and he's a preparation guy. And so far now for 3 weeks, he hasn't prepared like he usually does for a major. With that said, when you go head-to-head with Rory, again, only 3 guys have ever repeated. Obviously, Jack, Nick Faldo, and Tiger. Hard to do. And after the exultation that Rory had last year, winning and looking up at the heavens, and oh my goodness, I mean, you could just see it in his face. I think it's really hard for him to go back-to-back. I just don't see that happening because, he's enjoyed the moment. Last night at that Champions Dinner and his press conference, it was the most relaxed Rory McIlroy I can ever remember. No more questions about can you do it, battle scars, all the negative stuff. So he's relishing in the moment. So you have 2 guys with potential flaws, right? The 2 best in the world, 1 and 2. And I think if you're looking for somebody to bet, I would always bet on Scotty.
Yeah.
He's the guy.
What about we had Sands on yesterday. We always have Sands on. He's great.
I love Steve.
What about Rosie? I don't think people quite realize.
Yeah, what an amazing career he's had, really. And here's the deal. He played, I was out in San Diego when he won at Torrey Pines, led wire to wire, and what did he win by 7 shots or whatever it was? It was a dominant performance. But again, that was the best I've ever seen Rosie earlier this year, and he's 45 years old. I mean, it was a phenomenal performance. But since then has not played well. Last year coming into the Masters, he'd missed all these cuts. And that's what happens every year. We're going to see it again, guys. Somebody who's been off the radar screen is suddenly going to post a nice opening round and be right there. And that's what happened to Rosie. Great opening round, kind of hung around, and then obviously the bogey at 17 on Sunday really cost him the green jacket against Rory. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I think he peaked earlier this year in the PGA Tour with that win, and I just don't see him picking up where he left off a year ago. It's so hard to do from year to year, and we're talking about Rory impossible to go back-to-back. Not impossible, but I think it's improbable. And I think for Rosie, I think last year was his moment. He had that opportunity. If he hadn't stubbed his toe on the 71st hole, he would have won by a shot. So I think that was his moment. And even though he's a guy who keeps himself in incredible physical condition for a 45-year-old and takes it very seriously, I mean, he doesn't mess around. He does all the things that you have to do to try to stay on top of your game. I think it's hard to rekindle that chemistry and everything that was going into it last year. I don't see Rosie finishing in the top 10 this year at the Masters.
All right.
Yeah.
What about the live guys, the ex-live guys, and the current? You know what I mean? Now you got Brooksy and Reed back, and so they're kind of in everybody's good graces. And say what you want about Bryson, he always finds a way to be competitive, and he's talked a little smack about Augusta before, par 67, etc. Hasn't been able to pull through on it, but it was better last year. Who else am I missing? John Rahm. Yeah, a lot of people have high expectations for John. Maybe which of those guys, if any, do you think could pull it off?
Bryson, and here's the guy. Here's the interesting thing about Bryson, right? He's in the last year of his live contract. He's won the last 2 live events, South Africa and Australia, 72-hole events. Still the longest hitter in the world. He's hit more golf balls in the range this week than anybody else. They tracked that at Augusta National.
So crazy.
The first day, VJ hit more than anybody. Think about that, 63 years old. But as the week has progressed, Bryson has hit more shots and more drivers than anybody else.
So
and
great.
To think Augusta tracks that is just really, really neat. But here's the deal with DeChambeau. Last 2 years, top 10 finishes, has played great. Didn't play great the last day with Rory last year. But if Bryson DeChambeau, and the golf course is set up perfectly for him. It's a bomber's paradise, and what he says is true. He hits it a long way, goes into these par 4s with these lofted clubs that not many people do. Par 5s are par 4s for him, and that's the game plan. Let's dominate 2, 8, 13, and 15. And if he wins, guys, here's the deal. If he wins, he will demand from LIV the highest contract of any sports athlete in history, more than Messi in soccer, more than LeBron, whatever that exorbitant contract is, he's getting the NBA $50 million or whatever. DeChambeau will go to LIV and say, hey, I want to be the highest paid athlete in the world. And in order for LIV, I think, to continue, this is if he wins the Masters, maybe even if he doesn't, they're going
They
to
can't
have to
afford
keep
to
Rahm
lose
and
him.
DeChambeau.
They can't afford
Can't
to lose
afford to lose him.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, how much money is this guy going to make? So it's a big week for Bryson. I don't think he's thinking in those terms. Maybe he is. Maybe his agent is. But we need to talk about that. This guy's on the verge of something pretty crazy in professional golf. To think a professional golfer could be making more than a world-class soccer player, an NBA player, an NFL quarterback is absolutely mind-boggling. I think John Rahm is close.
Yeah.
But DeChambeau will get even more money if he wins the green jacket. And again, bottom line is this. His game is absolutely perfectly suited for Augusta National. He will win a green jacket. Could it be this week? Absolutely. Could it be in the future? Definitely.
Hope you're right. I took him in one of my pools. Another guy.
Yeah, you should.
Another guy, Doug, real quick. We got about three minutes here.
Yep.
Xander Schauffele. He best finish was T2 in 2019. He finished T8 last year. He finished 8th in 24. He finished 10th in 23, 3rd in 21. He balls out at Augusta.
Yep.
He's plus 130 to finish top 10. You like it?
Yeah, CBS had me on the other night. Top 8 guys who are major champions who have not won a Masters. He's my number 1 guy, guys. Number 4 in the world rankings. Like you said, tied for 8th last year. Didn't play great last year. He was injured most of the year.
Right.
5 out of 8 top 10s playing at the Masters. He's 32 years old. Winners of the last 10 years, average age has been 32 years of age, top 10 in the world, and a great history at the Masters. He checks all the boxes.
Hey, Doug,
the X-Man.
In 30 seconds or less, give us your favorite wild card, a long shot that might make some noise.
Okay, you guys are going to go crazy. Brooks Koepka, guys, I'm telling you, it's going to be a great storyline. Before he missed the cut at Houston, was number 1 strokes gained approach shots on the PGA Tour. People didn't realize that. Best iron player on the PGA Tour this season. Since he was last in putting in his debut at Torrey Pines, he's moved up 25 spots every week in putting.
Okay.
He's just clicking up the ladder on the PGA Tour. Great history here. Finished second in 19 when Tiger won, 23 when he played in the last group with Rahm. Brooks Koepka, in his comeback season, wins the Masters. Can you see the headline?
Oh, that would be crazy.
Doug, thanks as always. We appreciate
Have fun
the time.
this week.
Enjoy it. It's Doug Bell, golf
Thanks,
anchor for
fellas.
PGA
Thank you,
Tour
buddy.
Radio and CBS Sports HQ.
I love DB because he likes to pick fatties.
Yeah, and he gave you a nice little long shot there, Brooks Koepka.
Yeah, it might be a nice top 10 wager.
There are a few bucks on that.
Yeah.
This is a great time to be
But
alive.
tomorrow we'll do our draft.
Just wanna
Yes,
hold on
bright
for,
and early.
Can I hold on for another week? I just want to make it through to Sunday.
All you have to do is make it through Master Sunday,
Make it
AB.
through to Sunday.
I think you have another 5 or 6 days left in you.
Yeah.
I think you're going to make it. I'm not going to guarantee it.
Yeah, you can't guarantee it.
I mean, I'm not
Don't
Kyle
jinx me.
Shanahan.
Don't jinx
I can't guarantee you're going to make it through to Sunday, but I think your odds are probably pretty good.
If I was ever on my deathbed, I would make it through to Sunday.
Yes, I know you would do that. All right, we have to get out of here. We are done for the day. Coming up next, it's B. Mitch and Zabe here on The Fan.
For the third straight day, the Nationals watched as their bullpen blew a late lead. This time, their lineup wasn't able to pick their relievers up. Nats dropped their matchup with the Cardinals 7-6 in 10 innings. Keeping it in Major League Baseball, rookie shortstop Connor Griffin and the Pittsburgh Pirates are in agreement on a 9-year extension, locking up the top prospect in baseball less than a week after his Major League debut. The deal is worth $140 million per ESPN, which is the largest guarantee in Pirates history, as well as for a player in his rookie season. And last night, the Wizards fell to the Bulls 129-98 in the opener of a 2-game series against Chicago. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Easing in on a hump day Wednesday, it is B. Mitch and Finley. Zabe sitting in for JP all week, who is in Scotland right now, not playing golf, believe it or not.
Well, I hope he's gotten to a mindset and at least got him a round in. I think one round of golf with a week being there is not turning your nose up at the fam. And it should be granted.
Acceptable.
I think it should be granted because it's golf. That's the origination.
Yes,
and
it's the motherland.
Yeah, if you're
the
there,
homeland.
I think you need just like, baby, go play golf. Don't worry about me. I'm good.
Well, he's there visiting the grandparents of Scottish
They're
origin.
probably like, dude, you're not going to play golf?
Well, I mean, I would imagine the grandparents want every minute with those beautiful girls of JP's that they can get. So I don't
And
think
that's the
they
way I
need-
would keep it. I would give them it.
That's exactly right. So good to have JP over there. I'm glad to be in the chair again today with B. Mitch. And boy, do we got stuff to talk about
Yes,
today.
we do.
Also, White Brian is back from Augusta and has come bearing gifts. The vaunted, legendary, and absurdly affordable pimento cheese sandwich right here in its little green Masters wrapper. And I note chilled. My first question when I was offered these by you, White Brian, was please tell me he kept them refrigerated the entire journey back from Augusta.
See, he kept his refrigerated without it being soggy. The guy that sits in that seat where you're at, he brought us some back. He went to the store and got some frozen peas and put them in with the thing.
Oh, really?
Frozen peas are going, once you just lay them outside of the freezer, they are going to defrost.
Okay.
And our sandwiches were soggy.
Okay, so White Brian, can you please vouch for the freshness of this sandwich before I decide to plunge in and take a bite?
Yes, so they went directly from concession stand to cooler to fridge to cooler to fridge.
Okay, did you get them at the concession stand on your way out the gates?
I did.
Okay, very smart. Good
JP
man.
had his like on a Friday, and we got him on a Monday.
And did anybody have projectile diarrhea?
I didn't need them.
Or vomiting?
I didn't need it.
It's a bit of a risk. Now, I'm not a huge fan of pimento per se, so it's a bit of a reach for my 10-year-old palate, but I could probably stomach it. I would feel rude, White Brian, not eating at least a bite of this to get a taste of the Masters tournament.
I'm sure they'll still be pretty good. A little
Okay,
cold.
so you kept them fresh. Right out of the gate to the cooler. Walker, you got yours right there? You ready to go? You're
I'm
ready
with
to
you,
dig
Zane.
in.
Let's get
Okay.
it. I'm
All
a
right.
little nervous, but let's do it.
Corporate Clary,
Well,
you
Jeff,
got yours?
Jeff, you got that little weak stomach. Hell,
Yeah.
anything makes your stomach go
Yeah.
wild.
So just be prepared.
Okay, so to start the show, here's to the greatest golf tournament ever
There's
created.
a possibility I may be producing, answering
Hosting.
calls, and hosting the show by myself.
I'm excited.
Here is to a tradition unlike any other. The Masters Tournament and pimento cheese sandwiches.
Get it.
Cheers.
The bread looks fresh.
I mean, it's your standard white bread.
Yeah, but it looks fresh.
I mean-
some bread you can look at it and say that stuff there is not fresh.
I need a burger patty between this.
Okay.
Yeah,
This is
good. It's good. I just need a burger with it.
White Brian, these are still sold for $1.50 down there, correct?
$1.50.
Okay. Now, many people rave, given the price of modern concessions at ballparks and big events. What a deal. I'm here to say, though, this basic bitch white bread cheese sandwich at $1.50 is still wildly overpriced. Like, let's not. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Come on, Clary. Look at this thing. Do you know the kind of margins the Augusta National Golf Club is making on this sandwich?
I don't
This
think
is a
they're- I don't
cheap
think they're-
sandwich.
I don't think they're great margins compared to.
Yeah, they are.
You go somewhere else and get a pimento cheese sandwich, $8.95.
$8.95 for this?
Yes. So
it's two small pieces of thin white bread.
But I would say
and a pimento cheese spread that probably comes out of a tube.
But think about it,
on a
Dave.
conveyor belt.
Whatever it
Ka-chunk,
is,
ka-chunk, ka-chunk,
it's not
ka-chunk,
more
ka-chunk.
than what you would pay anywhere else. It's been $1.50 since
I know.
whenever.
It is great. And by the way, do you know you can order the whole menu? They have one menu. It's on a single sign. It's got chicken sandwich, pimento cheese. There is soda. There's whatever.
They have egg salad when they do, don't they?
Do they sell beer at Augusta? I forgot.
They do. It's normal price though. It's $6 for a beer.
$6 for a beer.
Well,
and
that's
they've
not
got-
normal price. Other places like 9 to 12.
They also have a peach ice cream sandwich, I believe.
Had one of those.
Chocolate
Very good.
chip cookie, I believe. So it's a basic menu, but it's it's decent. You can buy the whole menu for $77.
Sign me
the
up.
whole menu. Imagine going up to the stand, going, "Just give me the menu." Just
Yeah.
taking the whole thing.
Hey, that's where you take your buddies. If you can get tickets for that, take your buddies and say, man, all the food on me.
Okay, but you know why? You know why the whole Masters concession pricing thing is an annual tradition of, wow, look at this. You know the reason why it resonates with sports fans, because the Masters is the last place in all of sports, Brian, that has said, we won't dignify gouging. We could, but we won't. The Masters is the only place, unless I'm missing someplace, that is willingly leaving money on the table. No one else does.
I think they make us think they're leaving it on the table. They're not leaving it on the table, though. They're getting their money.
Well, they're leaving it on the table because they could have made this thing $250 or $350, and people would
They
have paid.
could have, but
so they're leaving
they
that money
get
on the
theirs
table.
on the back end on a different way. I just don't believe
how.
I don't believe
They make it up in volume
for them to be able to do what they do. They are making money.
I'm not saying they're not making money. I'm saying they could be making more money.
I just look at things like I can gouge you in one place or the other. It doesn't mean I'm not gouging you. You know, if since I say, well, I'm gonna leave the concessions cheap,
right?
I can still be getting you somewhere else.
Now, in fairness, I believe Arthur Blank in Atlanta with the Falcons took his concession prices down to basically these levels because he realized, let's just get them into the games. We want them at the games, paying the ticket prices. We're not going to go crazy on the concessions. So that's good. For years, I really wish Snyder was that way, but of course he wasn't. Now we'll see about.
Well,
the
he was
Harris
serving you.
regime.
He was serving you expired beer
Peanuts.
and
Yes.
and old peanuts for
From a
exorbitant
defunct
prices. So,
airline.
yeah,
Think
so-
about that. Do you youngins know that story? Corporate Clary of the Peanuts. Were you old enough to remember that? It's just incredible.
I mean, it's not surprising.
You're right. It's not surprising, but it's still breathtaking if you zoom out a little bit and think, who else does that thing? Who else would even think about that? Look at this. We'll take these defunct airline peanuts and we'll serve them and sell them at the ball games. Unbelievable. Thank God he's gone. Well, thank you, White Brian, for the white bread pimento cheese sandwich. You'll excuse me if I only eat a bite and call it a day because the pimento is not really my thing, and I'm trying to cut down on carbs. Don't be offended. That was
Well,
good,
I
though.
tell you
Thank
like this,
$1.50. I
when-
can reimburse you if you want, as I've wasted the sandwich. I've had one bite, and that's it. I had a tentative bite, kind of like the CEO of Burger King. Remember that whole controversy a little while back? It's like, new Whopper.
Yeah. Y'all eat it. I might eat it. But Jeff, you mentioned Patty. It's a golf course not far from here. Well, a little bit down by Richmond, Mannequin, Sabat.
Oh,
Kinlock.
Kinlock, yeah.
They serve the pimento cheese burgers.
Oh, really?
Bruh.
Now I'm in for that.
Off.
We can take
when
a
you
ride
get to
down
that
there.
little halfway house, and I don't care who you are. They're like, hey, what you want? And they will tell you, get the pimento cheeseburger.
Okay, that's good.
And that's good.
Okay, that's good. But now we're in the game, and I'm going to have to one-up you on golf course food that is #elite.
What's that?
You ready?
Yeah.
Caves Valley, Turnhouse, crab cake sliders.
Yeah, had that.
Bro.
Yeah.
Your life will never be
I've
the
had
same.
that.
These things are gently warmed, little miniature crab cake sliders. Walker, I want you to get good enough and clean up nicely enough in the game of golf and be able to get around at under 100 so I can go take you to some of these places. You, being
Challenge
a guy who
accepted.
loves, except the problem is you're allergic to crabs now. That's the killer.
Yo, just give me my
Zay,
appointment on
Zay,
the 17th,
Zay.
and then we'll find out.
Dude, these crab cake sliders at Caves Valley are bonkers.
They're good, but I take that
What do you mean
pimento
they're good?
cheeseburger though, dog.
Oh, get out of here.
I'm telling you.
Hold on, I got one for you.
But I'm gonna just say this: you said get around under 100.
Not happening.
You'll be dead. I'll be dead. Jeff might be dead for that happen.
Oh, he's got great ambition. He's got
Hey,
great
Zay.
ambition and will.
Langston Golf Course,
Yeah.
pancakes. Their breakfast is amazing.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Amazing.
had that too. See, I've been to all these places eating their food. The half smokes over at Langston are damn good too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Masters is not until tomorrow. It's yet another day of run-up. And
Yeah.
I kind of
The
realized.
par 3 today.
Par 3 today, and I love the par 3. It's cute. It's, it's family,
Yeah.
it's kids, it's white jumpsuits, it's the wives and girlfriends dressed up as caddies, which is kind of hot. But, it's a nice event, and then tomorrow's the tournament. I kind of realized why this year I felt like, why is there no buzz to this year's Masters? And I think the reason is nobody's going for anything. Like, there isn't a golfer like Rory who deserves to win it, has been dying to win it, but hasn't won it. Who out there, B-Mitch, is like, oh, we got to have this guy win this year. It'd be so great if he won. There's not that angle.
I don't think there's no angle like that. But hell, it took Rory so long to get one.
I know.
I think backing it up with another one
be pretty good.
If he comes out and put down a great number, he can change the whole the way that the narrative towards it.
Rory is my pick, by the way, as
Yeah.
a 11-1 shot, which is he's the 4th or 5th favorite. That is a contrarian square play because you're like, oh yeah, duh, Rory. But a lot of people don't like picking back-to-back guys. My feeling is he won't freak out as much now.
Yeah.
When he's under pressure because he's already got the one green jacket.
How about
he
Scotty?
He should have run away with last year.
Scotty hasn't played well.
He also hasn't played.
Yeah.
A number of guys have not played in 2 weeks.
Can
and in
he
the
come
last
out and see what happened?
In the last 11 years, guys who haven't played in the last 2 weeks, nobody has won. So you usually have to play once in the last 2 weeks. And 2 weeks, there's a big list of guys who have not played. So we shall see. All right, last night the Nats lose, but man, James Wood is on a heater. And you were saying, Clary, that the fans have been clamoring to send him down because they think he's, quote, broken. And now, look.
But see, that's a typical fan though. Fans see one thing and they lose their mind. And listen, this is not to knock fans, but I would ask the question: how many fans have been in that situation?
Well,
but they are the ones who normally make the most outlandish statements and have the most outlandish reaction to anything that goes down, and then sometimes get pissed off when a player tell you shut the hell up. You don't know what you're talking about because half the time they don't.
Right. Well, that's the thing. And baseball is very hard, obviously. The best players all struggle at times.
Yes.
And the smart people in baseball will say, the old veteran cagey manager will be like, well, check with me at the end of the season. I'd be willing to bet his numbers are going to be what his numbers always are, which is an ode to the fact that baseball's a 162-game grind. It's a long season, and things tend to average out. But I get it that fans are all, they want so much, and he's shown so much amazing pop and promise and sizzle that when he's been struggling, they're like, I don't know, something's wrong, should send him down. By the way, homered for the third consecutive game, even though the Nats did lose 7-6 in 10 innings.
You know why people always say send him down or do this or do that? Because the whole mindset in sports today is
do something.
If something's not going well, go move somewhere else. Whatever
Get the backup quarterback.
Whatever happened to the person working things out?
Yeah.
Figuring it out. That's what the great ones have always done. You go through a slump, you come out the other end. But when you're playing 162 games, no one is consistent for 162.
Right.
Pitching, hitting, fielding, somebody's going to have a drop-off somewhere.
But can you get a bank of calls here at 106.7 The Fan of people going, no, you know what? I think he just needs to work it out. All right, thanks, B. Mitch. Good to talk to you. Click.
Yeah,
Next call. Hey, you know what? I think he's going to get out of it.
But why?
Hey, JP, good to talk to you.
But
Thanks.
that's the
Click.
mindset
Goodbye.
because I think
you're not going to get that. That's why people like to say, send them down, fire the manager, and or bench
But
the
the
quarterback.
whole thing about it is, why do we, in my mindset, this is how I think, why do I have to listen to what I know is not going to happen? Okay? And I think that's what we've gone through a certain point in society where we go with the craziest stuff. Doesn't make it right.
I hear you.
Okay? And let's be real. Big John, what he always said, the loudest is not the majority. Okay,
Big John.
So the people
had
that call
the
in,
best sayings ever.
you get the same group of people that call in and make the most outlandish statements. And if you really look at what the other people, the people that understand, they don't call in.
Yeah,
they just sit back and go, man, these idiots on calling on his phone, crazy as hell. You know, that's how it goes. So I understand what people do, but sometimes I am chuckling like a bug.
What was your favorite Big John saying? Here are a couple of my bangers I love from him. One was fattening frogs to feed the snakes.
Fattening frogs for snakes.
Fattening
That was
frogs
one.
to feed the snakes.
And that's,
another one was, as a coach, he's like, you better not say you did a bad job coaching. They might start believing
no,
you.
he say, stop saying I'm sorry. Stop saying I'm sorry because they're gonna start believing you.
Yeah, right. 'Cause
Yeah,
they're
you
gonna
are
start
sorry.
believing you.
But like,
if you listen to the fans, you'll be sitting there with
fattening
them.
frogs for snakes means when everything is going good, people build you the hell up.
Oh yeah.
And as soon as something go wrong, they want to feed you to the damn snakes. That is what happened. And I know people don't want to be labeled like that, but that's what it is. That is why they tell you when you're playing well, don't believe what you hear. And when you're playing bad, damn sure don't believe what you hear.
Yeah, good
Just
saying.
saying, you know?
All right, 800-636-1067 is the number. Last night, the Bulls beat the Wizards 129-98. Yes, another loss in the pile. Pretty much none of the guys you're going to be expecting to see next year other than Carrington and Coulibaly played last night. I just need to know, when did this cat Leaky Black come up through the G League and the Go-Go? Because what a name for old Leaky Black, former North Carolina Tar Heel. I mean, like, I don't know what his future is. I did read quickly on his bio, him playing for several years. 26 years old. His first year he made it up to the big club. What a great name. Leaky Black.
Yeah, I like that name.
6'6", rangy, could be a 3-and-D guy. He got 24 minutes last night. This is how you tank without being accused of tanking. So
Hey, you
another
put in
loss
people that you
on
know
the
gonna
pile.
go for it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Exactly. So I put a poll question up. We'll see how it does today on Twitter, on my Twitter handle, @Zabe, Charlie, Zulu, Alpha, Bravo, Echo. I said, as a Wizards fan, how did you feel about this season as it comes to a close at the end of the week? Choice number 1. Oddly, I enjoyed the tank. 2 is 0 stars, would not recommend. And 3 is season. What season? Currently leading at 81% said season. What season? What would you vote or say about this year? Did you enjoy the tank? Mission accomplished. Would you say this was misery? They sucked. They got killed every night, and they're the worst team in the league. I don't ever want to do this again. Or would you say, well, I really didn't watch the season because I knew it was going to be one of those?
I'd much rather see the tank and I see improvement than to hear that we're competing and we don't.
Okay. I believe that most fans actually kind of oddly enjoyed the tank. I don't know about you guys behind the glass. Do you feel like the last of the true Wizards diehards actually said, you know what, we are doing this right? We made a couple trades that are going to be the right trades. We got a young core, and we're about to get a generational add-on in the draft.
Yes.
That's what I feel from you guys and others who are big into the Wizards, from Strobes and company, Mr. Locked On. Well, I hope it's the case. If there's another year like this, though, you might change your tune. You can vote on my Twitter.
Yeah, I don't want to see another year like this, though. You get 1 year for the tank. You don't get like multiple years from me.
At Zabe, Charlie, Zulu, Alpha, Bravo on Echo on Twitter. Root is now the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Ruud Pro partner at RUUD.com. If it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. Coming up, Peter Schrager has the Commanders taking Sonny Styles. We'll hear that audio and comment next.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The St. Louis Cardinals rallied for a 7-6 win over the Nationals in 10 innings last night. James Wood homered for a third consecutive game for the first time in his career, but the bullpen couldn't hold on for the win. And hands were thrown in last night's game between the Braves and the Angels. A fight broke out in the fifth inning between Braves pitcher Reynaldo Lopez and Angels designated hitter Jorge Soler, triggering a full benches-clearing brawl. The bullpen came out and everything, and punches were thrown. Braves go on and win that matchup. New skills, better pay. Your next career move starts at PGCC. Continuing education classes online or in person. Enroll now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Can I kick it? Yes.
Well,
you
thank
can.
God that Gino Auriemma and Dawn Staley have kissed and made up, virtually kissed and made up. They've put this to bed, not dueling statements, but twin statements about blah, blah. I didn't live up to what I should have been. I'm sorry. Total respect for her.
He did exactly what he was trying to do.
Yeah, you know.
He took the pressure off his girls and had everybody talking about something other than the fact that they got their ass kicked.
Yeah, exactly.
And he didn't do a great job of coaching.
Exactly.
So
it didn't make either look any better. I think most people realize, most people score it as Gino was the primary one out of line, but it just, like these are massive figures in the women's game who should be ever vigilant of saying, you know what, as much as I want to win, as intense as these games are, I got a reputation to uphold. Yeah. I've got an image that has to be protected at all costs, and just me ranting about stuff is not going to get me an extra call from the referees, and even if it did get me an extra call, it's not worth it, for God's sakes.
I mean, game was over. At that point, do exactly what she did after losing to UCLA. Yeah. Shake the hand, congratulate, and move on. So that's why I look at that whole deal.
Anyway, well, glad that's over with. So the women's title game did draw a really good number. I think 9 million was the number. The women's final pre-Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese was sitting down in the 3 to 4 million range. So even though the buzz of Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese is gone, the overall viewership of the women's game has been up. So good for them.
Yeah.
I don't have shelf space for it in my sports fan life, but that doesn't mean that I look down on anybody who likes it. If you like it, you like it. Enjoy. Okay, let's talk some NFL draft. It's coming up in 2 weeks from Thursday, and the Commanders pick 7th overall unless they pull some pre-draft jiu-jitsu and either move up or move down. Moving up is unlikely. Moving down is sought after by many, like good old trade back Paulson, who loves the old trade back, but let's just assume they take a player at 7.
Yeah.
Here is the mock draft from Peter Schrager of ESPN, formerly of NFL Network. They're now the one and the same, as the ESPN has swallowed the NFL Network.
Yeah.
Sonny Styles, linebacker, the Ohio State. Here is what he wrote in his mock draft. I believe Washington is going to go defense. It gave up 6 yards per play in 2025, tied for third worst. Is that good? No, that's terrible. Styles shows a lot of the same traits that Fred Warner has displayed in San Francisco. I mean, first of all, if we're name dropping Fred Warner, I'm all in. I love that guy.
Mm-hmm.
That guy's amazing.
Who was the third round pick?
Right.
Second or third.
He's shown a lot of the same traits that Fred Warner has displayed in San Francisco, and GM Adam Peters, who came from San Francisco, groan. Here we go with the whole, hey, he's shopping in the San Fran 49ers store. I know, I get it. Knows what Warner has meant for the Niners all these years. Styles had 77 tackles as a sideline-to-sideline defender last year, then lit up the combine with a smooth 4.46 in the 40-yard dash and a 43.5-inch vertical jump. I like this fit. Peter Schrager mock draft. The floor is yours, Brian.
Well, I mean, he will be. I think he's a good player for that pick, but there's no guarantee. I think, yes, they gave up 6 yards per, but if you look at the team right now, as they would tell you, it's totally different than it was last year with all the moves they made. And I think what they've done, they put themselves in a position where they don't have to go defense. They can go offense. They can go defense. They can go wherever they want. They can go the best player available. And I know people hate to hear that, but when you go into a draft with that mindset, you have situated your team going into the draft where I am not forced to do anything. And I like Sonny Styles, but if they're going that way, you got 3 pass rushers that could be an impact more than a linebacker.
Well, that's the thing. In today's NFL, the interior linebacker position has been devalued almost as much as running.
Yes.
It used to be a glory position. The likes of Ray Lewis and Urlacher and others. The mythical middle linebacker to stop the run, erase plays in the middle. Now it's all just about edge, sack the quarterback, sack the quarterback, sack the quarterback. And I get why. In a passing league, sacks usually end drives.
Yeah.
If you look at the stats, very few drives that have a sack of the quarterback end up not in a punt. And so, therefore, the premium is on edge guys. Now, according to the mock by Schrager, he's got the Commanders taking Styles 1 spot ahead of Reuben Bain Jr., who he's got mocked to the Saints, which brings up this specific question. How would you as a Commander fan feel if they pass on Bain to take an inside linebacker?
See, the thing I wouldn't care if they go with Sonny Styles because he has the thing that Durante Jones is guys that could do multiple things. And when you look at his bill, he's 6'4.5". He's a guy who also can rush the passer. Okay. You can line him up in different spots. My whole thing, and I haven't heard many of all these draft people ever discuss that. Can he cover? Because he run 4.46. I want to know, can he cover a tight end? Because if he can cover tight ends, which tight end is as sexy as any receiver in the league at this point now, can he cover them and take them out of games? Because you're going to have some games where they don't care if you're inside tackling. They're going to just pick on the person checking your tight end. And if he can stop that, also be able to be a guy in run game and try to possibly every once in a while rush the passer, you got you something special there. But if I'm going to go with a person, I'm going to pick a person who I know is damn good at one thing. And we know that Reuben Bain is violent as hell. Yeah. And he could have 1/8 of his short arms or not. The person that's going against him at the end of the game know they win a fight.
Yeah.
And I would go with that first.
Yeah. Now, the one thing about Sonny Styles is that, according to Schrager's mock, as I flip through it here, he's the only real inside linebacker in the first round. Everyone else that's a defensive player is either edge or tackle or even safety. He's got a lot of safeties and other guys going. I was scanning. I was like, okay, who else is not really an edge? Now, the one guy that could be a combo guy is Arvell Reese, who the Cardinals are likely to take at 3, but he's listed as linebacker / edge. So he has more pass rush ability than Styles. Now, anyone can rush the passer occasionally in the right packages. It's a matter of what do they do best and what are they going to do the most often. I wouldn't feel great about them taking Styles over Bain. I just wouldn't.
Yeah.
And maybe that's my Bain bias now coming through because I feel like I'm becoming more and more mentally pot committed to get Reuben Bain.
I just like
as a fan, you can become mentally pot committed to certain guys with no basis in anything other than just you read a draft report and said, I like this guy.
As I look at these mock drafts over the years, of late, the last few years, what I noticed, you're going to watch a lot of them come out, and then you're going to get somebody that's going to be completely out. I'm going to be different than everybody else. And I always ask the question, has any one of them hit on the top 5 picks, top 6 picks?
Yeah.
And the answer would be no. And if the answer is no, then I don't put too much stock into them. I go through them. I understand fans like them. But I can go and pull up all these names too. But I'm just saying, if I talk to you, say I'm looking for offensive lineman, and then I can look at the what's called and see the top 10 offensive linemen, I can make a mock draft up. But I think it's a waste of time because you know what? What I found out talking to general managers and talking to some front office people, half the time they think they go in and figure out what they're going to do, and once the draft starts, it completely changes. Because if you get a run on a certain position, it makes you say, "Oh, wait, we want to get so and so." And you can't stick to your guns, so you got to go get somebody else.
You start getting draft fever.
Yeah, the people that's making the picks, they don't know. How do you think these other people know?
It is a very inexact science.
This is the first time I've seen anyone say Washington's going to take Styles.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the first person.
I think we need to come up with a whose mocks do you respect and whose mocks will you listen to? Because everyone can do a mock. But I think some guys are, if not more honest brokers, they're just better brokers of football information than others. Mm-hmm. Like, to me, Daniel Jeremiah is a very respected broker of, okay, sensible, I will listen to his mock.
Yep. I do.
Traeger is also in that category as
I listen to Jeremiah too, but then again, as I look at him, I think, listen, man, after the first round, nobody knows.
Remember when they used to run contests, like pick the first round exactly right and you win a prize?
Yeah, nobody ever won that prize. Nobody got
in a
close.
million years. Nobody got close.
Exactly. My thing, those Dave, is like, you look at them, and when you get to fourth round, after the second round,
oh yeah,
nobody knows.
No, nobody knows.
So like people used to always do the first round mock.
Yeah.
Then they start doing the whole draft, and I'm like, I guess your job give you enough money to be able to do that.
Well,
because that has to be boring as hell to me.
It's got to be very boring. But you know what? It's content people will click on and they'll want to read, because there are people that love the draft. They love being into the draft, and that's fine if that's your thing. It's not my thing, but for some people, they love just being draftniks and knowing about all these guys. Because then sometimes when they say this dude who's going to be a third rounder is going to be great, and he turns out to be great, you feel good. This is like a hobby for people to go, yes, I was really following this guy coming out of college.
You know what I would ask, though? If he was a third round, it was great. Why you didn't draft him in the second round?
Right.
See, my thing is, I don't care where you're picked. I care what you do once you get to the place.
I agree.
And if you drafted a guy, let's say first pick of the third round, why the hell wouldn't he drafted the middle of the second round or something else?
Well, that's the thing.
You begin to wonder.
Sometimes teams will scooch up 5 or 10 spots to go take a guy in the third round maybe, and that guy turns out to be good, and then everyone lauds the team for going, they were so smart to move up. And I go, why'd they pass on them then for the previous two rounds?
Yeah.
Like they could have waited and gotten jumped by somebody else, and they would have missed this guy that they were like, they're so smart, they knew so-and-so would be good. They moved up 5 spots to get him in the fourth round. Well, why'd you wait so long if you knew he was going to be
pick the guy in the top 5 and he stinks their whole career?
Oh, God.
And you wonder on that one, like, okay, then why was he picked?
Oh, God.
So my whole thing is, once you're in the building, are you the person that's going to work hard enough, and do we have the people that can get you where you need to be?
Yeah.
That's more important to me.
Styles lines up on the defensive front, makes adjustments if needed, discipline and sifting through pre- and post-snap eye candy, pops and separates from climbing blockers with a crisp punch. This is the scouting report on him. I love the terminology. Constricts run fits by using size, force, and technique. Scrapes quickly to the action without losing leverage. Impressive talent for slipping through traffic and into tackles. Versatility and athleticism can be weaponized for coverage disguise. Gains depth and widens to the flats with above average quickness. Impeccable tackle finisher.
We need that.
Puts the ball carrier in the dirt. Good quality to have.
Like that one.
Okay. Quick break. When we come back, I do want to start getting into this Ovi retirement thing. I've heard it with the Junkies this morning. Heard it with Grant and Danny. It's almost too late to do it right, if you ask me, because holy cow, Sunday is coming up quick. But let's open that can of worms next. B. Mitch and Finley here on The Fan.
Not yet. We're going to make a decision in the summer. I have to talk to my family, with Ted, with KP, Mac, and we have to make a decision in the summer.
He said, bland.
That's the grade 8 with Caps play-by-play man John Walton. That little piece of audio from an exclusive interview that John had with Ovi just dropped today, I believe. Where can people listen to the larger conversation? Do you know where that sits right now in the entire ecosystem, as it were?
It did drop on Capitals Twitter, so
Okay.
I do know they have that clip out there, so people can go check that out.
Okay, so there you go. There are 4 games left in the season. Mitch. And it concludes on Tuesday night in Columbus for the Capitals, who are not yet technically eliminated, but it's close.
Yeah. Sunday's last game here, right?
Sunday's the last home game against Pittsburgh, the dirty, stinking Penguins. And that's at 3 o'clock on Sunday. Now, here's the deal. He's turning 41 in September. His contract is up. And he has kind of hinted at this probably is it. If he plays again, it might not be here. It might be in the KHL, which is kind of wild to think that he would do that. But obviously, it'd be huge over there. He's sort of like when we get the aging stars of European soccer to come play in the MLS for a season or two, like Messi playing in Miami. We know he's well beyond his best years, but we'll take him,
Yeah.
So the KHL would take Ovi at 41.
Hell yeah. I mean, he'll put people in the seats.
Hell yeah.
But he's
Absolutely.
always said he wanted to play one
did. Yes.
there. So.
Yeah, and there's total respect for that. He has been the most likable megastar that this city has probably ever had in the modern sports era. The only thing is that he did it in a sport that remains a bit of a niche sport. It's hockey. Not everyone is into it. It's like whatever Ovi wants to do, I generally say, that's fine. You owe us literally less than nothing. We owe you everything. Thank you for your career. Thank you for never agitating for a trade somewhere else. There was a period where the Larry Brookses of the New York Times or the New York Post were trying to, agitate to get him out of here. Like, they should trade Ovi down there in Washington because they felt like us rubes in a non-pedigreed hockey town didn't deserve him. And thankfully, that never came to fruition. So Ovi embraced it here. The celebration after they won the cup, the week-long drunken bacchanalia that went from Georgetown waterfront bars to statue fountains in downtown and DuPont Square to Nats Park. It was the stuff of legend, and Ovi was the number 1 ringleader. Yeah. And, of course, the Nationals got in on it as well. There was a great synergy between the two teams. So whatever he wants to do is fine, sort of. If he says, look, I don't want to make big deal. Russian machine never break. Russian machine not bring attention. Russian machine just want to go to KHL. No big celebration. If that's what he wants, I would say, I'd love to give you that. Ovi, I'd love to give you that, but guess what? It's not going to sit well with us as fans. It's not going to, that will feel weird and unsatisfying. Like, we have to have a goodbye night for you. And hell, it's Wednesday. We don't have time to put one together for Sunday. If he said today, B. Mitch, I'm out, Sunday's it, we don't even have time to get all the balloons and rent the chairs and the cake and everything. This is quick. It's Wednesday.
That's how he's been this whole time, though.
I know it is.
And I think you owe him that because
I know.
But see, this is what I recall. So I remember all the people who were saying he was too old now. We got to get rid of him.
I know.
And it's these same fans that a lot of fans today are saying oh man, you can't do it like this. If he wants to ride off in the sunset, go, dog. I guess I see things from a different mindset where I understand what people want to do, but this is the thing. If you have a big hoopla, you're not touching him anyway. In a sense, you're doing it just to show your appreciation. You can show your appreciation with Ovi saying, I'm out, or he's sitting in the building when you do it. It doesn't make a difference. You're going to be doing it. You would do the exact same thing. He doesn't have to say, I'm going to give it up on Sunday. And if he says that on Sunday, something happened in the game tonight. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I understand.
You're right when you say we owe him that. We owe him to say however you want to do it is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm almost like, yeah, we owe you that, but I can't. I know I owe you that, but like I literally can't. This is one of the harder lessons for me to learn in life, in that it was around graduations, right? And especially when I graduated from college, which I did not think was a big deal because I was not the first one in my family to graduate from college. I went to UC Santa Barbara, as I mockingly call it, the Harvard of the West, a.k.a. pay your fees, get your B's. It was not a rigorous, demanding thing for 4 years for me to graduate. But my parents and my family all came out, and they made kind of a big deal of it. And they said, we're going to lunch, Stephen, here at this place, and we're going to get together, and there's going to be presents for you. And me, not ever wanting to be that center of attention, really bristled at it. And I was like, oh, God, like, I so don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Well, as I got older, had kids of my own, and understood the perspective, I realized that, you know what? It was for them, and it was for a good reason. They were proud of me. They wanted to have a celebration. They needed to have something that was more than just okay, that was great, see you later. And I think that's how it is with Ovi and his illustrious, impeccable, unbelievable Mount Rushmore of a career here, putting the biscuit in the basket, as Locker would say. He can't Irish exit us. He can't. I won't let it. Oh, yeah? What are you going to do? But I don't want to see it. There's my take on that. What's yours? 800-636-1067. Hour 2 is coming up. We got Ben Standing from Last Man Standing. Talk some NFL draft and Commanders. You're listening to The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by AeroVironment. Built for defense, built for DC. Alex Ovechkin has been peppered with questions for months about whether or not he's going to play another season in the league or if he's going to retire. Well, he sat down with John Walton to answer that question.
Not yet. We're going to make a decision in the summer. I have to talk to my family, with Ted, with KP, Mac, and we have to make a decision in the summer.
So no decision has been made. He's going to wait to the offseason to decide whether or not this was his final season in the NHL. He went on to say that he's going to be 41 years old, needs to be smart about it, but he loves playing hockey and scoring goals. So he needs to really think about this decision and talk to a lot of people in his life. The Capitals still alive in the playoff race with 4 regular games remaining this season. Washington trails the Flyers by 5 points for third in the Metro Division and the Senators for second wild card from the Eastern Conference. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop MidCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Whoop! I can do the whoops. That's about it, B. Mitch.
You can't do this what?
I just don't know when the whoops are coming.
I need to purr.
Whoop! Whoop! Did I nail it? Welcome back. B. Mitch and Finley. Zabe sitting in for JP this week. We got our man, Ben Standing, coming up here in just a second. My poll question is up. I'm going to give you an update on it. How are you liking the Wizards season as it comes to a close? They lost last night again. Thank God they keep racking up those losses. We don't want to lose the most ping pong balls possible, even though, let's be honest, it's flat.
That is not guaranteed.
It's not guaranteed, and I believe the top 3 are flat anyway, so I think we're already secure there. But look, if we're hot, if we're hot, by hot I mean if we're cold.
Yeah.
If we're cold, let's stay cold.
Yeah.
Let's stay ice cold.
What
all
they've
the way
done
to
has
the
been
end.
good, though. I like it.
Yeah, so I said, as a Wizards fan, how did you feel about the season? A, oddly enjoyed the tank. B, 0 stars, would not recommend. Or C, season, what season? Currently, season, what season is leading, but not by as much, 60%. 30% say, oddly, I enjoyed the tank, and then only 10% really felt badly about it.
Yeah.
It's such a weird thing, perception, because the Terp season was really miserable.
Uh-huh.
Like, people are upset about
But
that, even though they know.
They're supposed to be winning.
Well, yeah, even they kind of knew there'd be a bit of a reset, obviously, with Willard doing them dirty at the last minute. But there really was, now they're looking ahead like the cavalry's coming, just like the Wizards think at least one more member of the cavalry's coming, plus the 2 injured stars they traded for.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a difference in college versus the pros.
Totally.
Tanking is real. Tanking, unfortunately, works, and tanking is unfortunately necessary in the NBA.
In college, money talks.
Yeah, and that's why they're getting rid of it in the NBA, but hopefully not until after this NBA lottery. Okay, Ben Standing joins us now to talk some Commanders
Benjamin.
and NFL Last Man Standing Substack. My friend, how are we doing today?
We're doing well. I was just thinking about, you're talking about the Wizards tanking. I was all for it. The last couple weeks have been rough. Get to the finish line. But then you look at what happened with the Commanders. In the NFL, tanking is not really a realistic thing because of the nature of the sport and the physicality and all that. But in 2024, we were all, or at the end of the 2023 season, we were all like, "Hey, I was at least just keep losing. Like, just get to the end," because we understood the quarterbacks were there. This year, it was like, wait, they have the quarterback. This stinks.
Mm-hmm.
So, nobody wants to see this.
Refresh.
The Commanders wasn't trying to lose. The Wizards are trying to lose.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Listen, I went into this season expecting nothing. And when they first came in and set out the whole thing about how they were going to do things, try to reset, and you remember that they built the Oklahoma City Thunder, and I look at that team and I say, okay, then, if they're going to do something like that, whatever they do, I'm cool with it. They can't lose enough to make me mad.
Wow.
Right.
I mean, because
Okay.
they came in this thing saying we're not trying to win.
Yeah.
We're trying to keep that pick, and we gonna get people, and we hope to improve guys. If you look at that thing and you're not excited about Will Riley, something's wrong.
Okay.
That kid can play.
I hear you. Refresh my memory, Ben, about the season where they probably should have been tanking. There was a 2-point conversion in Miami.
That was
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that. I was sitting right there.
What year was that?
Ryan Fitzpatrick was the quarterback for the Dolphins at the time.
Yeah, that was going into the 2020 season.
Okay.
Or the 2020 draft, I should say. That's when they took Chase Young. The number one pick was Joe Burrow. If they had lost one more
Right.
hit at Miami game,
That was
they
the
would have
Burrow.
had the number one pick. Yeah,
Right. That was the Burrow draft with Chase Young. And it was a 2-pointer that either they tried or Miami tried that either failed. It was like a dumb play. And you're like, okay, this is tanking right here.
Yeah, that was the game after. I think it was the first game right after Jay Gruden had been fired. So they were 0-5, and that was their first win. So obviously, it's notable.
Miami went for the 2-point conversion, didn't they?
Yeah, I think it was Miami.
Miami went for it and
Miami
didn't
went,
get it.
Miami
Yeah,
went for
yeah.
it. And it was like a complete turd play that had no chance. And you're like, okay, I see what you're doing. Because had they just kicked the extra point, they would have gone to overtime, I believe. So,
Yeah, I mean, to that end, the Giants ahead of the 2024 draft and this year. Well, this year probably maybe wouldn't have mattered, but like in 2024, like they won late in the season, and that led to that led to them falling outside of the top three to get either Williams, Daniels, or May, and that was the big one when the Washington was playing at the Giants, and I think it was Randy Bullock, the Giants kicker, made like a 50-something yarder to win the game. And
Randy Bullock.
Again, I think I know there are fans out there who can't stand to lose no matter what, but I think most people were kind of like, "Yay, Randy Bullock!"
Yeah.
Good job.
Now, look, I mean, we say tanking does not happen in the NFL. Teams are starting to find some kind of creative edge ways around it. I mean, the Raiders arguably kind of tanked because they shut down Max Crosby. Crosby got very bitter about it.
Mhm.
He was like, I can play. What are you doing? Margle, Margle. And then they end up losing out, and they get Mendoza, or they're going to get Mendoza. And then they try to trade Crosby, and then his medical comes up, and they have to go, whoops, sorry, we have to take him back.
Mhm.
So how about that for a turn of events? Even though he was like pissed off, wanted to play, turns out his knee was not right.
Nah, his knee was right. That was a bunch of BS up there.
Oh, you do? Oh, really?
Bro, they found out they can go and get your boy from Cincinnati and didn't have to give up the picks. And they went and got, yeah, that's all that was
But
about.
they could have figured that out well before the trade.
Well, once they made the trade, they realized because
They got cold
Hendrickson
feet?
they weren't going to release him at first. Once he got released, then they don't have to give up picks. So of course they did. Man, the Ravens have that reputation.
When are they
dog.
going to release actual MRIs and X-rays to us fans on
Never.
NFL Plus on my app?
Never. No,
so
why?
I can look at the MRI myself as a fan
Nah,
and go,
man.
well, let me take a
You
look.
can't
at
look at my medicals.
I want to look at the all 22s. I want to look at the MRIs.
You can look at all 22. You can't look at the medicals.
But for years they wouldn't let us look at the all 22s. And now it is absolutely.
They finally got to the point where they can let you see it and you still don't know what's happening for the most part.
That is true.
that is true, but there are some good ex-quarterbacks out there putting in the time and grinding through it. You ever watch the quarterback school guy?
Is it JT O'Sullivan?
Yes, you ever watch his stuff?
See, those guys know.
Watched a full JT O'Sullivan breakdown.
No.
I get it.
Yeah.
Ben, have you?
I have. I haven't done it as frequently, but yeah, there's other ones.
You know why you haven't done it as frequently? Because each one is over an hour long. Like, they are so in-depth. And I've watched him, and he'll go through it. He'll scrub a single play 4 or 5 or 6 times, and he will say, yeah, I don't really know what Jordan Love is trying to do here. I kind of like it. What we used to say is on flat routes, you always want to lead to the outside landmark, but maybe they coach it differently. He includes, Ben, a ton of ambiguity, which I respect.
Yeah.
Because he's not just saying this throw sucked, he shouldn't have done this. He realizes he's not entirely certain.
I so appreciate that, and yeah, I mean, I think look, obviously it's very interesting to get your hands on the all 22, and for the people who really dive into this, who've done it, even if you're not a former player or coach, you do it enough. Just like anything, you get reps, you learn some things. But when they respond with such definitive answers as to, oh, this is stupid, that should have happened. What you're like, how do you know? Like, I mean, there was a play. There was a play last year. Well, actually, it was the play against the Green Bay when I'm blanking on the tight end for the Packers caught like a long pass up the field, and like it looked like Bobby Wagner was trailing, and we couldn't quite tell. Yeah, and it was one of the bad times. And I was curious about it, so I went and asked people about it, over the next few days. And I asked 3 or 4 different players, and Dan Quinn was asked, or Joe Witt was asked. And I swear I got like 3 or 4 different answers as to what actually happened. And
like, what's your responsibility? Were you in trail technique or not?
Depending on the person you ask, they tell you according to what they
what
they
makes
know.
them look good.
No, what they know really, because like you never notice like on the quarterback coach or offensive coordinator go, I'm gonna talk to the quarterback and see what he was seeing. So the quarterback drops back and sees something. You're on the side or you up top or whatever. You see something. You see totally different than what he sees. So if you go to him and you say, what were you looking at? Well, I was going to go here, but I saw this guy coming to the fray, so I threw it the other direction. What could the coach really say? Oh, well, I thought you should have went over here. Dude, you don't see the angle I see. So
that's right.
And that's why, like, when I remember distinctly running a return, and I got to the sideline, Harbaugh, like, we had left return on. I'm like, I know. He said, but you never went left. I said, I started left. Everybody jumped outside. I went straight up the football field. Scored a touchdown, coach. He said, that's why I'll never bother you anymore.
So wait.
Because he didn't see what I saw.
Harbaugh actually asked you after a return for a touchdown, why did you not follow?
He said we had left on, but you never got to the left. I said, because everybody jumped outside. And he said, that's why I don't bother you.
Was it at home or was it on the road?
It was against the Saints.
But where was it?
In New Orleans.
Okay.
Yeah.
But by the way, like to that end, the other thing that is frustrating as a watcher of people breaking down the film is they are slowing it down to the as slow as possible, and you're having to Brian's having to make this decision in real time. I was just like watching some video the other day of like it was like somebody in a batting cage and they had a really tight camera right behind the hitter, and it showed here's what a 95-mile-an-hour fastball looks like, here's what a slider looks like at the same speed. And you're like, you have to make that call instantaneously. Yes, you do. But we're all going, how did you miss that? You're like, oh. So,
right. Imagine breaking down quarterback film, Ben, if there was a camera mounted inside the quarterback's helmet and you had to look through what he was seeing on a play. Yeah. Boy, that would be a hugely different thing, wouldn't it? Like,
Zabe, don't give nobody no ideas.
Well, that's actually, I am kind of waiting for that.
That's the next thing they're going to try and do.
Sweet, yeah.
No, I actually am waiting for that because, when it became known that Jaden was using the virtual reality simulator, that's essentially what that is. He gets to sit there and, I remember, I think it was like Cliff Kingsbury said, like, the first time he put it on, he, like, as the rush is coming toward him, he felt himself, like, taking steps backwards, because it felt that
it felt
real.
So
real,
I do wonder.
Like
you were, like, nervous going, oh, no, they're about to tackle me.
Yeah.
All right. Does Ben Standing have a mock draft, and when will it come out?
Yeah, I've had a few already, but it's been, obviously the information is pretty light these days, not just with Washington, but really everywhere. And it's a weird draft because at the top of the board, after you get past Mendoza to the Raiders, there's very little certainty with what's going to happen, what teams are going to do, which players will be there, which, who's going to be available for Washington. So it makes it challenging. But, I think the good news is that because of how Washington handled its offseason, obviously made some significant additions, but at least everywhere, sort of covered up some of their holes. So if they had to play tomorrow, so to speak, that, they have something. So they can kind of go in any direction. And I believe that. And I think there's players who will be there for them that they'll probably walk away saying this is pretty good. I think getting like Sonny Styles, the Ohio State linebacker, might be closer to the top of the list. I think the Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love is a fascinating one because it's just typically you don't take a running back that high, and it's not like they have a screaming need there, but they do have a big need for more playmaking on offense. So if they think he's interesting, do they make that move? So, they're in pretty good shape. But Styles is sort of what I have now, but if you told me he went 4, I'd be like, sure.
So my the thing I know the running backs and just like you saying Styles, they don't do that. The inside linebackers that Zay was stating earlier, they don't draft those guys super high anymore. What is it about Styles that make people think, oh, now we can go back to picking people in the top 10?
Yeah, I think it speaks more to people don't seem to love the more premium position guys to the degree that you would want them to, like David Bailey or the Texas Tech edge rushers, like more that sleek guys you can imagine coming off the edge. Whereas Ruben Bain, we've talked a lot about him. He's got the power inside and the short arms and all that. I think people like them, but they're not like, ooh, I got to take this guy. And so because of that, I think the players that are viewed as this is what you want to see out of this position are oddly the guys at these non-premium positions, with Styles at linebacker, Caleb Downs at safety, Love at running back. None of those positions are typically coveted inside the top 10. Just when you look at it from a economics value, essentially, that they're just not. That's not where the league values players, where they spend their money. But yeah, I think in a draft where there's more uncertainty, taking the best player at a position, so to speak, trumps the position value, or at least that's the sense this time. That's why Love could go as high as top 4, even though especially if you're a bad team. It's one thing if you're a pretty good team just missing that one piece. It's another thing to be like, we stink, but we're going to add the running back here. That's kind of an odd move. That's why I thought the Raiders last year taking Gentry at 6 was a bad choice, because they were just so far away that the running back is not going to make a difference. And obviously running backs, unfortunately, typically have a shorter shelf life than other positions. So, but yeah, I think they could use Love here. I just don't, again, will they view it as a good value for them is the question.
Let me ask you this question. You've interviewed a lot of front office people. Have you ever asked them the question, what do you put more weight on, the film or the damn Bikini Olympics?
Or,
because film to me is way more valuable. When they tell me a guy, Ruben Bain, he got short arms, 1/8 of an inch shorter than what they like. 1/8 of an inch, which is absolutely nothing when you think about it. If he kicks people's ass on a consistent basis, I don't care about that if I'm watching it. And as soon as the measurements come out, people completely change their mind on people, which to me, if I ever hear a general manager say I care more about those things at the Bikini Olympics than the film, then I'm going to believe
the underwear Olympics.
I believe
the
that
Bikini Olympics is something entirely different.
I call it bikini because it's soft. I will get to the point where I will stop believing in the damn NFL. If they tell me I care about that more than I do about what I see on film. Because what you see on film is 3-4 years sometimes of consistency.
Right.
And then I go run where when I was coming out of college, there was no such thing as a training thing for combine workouts.
Right.
Now you got hundreds of them all over the country that train people specifically for the combine.
It's funny. You talk about the people that prep just essentially for the combine. We see this in sports all the time, right? We see this in the NBA right now, where the mass nerds have taken the 3-point shot and kind of broken the game because they've made it so efficient that it's no longer just everybody does the same thing, but can you shoot threes better? Uh-huh. Here, it's sort of the same deal because there's such specialized training for it. It's hard to know exactly at times. Does it matter? You're not taking the raw athlete and just saying, okay, well, what can you do in these things? Yes, and I'm with you, Brian. I don't think teams view that as the end-all, be-all. I think they view it as, okay, I really like this guy. Where's the upside going? How do I predict what's going to happen? Well, let me look at the athletic traits, size, weight, speed, whatever, and look at these things and say, okay, I see where this can go. Or you're like, I don't. The dimension suggests to me this guy might already be maxing out, and therefore, that drops him down below somebody else. So I do wonder at times, do teams have to sort of sift through that? Like, okay, this guy trained exceptionally well to do this random thing. I mean, even like the 40-yard dash, which we all make a big deal about, but like you don't run 40 yards straight in the game.
Yeah, ever. Yeah. Well, in defense of the combine, I feel like a court-appointed attorney now for a very unpopular client because I know how much you hate the combine. The Bikini Olympics, not my real name, it's the Under Olympics. Bikini Olympics sounds sexy, but you don't know if a guy is playing against inferior competition in a lesser league, he's going to look really fast. He's going to look really fast.
He playing against inferior.
He's got to be blown by a bunch of chumps who are going to be bread truck drivers.
But he looks better. But he looks better than running by himself.
Yeah, but it's not bad to know exactly what the horsepower is. Not bad exactly to see what the top end stuff is in there when needed. That's all I'm saying. Don't make it the Bible, B. Mitch, but at least get a measure on it.
Make them. If you want to see what they can really run, I would say stop worrying about the 40.
How come
they can run more of a 60? Give them a little extra.
Okay, by the way, there's a history behind why it's the 40, and it's because Mike Brown, many years ago, general manager, I believe this is the story, Ben. I don't know if you've heard this. The general manager back in the day of the Browns said, well, 40 is about the length guys run on a kickoff in coverage. So that's why we're going to have them run the 40.
Well, I tell you, that man can add. Because they were kicking from the 25-30, and they run all the way down to the other damn 10.
I'm going to look it up.
That's way more than 40.
I'm going to look it up. This was the story that I read, basically, which was, that was the reason they went with the 40. I know this. If it was me, I would have a long throw competition for quarterbacks. I want to know exactly how many yards can you put it in the air, just so I can see. Guys would be probably blowing out their elbows, but still. All right, Last Man Standing. Substack and podcast. Check it out. Check out Ben on Twitter at Ben Standig, Standig. Thank you, my friend.
Fellas, always appreciate it. Talk soon.
Hi, bro.
Coming up, it's his party, and he'll stay home if he wants to. Aw, Fernando, you're not coming. That's next. B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Alex Ovechkin says he's waiting until after the cap season is over to decide whether he's going to call it a career or return to play for one more year. The NHL's career goal-scoring leader announced his intentions with a pre-taped interview that just went live on the Capitals' Twitter account. And the Nationals bullpen did it again. They blew a late lead and eventually the game to the Cardinals. 7-6 was your final score in 10 innings last night. 4:05 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. You can listen live to that series finale. Miles Michaelis on the mound for Washington. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
If I fill in long enough, I'll figure out the rhyme and reason for the bumpers on this show and who picks them, the DJ, but I won't be here but for this week. So I will not have enough time to decipher it. I guess it's going to be a mix of mostly Walker with a splash of B. Mitch and maybe some JP contributing to the song mix.
He just
Is this all Walker?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a very distinguished Walker.
Some days
collection of
he'll do stuff according to topics coming up.
Okay.
Other days he just play what he's feeling. Let's say maybe somebody's birthday, he may go with a theme of that.
Does he
You
ever
never know.
get really far afield on style and or genre and or artist?
No,
where he pulls a wild card.
Some days he plays some stuff, and I'm like, does Jeff even know this song?
Do you ever play stuff where he's like, you're like, don't ever play that again?
No, I mean, I try to listen to just about anything, but some songs I'm like, what the hell is that?
If he popped in Carly Rae Jepsen's "Call Me Maybe," what would you do?
I'll listen to it because I know.
But would you like it though?
We
That's
only
the
have a
question.
certain amount of time to play it anyway. So.
I know. Although, you know what's funny is that I noticed with you guys, JP lets it run in front of him cracking his mic a lot longer.
He tries, and he's had discussions with people about that.
He's
one.
been called into the principal's office
he
on
just,
that.
He just, he
It's funny
kind
because I listen and I go, I bet JP's out getting a drink right now.
No,
Or he's coming back from
he
the
don't
bathroom.
be sitting right there. He just don't.
He's like, doesn't feel it right. He's like the boxer who's like, I'm not ready to come out into the ring yet. I'll come out when I'm ready.
Some people are in tune with what's happening, and some people forget that they're on the show.
Are you saying JP forgets that he's actually on the air? And he's
his attention span is not very good.
Okay,
He'll tell you.
He's a busy man. He's got 2 young kids. He's got another job.
No. Once you're sitting in here, your kids are gone.
Well, listen.
No.
You've got kids, B. Mitch.
Save.
Your kids are always here in your mind.
Once you sit down at 10 o'clock on a weekday and your kids are at school,
you better lock in. You lock in.
That's not the excuse.
I know.
I don't give him that excuse.
That's good.
Now, I know he loves his kids, but Jay he's just an airhead sometimes. And I'll tell him this in his face.
Okay.
He knows it.
All right, welcome back. B. Mitch and Finley. Steve Zabin sitting in for JP this week. It's his party, and he'll cry if he wants to. He's not going to cry. He's going to be very happy, but it's his party, and he'll stay home if he wants to.
Yeah.
Fernando Mendoza has let it be known that he will not be attending the NFL draft as the presumed number one pick in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Instead, he's going to be enjoying the draft with his extended family.
Yeah.
At their home.
Mm-hmm.
And he is not the first guy to pretty much say, yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to the draft. But and I think there's been other 1-1s who have missed. I'd have to go look at the list. I know this. One of the most epic kind of don't need it, kind of I'm skipping the draft, was Joe Thomas, the Hall of Fame, soon to be Hall of Fame if he's not there already. I think he's coming soon. Left tackle for the Cleveland Browns. out of Wisconsin. He went fishing with his dad on draft day. He was the number 2.
Well, a lot of people like to
pick.
skip the draft when Cleveland picking them. So Joe, Baker, Myles Garrett. I mean,
did they skip the draft too?
Yeah.
I forgot that. Okay.
Yeah.
So where do we stand on the number one for the big old choose 'em up party not being there to come out on stage and to get the hat and to bro hug the commish and to be part of the show? It's a big show.
I know it's a show, but I think that's up to the person. There are people that want to be there and do things, and there are people that don't.
Do you like it?
Some years when I see people at the draft, I can normally pick out who's going to have issues throughout their career.
Oh, really?
Because the family, sometimes you find out who's a little bit too into
Family,
stuff, who's a little too damn pushy.
the suit, the jewelry.
The suit, the jewelry stuff, people
It
normally
doesn't matter.
A lot of people come in and give them that stuff to wear so they can have that little display. But you watch girlfriends, wives, and some of them have wives, family, mom, dad. You see, like you said, the hanger-alongs. You start seeing certain people who are trying to be the story instead of that person. It's his night. Everybody else, I don't care if you birth me, whatever. I'm number one today. Everybody stay in the background. That's the way it should be. And there are some people who don't want that anyway. You know, like Mendoza, he's a guy that's all about football. And I know people don't like it because he doesn't come out and give you the super athlete type thing. But I want my quarterback to think about football and go out and just do what you need to do.
Well, he does not have a girlfriend. So that's part of what would be an interesting thing. He said he didn't have time. He's all about football. I mean, he is like super football nerd boy.
I've heard a lot of people say they didn't have girlfriends and stuff, and then you find out something else later. So we'll find out. We'll see. I mean, if you got to go out your way to prove to me that you're all about football, anybody that goes out their way to prove something, I think you're lying about it.
Okay, ho. How do you have a girlfriend and tell her, I'm not going to admit you're my girlfriend? Do you know how most women would not let that stand? They'd be like, what, are you ashamed of me?
Most women that don't have a guy that's about to make millions would be ashamed.
I'm not your sneak around girl.
But the woman that's
hollaback
waiting
girl.
for you to, if you the girlfriend and I'm trying to keep this thing quiet and we're about to start making millions, I'm going to be quiet.
Really?
I don't want to get kicked out the way.
I mean, if you're smart, that's the way you would play
Yeah.
it. But I'm just saying the modern woman.
Not all of them.
Mitch.
See, some of them are a little smarter than that. But, you know.
And I know, but in general, in today's age, a woman who's going to be Mrs. Quarterback 1 in the NFL is not going to sit well with being told, yeah, you're on the down low. You don't exist.
Well, if that person just begins to make some noise about that one, then all of a sudden, guess what? They won't be Mrs.
Well,
whoever.
then you say, well, then you're not marriage material. You're not who I'm looking for. This is your first big test.
Yeah.
Can you accept the fact that, yes, we're going to go out to movies and quietly and do stuff, but we're not going to be seen together?
There are people who date people that never post them on Instagram. Like today, everyone feels as soon as you wake up, you got to start posting. But there are people that are in relationships that never post their mate on anything.
Wait, wake up to start posting? That's a rookie move. You got to preset post by the auto post overnight so that the content train, Clary, never stops.
Well, let's be real. There's a lot of people who will not put their mate on the social media.
Well, yes, there is that.
And I think sometimes it's smart. It's not that he's hiding anything. Let's be real. There are a bunch of people out there waiting for you to post who you dealing with so they can come in and start causing issues.
Oh, yeah. Social media has been the worst on so many levels for so many reasons, but one of the primary ones is allowing other people to put their nose in your business.
And
Where
then
you at?
you
What
can't
you
post
doing?
your business and then get pissed off because somebody knows your business.
Agreed.
That's what I'm saying. So stop posting.
Yeah.
Listen, bro, people are posting so much. People are posting, walking across the street, bam,
Posting
ran over by
more.
a car. You know, it's just, I don't think everybody needs to know what the hell I'm doing. If I post something, I want you to know. But I'm not going to post everything.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Actually, absolutely right. Sometimes I feel like my Twitter feed is a little bit too heavily promotional about here's a clip from the podcast, here's an appearance I'm doing, here's a sponsor I have, and I think, people are not going to like this. And then I go, you know what? I don't care.
But that's why you use it.
that this is a tool for me.
Yeah, you use it for the things you feel. You don't have to post what people want you to post. Like people want to find out every little thing. I don't care that you know where I play golf or what
And then
where
there's
I'm going
always
to eat or where I drove. I don't care about all that.
Yeah, and then there's always people that will find anything to clap you on and to like start talking.
No matter what you post, I don't care how positive it is. Somebody gonna say something stupid.
I posted my Masters picks, right? And the first comment from somebody was, "Hope it's a small shirt because you're gonna lose it." I'm like, "Okay, bro, it was great." Like, did I say mortgage the house on these? I just want it on record in case I'm right.
And you know the person that probably made the comment? Don't even watch the Masters. They just want to agitate you.
It could be a Twitter bot in a Russian bot farm.
Well,
for all I know,
I may be the one person that the bots hate because I don't respond to half of them.
That's good. But do you respond to some of them?
No, I respond to people I know.
Oh, okay.
I respond to people.
So you don't fight with randos
I respond
online.
to people who I know who try to come in the incognito type situation, and they try to talk trash, and then they see you in person. They cool with you. So I respond to them, and I make them real pissed. So when I see them in person, you can't keep a straight face because you know I just cursed you out.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's the ones I try to go at.
Some guys I know love being out in them Twitter streets, and they love mixing it up in them Twitter streets. And I'm just like, man, you got to get a different hobby. Because you literally don't know if you're arguing with a bot at any given
you
time.
argue with somebody like my whole thing is,
or a guy with a 70 IQ living in a group home.
If I care, I argue. So most people on Twitter, I don't care about you.
I know.
So why would I argue with you?
Right. You know, my actual Twitter handle, or not handle, but my message under my ID is, I ain't here to fight the whole internet today. Yeah. I ain't here to fight the whole internet today. That is a message and a warning.
Let them know.
I'm going to put my opinion out there. If you think you're going to get engagement from me by tangling, it's probably not going to happen. Probably, hopefully, sometimes, though, I can't resist. Well, look, Fernando, I hope you and your family have a wonderful time together celebrating your accomplishment. And there's lots of great finger foods, snacks, beverages, and more. I know there'll be plenty of remote cameras. So even though you physically won't be there, we will see plenty of you.
Oh, they don't have a camera there.
On draft night. Okay. Do we want to talk about this Rossini thing at all?
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay, we can do that, get into it properly. Chris Miles will join us, NBA television host as well, and more to come as we continue. It is B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan. See, I knew you'd go to it. Listen, is this syrupy and cheesy? Of course it is. But it's a banger.
Oh, that's Jeff's song right there. He got that in his favorites.
Hey, if you need a pick-me-up, if you're down in the dumps, it is impossible not to get your heel or your
That's
toast
not
out.
in it, but I do randomly sing and I miss you. And now
Oh, you
I
talking about the White Chicks
one? Yeah.
Yeah.
That movie be killing
From
me.
White Chicks?
Yeah.
Can you still make that movie in 2026?
Yeah, you can go with it.
Okay.
Yeah. You still make it.
Okay. Welcome back.
If you can't, we got a white Brian. What's this deal?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Like Black Doug in The Hangover.
Yeah.
Wait, which Doug? Black Doug.
You got to specify.
I got to tell you, Black Dougs are in short supply. Go ahead and start naming them, besides Doug Williams. Go. I'll wait.
I only know one from school, but I also told him, yo, not that many people named Douglas anymore.
Yeah, a few Douglas, I know.
I'm waiting. I haven't heard another Black Doug besides Williams.
I got two friends that Douglas, I don't know their last name,
famous.
though. Oh, famous people. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Athletes.
No.
Listen to the silence fall over the studio as I stump the panel. Yeah, you're a little blown away.
Come on, Ryan, pull it up.
I told you that. I mean, there's quite a few hockey players. Doug Marchand is, I think, is that? No, Andrew Marchand. No, he's the media critic for the New York Post. Okay, I'm now starting to jam my own radar on this. But anyway, think about it. Yeah? What you got?
Doug Martin, muscle hamster.
There you go.
Muscle hamster.
We have a second one. Okay.
There you go. Got two of them.
Got two. We got two. We'll build
Doug
on it from
Christie.
here. Doug Christie. There's a third. Okay. Not bad. But I mean, we're Bitcoin mining here. Like we are grinding a lot of terabits for just a few little names. Just saying. Okay, let me pivot here. Diana Rossini is a very well-known and accomplished and respected, and I find a very nice NFL reporter who used to be at ESPN. She's now at The Athletic, which is part of the New York Times.
Mm-hmm.
And she does a really good job on reporting on the NFL. And she is a fiery, spunky, hard-charging, ambitious, and diligent NFL reporter. I do respect her work. I've only intersected with her a few times briefly at Super Bowls, and I have always at least respected her hustle for sure.
Mm-hmm.
However, yesterday it came out that apparently she was spotted at a very swank Arizona couples retreat with one Mike Vrabel, former coach of the Tennessee Titans, now coach of the New England Patriots, who were in the Super Bowl and came up just short. The photos include a photo of the two of them hugging at sunset on the rooftop of a private bungalow that cost $2,000 a night, and another photo of the two of them intertwining their fingers, holding hands face to face, and then another photo of them lounging by the pool. In none of these photos is there anyone else around them.
Yeah.
Now, the official word through sources for Rossini is that they were both there with friends and that it was part of a larger group of people. They were up in Sedona to go hiking. By the way, have you ever been to Sedona?
Yeah.
Amazing. It's like you go up there going, wow, this place is really, really nice. But it's 2 hours out of the way. 2 hours, hour and a half north of Phoenix, basically. Beautiful red rock formations, a tiny little town where there's just a few places to stay. And this was a very swank resort. It was not where they were holding the owners' meetings. It was in advance of the owners' meetings at the equally swank Biltmore in Phoenix, which is nice, but it's in the middle of town, and so it's not like it's remote or anything. And, you know, the word is from her camp is that, no, there was like 6 of us, and we were all up there, coincidence, and we were hiking, they were hiking, there's no big deal. There's been a long time professional friendship and relationship, and no, this is a nothing burger, says Camp Rossini.
Mm-hmm.
Those photos, though, Brian.
Those photos don't necessarily just show it. And I'll say this.
Those photos are a little dicey.
Everyone is not granted the same grace in every situation. And I understand rumors happen to people, but if you are a person involved with tons of rumors, you got to be more careful in situations that you put yourself in.
Agreed.
Because based off of rumors and looking at this situation, doesn't look like what you hear. You don't see any person anywhere.
No.
So
this was not a quick hug with a group of people going, it was great getting together to have drinks. What a great hike we had. Hug, goodbye. It's two of them hugging on a rooftop of a bungalow that, according to the New York Post, you can only get to that rooftop by way of the bungalow itself. So they were clearly staying there together, or at least that's implied. It was not a public area that they were seen hugging. Also, it was a really zoomed in, because it was kind of a grainy photo of the two of them. And you could say, well, why'd you have to do them dirty? Why are you trying to invade their privacy? I know those photos would be problematic in about 99% of most civilian relationships.
Yeah. Because
they would be like,
I don't know many. I would just say this:
minute.
if you have a person and you're in this picture, I don't know who's going to believe that. We were just going hiking.
Right.
They're going to question what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
And me knowing females,
I
don't know a female that's going to be thinking that this was just on the up and up.
Now, it needs to be noted, and I'm just, this was assumed by people, they're both married to other people, not to each other. Vrabel's 50, Rossini is 43. And so that also is something that people are going to start having opinions on. Now, I've known many women in the sports media field, and many of them great people, total respect, and I've had conversations with the likes of Sage Steele and Carol Maloney and others about the difficulty of overcoming the perception that women in sports media and broadcasting are just sleeping their way to the top or sleeping with athletes and coaches to be able to get scoops, information, and preferred access. They hate that because they're like, look, any of us that are trying to do it legit, be pros, we not only have to compete against the rogue actors that are willing to sleep with coaches, players, etc., but we also have to deal with the rumors and the suspicion from mouth-breathing men who are like, oh, yeah, you just got your job because you're sleeping with so-and-so.
But see, that's the thing about what I hate about that, they always blame men.
Well, that's
deal with the
default
people. Deal with
women.
your own counterparts. Deal with your own counterparts that may be doing it, that puts it out there.
Well,
like as a former football player, every time I meet someone and they say, "Well, you do?" I say, "I used to play professional football." They give me a look. Okay, I understand, but talk to me a little bit and see if I'm like everybody else you're with. So, but I'm
Hold on
not.
a second. You're saying other civilians challenge you, and you have to remind them you played pro football?
No. I'm saying they will judge you based off of being a professional
got
athlete because of the negativity that has happened with professional athletes.
Got it.
But the whole thing of it is.
The women in the biz have to police themselves
Yeah.
is a valid one, and I think a lot of them try. But it's also a very dangerous, perilous thing because you know how catty things can get. And so I think a number of women who are doing it the legit way may not feel comfortable going, hey, you should probably stop sleeping with that person because it's bad for all of us.
Well,
and we'll leave it at that.
Maybe if you don't say that, that's cool. But you know what? Don't blame a man because it's happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
And lesson to everybody. You think you're up there in the middle of nowhere in Sedona on a rooftop on a $2,000 bungalow? No, you ain't. There is eyes everywhere in them hills. Coming up, hour 3, it's B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
As golfers prepare for the grind, nerves, and pressure of the Masters tournament, the day before the event at Augusta National, it's a chance to relax. After a shortened morning practice round today, Masters participants have the chance to compete in the Par 3 contest, which starts right now. No golfer has ever won the Masters Par 3 contest and gone on to win the Masters tournament in the same year, so this really is an event that you want to win. And will Alex Ovechkin return for another NHL season? That's been the question for a very long time. Well, asked by team broadcaster John Walton in a pre-taped interview if he had made a decision yet, Ovi said not yet. He's going to make a decision this summer. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It has been a busy show already, and we're only half done. We have eaten some genuine, bona fide, straight from Augusta pimento cheese sandwiches to start the show from White Brian, who is back. We thanked him very much for that. We have talked about the Wizards tank. More on that in just a second. They lost again last night. James Wood hit another home run last night in the loss for the Nationals, so he's been raking as of late. We talked some Mario Mendoza. No, Fernando Mendoza, not Mario Mendoza. Talked to our guy Ben Standing, as well as did some mock drafting in the NFL and who the Commanders could take. Later on this hour, we're going to talk about, we're 1 week away from the Commanders getting new uniforms, which are going to be kind of like the old uniforms. But Harris says there's a twist, or he says there's a...
They got tricks up their sleeve.
Tricks up their sleeve with this reveal a week from today. So that could be interesting. We'll get into that. And then we got Joe B talking about Ovi. We also have touched on the fact that, hey, man, the season's ending. And we don't know if he's coming back.
Yeah.
And are you going to be okay with an Irish exit in the summer where he's like, yeah, I think I'm done? Like, on the one hand, we're in no position to tell him anything.
See, Irish exits don't tell you. They just leave.
What happened?
At least he said, I'm going to make a decision.
What happened to that guy we had? He was wore number 8.
Irish exit, he goes to the offseason, you never hear from him again.
Yeah, he had this awesome wrist shot. He was so good on the power play. He would like set up on the left circle, and like you couldn't even see the shot. It was so fast. What is he still on the team? What happened to that guy?
He left and we never heard from him again.
He left. There was a brawl in baseball. We're going to get to Chris Miles in just a second. Sorry. We're going to get to Chris Miles in just a second. There's a brawl in baseball last night. Braves, Angels, pitcher Ronaldo Lopez and DH Jorge Soler ejected after Soler charged the mound. Lopez had already gotten the ball back, and Lopez decided that his first move was to punch with the ball in his hand.
That's not smart. Because if the ball's in your hand, you hit the bone, you can break and mess something up.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But he kind of had the face of the ball to...
So he hit him with the ball, like this.
Yes.
So he smacked him in a sense.
So in
with
other
the
words,
ball.
you're saving your knuckles as
so you
the
hit him
blunt force
with the ball.
Impact.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at it, and Walker has already done the super slow-mo fight recap of this, you say he caught more helmet than he caught actual face?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering, and we could test this, Clary,
I'll be happy to
take one for the
I'll
team,
be happy
Clary?
to do the ball and hit somebody with the ball.
Who in the glass there wants to take one for the team and tell us how much it hurts?
I got it. Oh, yeah, actually, White Brian.
I can only take so many more concussions.
Would you rather be punched in the face with a baseball in your hand by B. Mitch or get beamed at 92 miles an hour in the ass by a major league pitcher?
Pause. Beamed at 90 miles per hour in the buttocks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say that's the one you should take.
Okay. Just
if you get hit in the face, that's going to be bad.
I love the fact that already, by the way, baseball season is so young, and yet people are still pissed off at each other. It doesn't take long for baseball players to start getting all hot and bothered.
Yeah.
Wait until we get to July. Yeah. All right. Chris Miles joins us now, NBA TV host. You can find him on Twitter at Chris Miles TV. Chris, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Been on Wemby watch all season, so that's been an experience and a half.
I have.
So now you just left Giannis, and now you're chasing Wemby.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but the GM of the Spurs, Brian Wright's from Silver Spring, so we've had a lot to talk about about the Wizards and in DC sports. He's a big. He listens into this program actually all the way down in Texas.
Nice. Oh, wow. I have Chris a roll of quarters that I could put into you on Wemby. I have so many questions, so many fascinations. I'll try not to get more than 2 quarters deep, but let me put one in here, which is he going to get even better than he is now?
Yeah, he's one of those guys, and to answer your question, it's all about health. And we see now he has the rib contusion, and part of it is, man, I don't know if this comes across on TV, but the physicality, how physical the opposing teams are with him every night. It's like not a night off where guys are pushing, hitting, punching, grabbing, holding, because they're like, look, we're not going to let this guy. I'm talking about on free throws, out of bounds plays, more than any other player in the NBA. And the thing is, he's not like, Shaq was, right? Where it's like, oh, he's so strong and powerful. It's like, no, you can really hurt him and affect his body with a lot of that wear and tear. But if that doesn't get to him, I mean, he can handle the ball. He can shoot the three better than, I think he's the second or third best 3-point shooter on the team, right? And his defensive mentality, all of those things are there. It's just, can his body withstand all of the punches, right? It's like body blows every single game. That's really the only question with him.
I think he's going to have to go look at the one MJ, Michael Jordan, and see how he was when he came in the league and what he did to his body to be able to withstand all that stuff that was coming at him. Because they're not going to stop doing what they're doing. If they know they're affecting him, they're not going to stop it. So Wemby is skinny. Let's be real. He's going to have to put some more weight on him.
Where?
Yeah, it's kind of like Giannis,
you gotta lift.
Man.
You got to lift.
Well,
how can he lift for his ribs, though?
No. If you lift, you get a little thicker. You have. Okay. Yeah. Right. And then once you throw, then you can start throwing back.
Okay.
You start hitting them back.
Well, and that's the thing, B. Mitch. The problem is he does that. He hits back now, and he's too skinny for that. You know what it's like? Yeah. And this is the perfect way to see it. It's like seeing a freshman, because remember these kids' age. He's 22 now, right? Yeah. It's like seeing a guy be a freshman in college, and he was to 3/4 of what Giannis was by that age, then he's winning every championship and every MVP. I think it was good for them to lose to the Nuggets, though, and see Nikola Jokic, right? Because he's like, everybody else, he's dominating. Then he goes against Joker. He's like, man, they beat us again. And Joker hits that turnaround. I think that's the level for him. But that's kind of where he is, man. There's only 2 or 3 players in the league that you're like, oh, they got him right now. And it's like, how much longer are they going to have him?
Listed at 7'4", 235, although
he's taller than that. He's taller than that.
He's taller than 7'4".
And he's 235.
Well, they say that he's in the internet says that there has been significant muscle mass increase since his rookie year.
He needs to be 250. 250, 255, yeah, and then he can probably withstand. What the Detroit Pistons did to Michael,
all right.
I don't think nobody's doing anybody.
Brian, you are not his doctor. You don't know that. That's just a suggestion. Just saying.
What?
You're like, he needs to be 250.
No, I'm saying he needs to be a little bigger.
Okay.
I mean, when you're 7'6", 235, might look good on a running back.
Okay.
You don't look good on a tree.
Here's my second question, and then I'm done on Wemby, Chris, and that is, I don't understand how he doesn't get his pocket pick dribbling all the time, just based on.
Well, his handle isn't crazy.
I know.
You gotta understand.
He's so tall. Like the actual,
you'd have to see it.
The geometry of a guy 7'4" dribbling like he does should get picked all the time, and yet he doesn't, and I don't understand that.
You got to see it in person. So remember this: he worked with Jamal Crawford, right? Now, I've played pickup with Jamal, and it's one of those things when you watch it on TV, there's one thing, and when you see it in person, like Wemby does the ball handling drills that Isaiah Thomas used to do.
Really?
I mean, I'm watching this like you've never seen a guy that tall get down and do the guard drills. I mean, you just don't see it.
Where you're like doing the dribble real tight to the ground.
Yes, he does all of that. You're talking about the figure eight.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the thing about that. Typically, and we know the difference between a guy that's 6 feet, like Allen Iverson had those really long arms. So when he did the crossover or he got the ball really low, you're not getting to it, right? Wemby also has that. So, like, it's like, how Michael Phelps was built to be a swimmer. It's not just that Wemby is that tall. He's got the long arms, the long fingers, the dexterity, all of those things. So when he gets down and starts crossing over, you kind of see it. You're like, oh, my God. He's not like a big dude handling the ball. He's like a guard that is really tall. So, yeah, guys aren't getting that. And you really have to be around it to see it. And he only pulls that out against guys that are like 6'10 or taller. Like when he gets guards on him, he protects the ball. But when he gets anyone that's 6'10 or taller, they're lunch meat on the perimeter.
All right, the Wizards rolling into the station with a very successful tanking season. How would you rate it for what they have executed?
I mean, it's funny because I wish they would have done this season to get Wemby, right? Like that would have been crazy. But 8, 9 out of 10, right? Like you're right there in the mix. I just got to see the lottery. If the Wizards end up with the number 1 pick, then we give them a 10 out of 10, right? If they end up at 5 or 6 again, it's like, all right, enough of this. Like,
if they end up at 5 or 6, that mean the league's screwing them.
Okay, here's
yeah.
All right.
Warriors.
Yeah. So here's the question I have. What is the disaster line for the lottery? Is it 3? Is it 4? Is it like what number ball would be a disaster if the Wizards pull it? You said 5, right? So is top 4 okay?
I look at the top 4 players as being equal.
Who are they, by
right?
the way?
Like well, I mean, for
in
me,
your mind,
and some people like it. There's Darren Peterson, AJ DeBanza, Cam Boozer, and Caleb Wilson.
Yeah.
Caleb earned that right for me to put him there, right?
Okay.
I look at those 4 guys as like I don't know who's going to be the best one, and I don't know who's going to be the worst one, and I think it depends on their situation.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? So, like, if Cam Boozer goes to the Pacers, we may look at this kid as being the best one from this class. But if he goes to the Kings, we may look at him as being the worst in that group. Do you see? I mean, of the 4 players.
Mm-hmm.
So for the Wizards, it's like, who cares if you're 1 or 4? You get one of those guys, you're cooking with fish grease. Any one of them.
Okay.
But I think once you get to 5, now you can make a mistake. Because you could draft, you just traded for Trae Young. So what are you going to draft? Darius Acuff? Right? Like, he's the guy that should be sitting there.
Not ideal.
Or, there's too many question marks. Once you get to 5, I'm like, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Keaton Wagler how would
Look,
that
this
play
is
at
what
5?
I'm saying. You get into a whole different, what you're doing is, I don't want that for the Wizards.
Yeah.
The Kings need that. The Kings need that in their lives. For the Wizards, it's been enough heartache and pain. It's been enough, sitting there. No offense to Johnny Davis at 10. No offense to my guy that they traded, Corey Kispert. Like, I don't know. We don't want any more of that. We're done with that. Give them a bona fide John Wall, or at least like Bradley Beal level, like all-star, potential superstar in the NBA. Because I don't know about you guys. I view John Wall as the superstar. I view Bradley Beal as an all-star. That's what you need. You need one of those guys, like a perennial all-star or a potential superstar in the NBA.
Okay, so if it's 1-1, your preferred pick, Chris Miles, is?
I'm biased. Just like I was biased with Giannis. I'm a Darren Peterson / Cam Boozer camp person. So I'm looking at the Wizards as they're currently constructed. like the Wizards are interesting because like I like all the players that they have now who haven't developed into, but man, give me a Darren Peterson or I wouldn't take Caleb 1. I would take Darren Peterson 1, and I know that's not popular, and I don't think the Wizards would do that.
Okay, so
but I think the best fit for the Wizards is
Peterson.
Caleb.
What's the knock on Peterson though? He doesn't seem to want to always go.
Look, man, I don't know what people talking about. First of all, I've heard that, and I remember the first time I had the privilege of going into a gym. I heard about him when he was a sophomore in high school, and this is what I'm trying to tell you, B. Mitch. You know, I give you the real. Okay, Sam Mitchell, NBA Coach of the Year, calls me up. Chris Miles, man, let me tell you, I got these kids in the gym. I'm coaching them for Team Adidas and for getting them ready for USA. I need you to come and see this kid in the gym right now. So I go in. It's Darren Peterson, but I don't know who this kid is yet, right? And he's telling me, I got the best player from this class, blah, blah. And he said, like, this is how incredible of a talent this kid is. When I see the cramps and stuff, I'm like, guess what you didn't hear? You didn't hear him complaining. All these grown men saying he's not this, he's not that, and he's like, hey, I'm just going out trying to win. I'm trying to get my body right. Clearly there's something going on with him physically, right, where he's coming out of games, and they're like, oh, he tapped the coach to come out of the game. I'm like, did you watch the footage? Because he's standing there, clearly can't move, hits the jumper, and is like, coach, I can't move. And then the rest of the season, he finishes the games. I would label that player as a tough-minded individual with something going on with him physically. Now, do you want to deal with that, right?
You got to find out what's going on with him,
management. And as NBA players have told me, and Greg Anthony, for one, is a guy that I called on this. And he's like, look, Chris, when they get this man into the NBA, they're going to do the little test where they test your blood, and they're going to figure out what's wrong with him. They're going to tell him you're allowed to eat this, this, and that, and you need to stay on this program, and that thing's going to go away. Now, it's up to him if he's that disciplined to make that go away. And I was like, oh, okay. He's like, I'm drafting him first. I'm taking a kid that's probably going to average 30 a game and is the most elite guard prospect as far as talent is concerned we've seen in 25 years. So that's my take on it. But A.J. Debance came in and just did it, right? Wow. And he's 6'9", and he's strong. So it's like, but Darren Peterson cooked A.J. Debance. And he cooked him, 3 times in high school and did it again in college with his body apparently not being right. So, like, this is what I mean. This is a good problem. So if you have one, these are things you have to factor in. Plus, A.J. is Jamaican. So he's my countryman, my fellow countryman. Okay. I'm going to say, I'd love for him to play for the Wizards.
All right. Do you have any preference on the 3 proposed sort of tanking fixes or lottery tweaks?
No, I don't like any of those, but something needs to be done. And the one
Why don't
thing
you
that
like
I
any of them?
See, I don't like them. I don't think they fix the problem. I think they're too convoluted.
Yeah.
There's for fans, and the thing is, the lottery is for the fans. The lottery is for the fans. If you want to fix the problem, then you just, okay, here's the records, and if you really, really, really just want to fix it and not make it a fan thing, all right, the team's vying for the play-in spot. If you, when you're in 7, 8, 9, and 10, if you beat out the other teams that are 9 and 10, all right, you get the top 3 picks, right? So, like, the teams that are fighting, like, I would say it was like the Hawks and the Bulls last year, or whatever it is this year. I'd have to, really look at the standings again, right? But it's like the Hawks and the 76ers. Whatever team fights and gets that 7th spot, then you get a higher draft pick. And then if you're in the 10th spot, it gets lower. Do you see what I mean? So now teams are fighting to win at the end of the regular season. Now the GMs are putting pressure on the coaching staff instead of trying to lose games. Because right now that's what's happening, right? The front office is like, hey, we need to get one of these elite kids that we just discussed. And then the coaching staff is executing that, and it's tearing down the team morale. It's hurting the development of players. All of these things are going wrong because of this at the top. So I think if you fix it at the top, then everything works out. But it needs. All right, fellas, thanks for having me.
All right, bro. Take care, man.
Coming up, Commanders getting new unis. They're like the old unis, but possibly with a trick up their sleeve. We'll talk about it next. Zabe sitting in for JP. It's B. Mitch and Finley on the
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Scotty Scheffler enters as the favorite to become the first golfer to win 3 Masters in 5 years since Tiger Woods, while Rory McIlroy is not too far behind him, and he's seeking to become the first to go back-to-back since, you guessed it, Tiger Woods. I know someone who probably isn't going to win the Masters, though, and that's whoever wins the Masters Par 3 contest. The contest, which is happening right now, has a funny bit of history. No golfer has ever won the Masters Par 3 contest and gone on to win the Masters tournament in the same year. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
This hour being brought to you by Rude, the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
There you go. B. Mitch has brought in his shrimp etouffee.
Mm-hmm.
Man, oh man, that smells good. It smells so good. I might have to do a sneak attack when you're not looking and like jump over there. Get a fork and just go.
It's good, man. I'll tell you that.
Is that homemade or you buy that?
Yeah, no, homemade.
Insulting of me to even
ask
Monica a Louisianan.
So Monica made it. Maya
Maya
always packed my lunch. So when I went in there, I was like, oh, she hooked me up today.
Oh, isn't that nice? It's wonderful. Yeah. All right, so we got new uniforms coming, and they're going to be like the old uniforms. Do we have the bite from Harris? Let's go ahead and play the bite from our new fearless owner, Josh Harris, talking about, this is with J.P. Finley, a week ago. It was about a week ago at the owners' meetings. I just watched the clip online. First of all, before we hear what he says about these uniforms, what I love the most is that he is so unpretentious and so comfortable in a casual setting talking to reporters. This is a dramatic departure from Snyder. Snyder was scared of his own shadow. Snyder was terrified to get up in front of a podium and a microphone because he knew that whenever he opened his mouth, he would say something dumb and he would get burned by it. This is why he made the classic mistake of Happy Thanksgiving. He was so nervous. Yeah. If he was a cat, his claws would have been in the ceiling at that moment. So Harris is unpretentious, very casual, and it was nice to see him just sitting at a ballroom table with a bunch of reporters, including JP, and saying, okay, here's what we got going. Here's what he said about the new old uniform reveal coming up a week from today.
I'm going to leave. We have a lot of surprises up our sleeve this season. I think people will be. I'm excited to see the reaction. I think we've got it right, and I'm going to leave it to the surprise situation to allow everyone to enjoy it.
A surprise.
All right, I can't wait.
I think we're all going to be a touch underwhelmed. Now, the one thing that everyone is speculating on is the return of the spear. The spear has leaked in various sort of alt logos where you're like, whoa, we had never seen that one before. Where did that come from? And so that could be the surprise. It's another baby step back to what once was. Walker, you are going to be what? Underwhelmed? Overwhelmed? What are you expecting for a week from today?
I'm not expecting anything. I'm just waiting for the moment to happen because when we initially talked about this, I was like, yo, what if they just throw us completely left? And for him to say that, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to get.
What do you think, Red Wolves are coming?
I wish. But I don't know how they're going to throw it left, but I think it's going to be something completely different.
Well, there would be no way they would do a whole-scale name and logo change at this point. It requires too much lifting, too much league approval. They're not going to do it. But a tweak, a twist, a surprise is possible.
Yeah. I kind of feel that the Super Bowl era uniforms, both the burgundy and the white, comes back. And I do think that the possibility of the spear on the helmet is coming.
As a
Because
regular or as an alt?
I think as a regular, because they talk about the word commander and how it could be so many different things. And they mentioned the spear in that talk. I seen the spear pop up in a lot of different little things they had on their website and things of that nature. So I can see that. But, you know, like I was asked a question last night during the podcast, you know, how many times I got excited for a uniform. I told them never. So I don't care what they are, as long as they're burgundy and gold, the proper color burgundy and gold. I'm cool with that. And they start winning again on a regular basis.
According to Wikipedia, kind of like a javelin.
Mm-hmm.
It was 6 feet 7 inches long. One of the things about the spear is that some people believe that using any kind of Native American imagery, artefactia, or other stuff is akin to a cultural appropriation, that if you're going to be sensitive to the name and get rid of that you must be sensitive throughout the entire suite of that kind of stuff.
Read what you just
Feathers,
read again. You read what did you read? What did it say?
It said the Roman army used
Okay,
to
so
use
Roman
spears
army,
called
and
a
they talk
pilum.
about other people. It's not just of the Indian.
I agree.
heritage.
I agree. So you and I are on the same square on this, but I was just taking a longer route to get there. So there's some people believe that you can't use any of the suite of Native American imagery, which means spears, feathers, that kind of stuff. You can't use any of it. I of course, strongly disagree. The workaround, the way to avoid it is to go, hey, Roman soldiers had spears. They had commanders, even though they might not have been called commanders.
Mm-hmm.
Their spears were called pilums. But yeah, so we could go with that, and that would be the thing. What if they were to put the spear, Clary, through the taco holder in a slightly upward diagonal angle? Could be kind of hot.
I like that.
A W, the taco holder with a spear through it.
I would love that. And I do think they're bringing back the spear. Like, that's just my guess. Like, I think him last year, Josh Harris, he talked about, like, the Commanders kind of means, like, the Roman mythology and, like, the warriors or whatever it was.
Yeah, he did mention that before.
He didn't mention that before, and so I think it's kind of one of those things, like, they've been dropping these Easter eggs.
They have dropped Easter eggs, yes.
And I think as we're getting closer to it, you're starting to see that, like, hey, they're using the spear logo now this offseason. You're probably going to see it on the helmet. That's just my guess.
Okay.
I think it's coming back.
What if they drop the taco holder entirely? They probably can't. That's their primary mark. And the primary mark is always very important in terms of teams.
Yeah, and I think that's probably, I don't know if that will happen, but here's like my dream.
They probably can't add the spear to the taco holder because then your primary mark is compromised, and everyone who's got a hat or a shirt with the taco holder, and I'm not saying it's a ton of people, but there are people, I see them, starting to see a little more and a little more over time.
Yeah, but
a lot? No, I can't say I see a lot of guys with the taco holder, but it's out there.
All right, so y'all know I'm in these Twitter streets.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in these X streets, and you know the streets mess with me.
The mean
So
streets.
somebody said, check out the video the Commanders just dropped. Now, they say you can see a snippet of the jersey. Now, you know our fans are crazy because the snippet of the jersey is only like this much, but it looks like it's a burgundy jersey with some type of white lettering and gold outline.
Let me bring.
Wait a
We
minute.
need to see that.
That's the only thing you can really see because it's
Let me
folded.
see
like
that,
it's not
Jeffrey.
really much you can see.
Didn't the commander's name get leaked because it appeared erroneously in a clip of something?
Well, no,
It was a helicopter.
It was a helicopter flying over the stadium, and they had already put the stuff up, and they could see through the window.
There was that, but I think there was something else that tipped people off even before that. Okay. By the way, if you say lettering on the jersey, if there's any,
Jeff, wait,
if
right
there's-
here.
Yeah.
If there's,
It's a very small snippet.
That looks like the old school stuff.
Yeah, it looks like the old school
Like
uniform.
the old school uniform.
no, you can't see nothing on that. What
It's
the hell is
folded.
that?
It's like it's a jersey that's folded up.
Yeah, just hand me the phone.
Yeah, you know our fans crazy, see? That's all you can see.
That's all you can see is that I have to. This is like giving me 2 pieces of a 1,000-piece puzzle of a covered bridge in Iowa in the fall, saying put it together. I can't do that.
It looks like the burgundy and gold colors. That's what we can confirm at this point.
Yeah, it's, you know what? Let's cut to the chase. It's gonna be the old colors, and it's going to be one alternate which has the spear alone, not compromising the primary, not compromising the primary logo. That's what's going to be. And you know what? It'll be a win. It'll be a win when it's all said and done, especially if they take all of that cacophony of 3 different jerseys, including the black, and they put it in a pile and burn it! Burn it all!
That black one might stay.
I'm sure it will. But not everybody's down with it. Nick Ashew loves the black. He thinks every team should have a black alt. And I'm like, great. You have one week.
That's because people care about everything but the sport. They care about everything around the sport.
Well, you get distracted.
I don't care about care about the uniform. I don't care about the helmet. I care about wins and losses.
B. Mitch, every athlete I've ever worked with and known, they all generally are the same way. You guys who played care the least about the uniforms because you were worried about being good on the field or on the court or on the ice.
We wanted to win so you can like whatever we wore.
Yeah, and you want to stay on the team so you can get that cheddar so you can still be a player.
Definitely.
All right. Coming up, we got Joe Beninati at 1 o'clock. Talk about the Caps as well as Ovi and possibly this being his last game at home on Sunday and how, if any way, can we sort of manage what should be a big triumphant send-off to this incredible number 4. It's B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. We have all seen first pitches in baseball, ceremonial first pitches go horribly wrong.
Yeah.
50 Cent owns one of maybe the worst ever.
I think it's the worst ever.
There's some other ones.
John Wall was bad.
Yeah.
He was awful.
Yeah. It always blows my mind that basketball players have some of the worst throwing motions that you've ever seen. You're thinking, you're an elite athlete in a professional sport. You can't throw a ball?
Yeah.
Just, somewhere in the vicinity of 60 feet away. And the answer is they spend championship tournament. Maria Jose Marin, who plays golf at Arkansas, chipped out the first pitch, B-Mitch. Chipped it out. She got a little golf mat and a wedge and had the catcher set up at the plate and chipped a perfect strike 60 feet, 6 inches to the plate. I'm telling you that.
Not like that.
That is hard.
Did she do a golf ball or a baseball?
Golf ball.
Okay.
That is not easy to do.
No.
She did practice a little bit beforehand, but you have to get it just the right height, the right speed, the right distance.
It's like changing it.
Visually, you're not practicing that. You're
Yeah.
chipping to a green and a flag. Now you're chipping to a guy who's crouched behind the plate.
I think changing it up a little bit, doing different things helps. I did one at the Richmond Flying Squirrels baseball.
How'd it go?
I threw a football.
Oh, you
Then
did?
Then I threw the baseball.
Oh, okay. How was your baseball throw?
Both of them down the middle.
Down the middle?
Yeah.
With heat? With zing?
Little bit. Just, I was a little worried because the men, I forgot the guy's name, who's like he runs the team down there. We were in his office, and he had like a bar set up in his office. So we had a few before I went out there to throw.
He's like, here you go. Let's have one to loosen you up here.
One.
A double?
Woo, I had a few.
2 doubles.
And I went out there, I was like, oh, boy, I hope I can throw this thing. But the football went down the middle, and I said, okay, I feel comfortable. And I let the baseball fly.
That is funny. Anyway, if you or I were to chip out a first pitch at a major league game with 30,000 people watching, do you feel confident that you could loft a nice, gentle 60-foot, 6-inch chip?
Off of a mat, probably so. If it was that just straight ground, nah. See, the mat gives you a little
give.
Yeah, a little. You get consistent with that.
Yes, so you can slide.
I'll take my 58 and I'll just pop it over there to him.
On a mat.
Don't want to score one though.
On a driving range, oh no. On a driving range mat, you're not going to chunk it, which you would on real grass, so that takes that out of the equation.
Yeah.
But then again, the mat is sitting an inch off the turf, so now you got to choke down on your wedge.
Choke a little bit.
Just a little bit. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable at that. I know this, if you were to put the ball on the pitcher's mound on the dirt with a downhill lie,
no chance in hell.
You're going to kill the catcher.
Yeah.
You're going to hit a
that
absolute
catcher's never
butter
seen-
knife,
yeah.
worm burner. It'd be like, watch your lips.
He has never seen nothing coming at him so fast. I promise you that.
All right, so here's my potentially unpopular Masters take that I came upon last night because I was looking at the field and what the odds were and everything else. The field, B-Mitch, is crap. It's just junk every year. Yeah, it's got 20 to 30 well-known star players.
Yeah.
Beyond that, though, it is legitimately a garbage field that would embarrass many PGA Tour stops. And the Masters doesn't mind it this way. They keep the field light to begin with. It's 91 total players.
Yeah.
But as I went through looking at some of these names at the bottom, because I was actually looking at the Thursday morning pairings to get excited about, okay, who can I wake up and watch Thursday morning before coming in and talk to you? And I quickly realized, I was like, man, these guys stink. I'll go through the names for you, but there's a bunch of past champions because they're allowed to play as long as they can reasonably get it around.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these past champions are there for the soup and the sweaters. That's all they're there for.
Probably so.
Free gear, and a meal.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Just my contrarian thought. I'll take all your angry blasphemy on Twitter now at Zabe. Charlie Zulu Alpha Bravo Echo. Coming up, we got Joe B. Caps play-by-play man, Monumental, talking about Ovi, the grade 8, proper send-offs, and what's going to happen in the last 5 days of this season. You're listening to The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. Alex Ovechkin says he's yet to make a decision about his NHL future, but he's going to this summer. In a teaser for a conversation airing tonight with the Capitals radio announcer John Walton, the franchise's captain says that he will speak with his family and team and executives before deciding what to do next. Tonight on 106.7 The Fan, you can listen live as the Capitals travel to Toronto to take on the Maple Leafs. You got 7:30 p.m. is puck drop, but before that, 4:05 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan, listen live to a series finale with the Cardinals and the Nationals. Miles Michaelis on the mound for Washington. DC Spring Professional Football is back. Defenders versus Houston, April 11th, noon at Audi Field. Halftime is DC's own Wale Live, a championship banner, and a hometown legend. All of that happening on the same day. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Well, it's our fourth hour today. It is the happy hour, if you will. Joe B, unfortunately, had to pivot today. Pivot, those who know Friends know that scene. Had to pivot. We cannot have him tonight or today. Tonight, Ilya Protas makes his debut for the Caps. He is, of course, the brother of Alexei.
Mm-hmm.
And Caps fans are very pumped for that. So even in a lost, probably non-playoff season, huzzah for new beginnings and young phenoms. It's always an exciting part of sports when a new young phenom makes his debut.
Yeah, and they've been talking about him a lot.
Yeah.
And, so just you always wonder, do they put too much hype on people, or can he step in and just go out and do his thing? And he has a brother in it. He's been doing it. I'm sure he's got the right information.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you got a guy who they had nobody else to play, at least his brother has been along the way, and he's probably saw his brother go through stuff.
Oh,
So
yeah.
he'll be ready for it.
Yeah. Okay. So with the Caps out of the playoffs, how much do you think you'll watch of the Stanley Cup playoffs? A little bit? None?
I will.
It's okay if you watch none. There are number of people that do not watch playoff anything if their team is not in.
No, I watch. I
Okay.
watch more then because I think hockey, baseball, even basketball gets more hyped during the playoffs.
Oh no, it's great. Yeah.
Like baseball, 162 game. I'm not watching every game. I don't care what anybody say.
Understood.
You can call me a non-fan. I don't know anybody that watch every game of the season.
Right.
Hockey and basketball is 80-something. I thought if everybody watched every one of those.
Yeah.
But I watch the Caps a good bit. But when they get to the playoffs, they skate even faster. And I love it at that time.
Yeah.
So I will check it out.
Have you ever met somebody who says, "Well, once my team is out, I don't watch," and I'm
Yeah, a lot of people.
proud. Like,
That's not a real. But that's the person that tell you you're not a real sports fan. That's not a real sports fan.
Do you understand it? Because I don't understand it at all. It flummoxes me. Like, okay, I know you're upset. You like the sport. You like your team. You sure you don't want to see the other teams and what they do, and at least keep an eye on everything? Like, aren't you a fan of the game that you purport to love? This is exactly how it was.
They tell you that until their team lose.
I know.
Then you find out the truth.
Well, and that's the thing. This was exactly how it was with a lot of fans in Milwaukee with the Brewers. The Brewers are the love of that city, even though they have not even made the World Series since '82. Even though the Bucks, when they won the title, they loved it there. It was great. They love the Brewers in a way that's hard to even explain. And so many Brewer fans would call the show and be like, "Oh, gee, they're out now, so, I'm probably not going to watch anymore." And I'm like, you're not going to watch the World Series. You got to be kidding me.
Stupid.
And what's crazy is that if you were one of those people this year, you missed one of the all-time banger World Series ever.
Yeah.
That came down to a replay of just a fraction of an inch in a cloud of dust in a play at the plate that could have decided the whole thing in Game 7. I mean, why would you want to miss that?
Yeah. I think while that was going on, it was when we played against Kansas City and got back into the hotel. I think it was around
When the
that time.
Commanders were playing the Chiefs?
I think it was.
I seem to recall vaguely.
And I got back into the hotel, and I was like, sat down, and I'm like, oh, hell.
Oh, this is tight.
That's the game that went all the innings?
Yeah.
That was early. It wasn't the game 7.
No, it wasn't a game, but there was one that
But
went
they
forever.
went all
that was
in-
the one in L.A. Yeah.
Watched the whole thing. I watched the whole thing. Like, you get into the hotel, I'm about to go to sleep, get up in the morning, and I started watching it. Could not turn it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
it ended on a bomb.
Yeah.
So that
Oh,
was incredible
Gotta
to
enjoy
watch.
it, man.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm looking forward to watching a lot of both the NBA playoffs and the Stanley Cup playoffs because I kind of skip much of the regular season other than watching our teams. But even I haven't watched very little. I've watched very little of the Wizards through the year.
Yeah.
But I've popped in. What I call it is I call it shoebox monitoring.
Yeah,
like
like
the
from-
Wizards were like a turtle in a shoebox, and periodically I'd lift the lid, Brian,
And see if he's still living?
Wait, I'd look in and be like, okay, cool. And then I'd put the lid back down. That's
Yeah.
about all that I watched. And look, the NBA has genuine sort of perception issues because of load management, free throw farmers like SGA, which is a huge problem, the way he is able to draw so many foul calls because of how crafty he is doing what he does. They've just stopped calling traveling in even some of the more egregious ways, which I think is just
Oh, they
bad
take
for
3
perception.
steps in hip hop, and they
Yeah.
still don't call it.
Right, which is absurd. There is a legit number of injuries which take the steam out of the sails of teams that are good you're excited for, like the Lakers. And Luka, that would have been a very fascinating team to watch. I think they're kind of
Reeves
dead in
is
the
hurt,
water.
too.
Reeves is hurt as well. LeBron's not even as good as he is at this age. He can't carry the whole team at this point. So there are perception problems, but for the playoffs, I'm definitely in, and my season for the NBA starts right about now through mid-June.
Yeah, the perception for me is that they don't play hard until the playoffs, until they start getting closer to the playoffs. And when the playoffs come, there's no such thing as load management in the playoffs. You ever notice the people that had load management all throughout the year, even the week before the playoffs, they have no load management during the playoffs. You ever notice that?
They fight through it.
Every one of them can play. So the load management is a bunch of crap.
You think it's crap?
Yeah.
You don't think it helps?
You know what most basketball players do on their off days? They go shoot basketball. So
Really?
what are they managing?
Well, is it shoot around or is it playing a real physical game up and down the court for 48
You may not
minutes?
go up and down the court, but if you go and play against anybody, it's competition.
Okay.
Once you put 2 athletes on a court together, it's not going to stay very, very easy.
Yeah.
All one guy got to do is do a quick little spin and layup. Oh, okay. Then you're going to come back and try to get them. All of a sudden, elbows are being thrown.
Okay.
So,
all right. Time now. We found him for the most dapper man in an NHL broadcast booth. He is Joe Beninati, your play-by-play voice of the Washington Capitals. Joey B.
What up, Joe?
It's great to reconnect again. How are you?
Hey, Zabe, how are you doing?
Doing
Mitch,
great.
you wouldn't believe my last 24, 36 hours. I don't want to get into it, but it's been a soap opera story. But all is well here in Toronto. Let's roll.
No, I want the Reader's Digest now. You've hooked me in. Give me the 60-second elevator pitch.
I was supposed to do the Ovechkin interview that was taped yesterday morning where he was going to make his statement that he wasn't going to say whether or not he's retiring until the summer. On my drive to the interview, on my drive to the practice rink, some construction truck throws a brick off the back of its apparatus. I drive over it. Boom, not good. Today, about 20 minutes ago, Locker decides to walk home. Normally we don't do this. We take the bus. We walk. We go to a sub shop. I leave my entire game boards, all of my prep in the shop and walk off. Not good. So that's the Cliff Notes version. It's been fun. It's been active.
Okay, Joe B, I'm not letting you just skate out of this. I know you're a man focused on the content at hand, but a couple follow-ups. One,
yes.
Did the brick disable your car?
Wrecked the left front tire, and I'm hoping I'm supposed to find out more information because I had to take the car, wait for the roadside assistance to the dealership, quickly rented another car to come back to the airport to come to Toronto. So I really don't know about the car yet.
Oh my God! Wow. And it was a rental car.
No, his car.
No, that was the car that was damaged was my car. They gave me a loaner.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. So that's why John Walton got the interview, not you.
There you go.
Yeah.
Walton. I'm just kidding. You did a nice job filling in. Okay. And then on the boards you left behind at the sub shop, when you went back, did they still have them?
Yeah, I got them in my hands now.
Oh, cool. Good job.
That was the panic-stricken, there's an emergency, Ryan. I've got to run. I don't know if I can do this interview. Raced over. Thankfully, it's only a block down the street.
Oh, yeah.
And the woman behind the counter hands them to me, which is really, very, very nice because they would have made a nice souvenir for somebody.
You know what, though? They'll look at it, Joey, and go, what the hell is this?
Most sub
the way you make it sound so good when you say it, they wouldn't be able to look at it and be able to understand what's really there.
I can just
but this is a hockey mad city. Somebody should have taken those and run with them. But
take it to eBay.
Somebody was kind.
Genuine, bona fide NHL play-by-play boards here. On
there
eBay.
You go.
I'm surprised they didn't come back crumpled up with vinaigrette sauce on them.
No Caesar, Zabe, no Caesar dressing on them at all. Everything looks good.
Okay, so this is a question we're struggling with today, many of us, which is we can't say anything about how Ovi's going to handle his business. He owes us nothing, my God. But we don't feel great as fans about an Irish exit to his illustrious career. How do we square the circle on what he feels good doing and what we want to do to properly send him out with a bang?
I'll be honest, Zabe, last week there was somebody who's on the very, very inside who looked at us and said, we don't know the answer to whether or not he's playing or not. So genuinely, I don't think he's made his mind up yet.
Yeah.
I think the season's progressed. He's performed extremely well at times. He's had his struggles at times. At times, he's looked at me and said, I'm way too old for this bleep. He keeps playing at a level that's really darn good. And I think by not rushing his decision, I actually think that lends itself to him more returning next year. And this is just one man's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I sure hope that we're talking about him next year because exactly what you're saying. I can't think about the end of the season coming up on Tuesday. How are we as a network on Monumental Sports Network going to handle, is it, isn't it? Well, if this is Alex, you were wonderful, or we can't wait to see you in the fall, Alex. It's a hard situation, but it's all about the Ovechkin family, and I genuinely believe Alex hasn't made up his mind yet.
Yeah, I just think like asking an athlete right at the end of the season is not a good one because your body is so beaten up that you right then and there you're like, hey, I'm done with this.
And I believe your mind's got to be fried.
Yeah, but a month and a half later, you start feeling good again. You start thinking about next year. You get those juices flowing. I'm going to give it one more try. So I think allow him that opportunity to finish up, sit back, and he'll probably give you something more positive than if you want him to tell you something immediately afterwards.
That's what we're hoping for, B. Mitch. Just speaking for me and speaking for the network, you want to give an all-time great the proper send-off, and this makes it difficult. To me, I think, fingers crossed, you hope he does return. I'm sure he will come back in one way or another, whether he's retiring or not, to make that announcement. But it's difficult from a network standpoint, from a game coverage, play-by-play standpoint. Where are we going? This is, I said this before, this is not Johnny Sixpack retiring. This is Babe Ruth.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to let him make his decision. I think with time, I'm more than likely in this way, the way things are playing out and the way he's performed this year, I think he's likely to come back to management and say, hey, let me give it one more try for one more season.
Yeah.
All right. I have potentially the dumbest question I've ever asked in my career. And
there are no dumb questions.
Well, okay. Let's just hear it first, and then you can tell me.
He's like, wait till you hear this one.
And believe me, I've asked a lot of dumb questions, but here's a dumb question. Is there any way he could possibly decide he's retiring this summer, but then agree to play one more game to start next year, to craft a contract so it's a one more game? He can certainly suit up and play one more game. Then we could give him time in the summer to decide and a big lead up for us to plan a party.
Definitely not a dumb question, Zabe. something to add to the hopper for possibilities.
So it's
I mean,
not.
is
so
it-
it's not
is it
in
possible. Sure.
Like how? Like just game plan it. How would you structure a contract? League minimum.
I would imagine, I don't pretend to know how
that
they
one
do
game, you'll make more money on that one game than you ever.
I don't
thought about.
pretend to know how they
make
do
it
it ceremoniously when they bring a player back, to make sure he has he can retire as a Pittsburgh Pirate or retire as a Dallas Cowboy. I don't pretend to know how the structure of that contract works, but if you wanted to get creative, I'm sure the league would allow you to be creative in that instance. That doesn't sound like an Alex type thing. I think Alex is going to be all in one way or another.
No, I signed a 1 day contract. They don't give you no money for those.
I know, but this my point, B. Mitch, is that it's a 1 day contract where he actually plays the 1 day.
Yeah, but see,
because he's got it in him to
if
play
I say
one
I'm
more
going to
game.
retire,
And
I'm
technically,
not
if that's
working
the
out for
case,
that one more game.
Zabe, technically the NHL does pay per day. So you would take, let's say the season is prorated out over 184 days, they would give you your 1/184th of a day.
Okay, well, this is what I'd do if I was Ted. I would
$100 million.
No, seriously, like whatever the league minimum is. What's the league minimum for a veteran of his?
yeah, but you can't give him no league minimum.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Why not?
If you don't want him to retire on his own, how the hell you going to get over the league minimum? If he shows up, you're going to sell out. You're going to sell everything that he ever owned. He's going to make way more money than the league minimum that night.
I know, but okay, well,
you got to pay him according to his statute.
But there is salary. Is there a salary cap in the NHL?
There is.
Okay, so there's cap considerations.
You can manipulate it.
Okay, you don't want to hear me out on this. My plan, Joe B, would you give him the league minimum, you waive him after 1 day, so it's not like you're jacking up your roster to carry him the whole year, and yeah, it's expensive for 1 day at the league minimum, whatever that is, but it's well worth it. He's owed that and more from us in the city, and they would make more in trinket sales that night anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Zabe, put it on paper and we'll send it to Chris Patrick. It's an option.
They're not,
but he has to play.
Let's
They're not
consider
considering it. You know
I
what?
think once he decides to retire, he doesn't owe us a game because that's where he can get hurt. Because he's not going to work out like talking about.
Whoa. Russian machine never breaks.
Yeah, I don't care. Human being break. If you say I'm retired, there's no damn way he's going to be working out like he is getting ready for a season.
It doesn't matter. It's 3 months or 6 months.
Yeah,
April.
Zabe,
if
you
he
stop
makes that
working out.
decision, guys, if he makes the decision to retire, he'll come back across to North America, come back to D.C. to make it. I don't think this is the end of us seeing Alex Ovechkin here in Washington, D.C. I just think he wants some extra time to be sure with his family. If he says, hey, Nastia and the kids, I want to make a go of it. I want to do it one more time. I think he wants to make sure he has enough time to lean upon them and to whomever he would be, asking for confidence in that decision to make it the right way, one way or the other.
Yeah. No, look, we love him. We'll support him in whatever he decides. We reserve the right to lightly grumble if that decision doesn't meet with what we want, which is a big old party send-off, but we will support him nonetheless. So let's leave it at that.
Completely understand your perspective.
All
I
right.
do.
All right. Ilya Protas, talk to me.
Terrific young talent, 19 years old, arguably the American Hockey League's Rookie of the Year. Alexei will tell you that Ilya is more talented than he was at this age, and Alexei Protas is a 30-goal scorer last year. So you're seeing the future here all of a sudden now with Ryan Leonard's arrival for a full season, Cole Hudson's arrival for the last 10, 12 games of the season, Ilya Protas from here on out. There's a lot of really good things to be focused upon for the Caps in the future, and this is one of the crown jewels. You see him, and he just looks the part. 6'6", fast. He's going to be the kind of player who battles. He's going to compete, and I love the word he used this morning, and I was going to use it all night with regard to when he's on the ice. He and his brother have confided in one another, and what Alexei has told Ilya is just be consistent. Be consistent in what you do, and the team will build and form around you.
All right, very good. Joe B., just a tip for your car. For a great low rate you can get online, go to the General and save some time.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and
All right.
thank you for dealing with my stupidity. I appreciate it.
Nah, man, you're good.
Thanks, Joe
You're
B.
good.
You're the best.
Appreciate you, Joe.
There you go. Joe
Take it easy,
Beninati.
fellas. Have a good day.
Take care.
Joe Beninati on Monumental at Joe B PXP. You're not stupid. I mean, leaving the boards was dumb. Because that's shocking because these guys they prize that work they put in every game for those boards. The brick falling off a truck, you can't help that.
I want the license plate of the truck.
Oh hell yeah!
Because like they
1000%.
drop rocks and everything,
They're responsible
and then
for
try to
that.
act like they weren't there. So I had a
Yeah.
guy had just a little pebbles popping off the back. So I videotaped it for a bit. After he hit my window the first time, I just started videotaping. Pull up on side of him, got his stuff. When I called the office, they say that truck wasn't in that area. I said, well, damn it, I got video. They quickly changed their mind.
Oh,
Yeah,
funny
because
how that story
if
changed.
I had no video, they can say it wasn't in the area. But when I had the video, how you gonna say this truck wasn't here when I'm videotaping it? I'm right next to it.
All right, you want to take some calls on the Ovi retirement? 800-636-1067. What do you think as fans is the right way to do it? How much of it do you really need it to be a big send-off? And just your overall vibe about whether or not this is it for the Great Eight in D.C. You're listening to The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by PaulHenrysWindow.com, your clear home improvement choice. The Texans have exercised the 2027 fifth-year options for quarterback C.J. Stroud and all-pro defensive end Will Anderson Jr., a source told ESPN's Field Yates. Stroud will make $25.9 million, while Anderson will receive $21.5 million in 2027, those salaries fully guaranteed. Picking up those fifth-year options are precursors to potential contract extensions. And the Nats bullpen did it again. They blew a late lead and the game to the Cardinals 7-6, your final score. 4:05 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. You can listen live to that series finale. Miles Michaelis on the bump for Washington. This month, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
If this is it for Ovi on Sunday at home and there's not a big send-off and then he quietly retires in the summer, you going to be okay with that? That's the central question we're going to take some calls on now. 800-636-1067 is the number. Carlos in Severna Park. You
what up, Los?
First up.
What's up, guys? Listen, I wouldn't be okay with it because I was there for T.J. Oshie's send-off at the waterfront in D.C., Drinks were flowing. I was taking pictures with players. It was a party. And I told myself, if T.J. Oshie's send-off was like that, I know damn well that they're going to have to rent out Northwest Stadium for Ovechkin's retirement. But he's going to come back for one more year. John Carlson is going to come back after he's done with his little, time in Anaheim.
Yep.
The bands are going to get back together, and we're going to go for it one more time. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
All right.
Okay.
What if he come back for one more year? Did he decide I want to go and I'm not doing no party? I don't want to send off. I'm just going to go.
That's yes.
Would you be okay with that?
Yeah.
Because if he's playing one more year, still at the end of it, you want to do the send off.
Well,
but what if he just don't want the send off?
If he tells us next year is it, then we're going to plan a party around his last game. Then if he gives us a telegraph in advance that this is it, he won't be able to control it. We're going to buy. This is like you can't tell your aunt not to get a cake and balloons for your graduation when she's insistent she's going to do it.
But you
can't stop people from doing what they want to do.
Between the cake and when in this situation, I think he's giving us more than we even expected or deserved. When he's ready to go, he gets to go on his term, nobody else's term.
No, I know. But I'm saying that if we know he's leaving, we're going to make a big deal of it the last game because this is what we have to do because we would feel like jerks if we did not give him the proper public adulation for his career and all the joy and incredibleness that he's delivered for us. So we're going to do that. He may hate it. It's like singing happy birthday at a restaurant. And I'm like, oh, God, don't tell the waiter it's my birthday. That. Of course you do.
Yeah.
But you got to endure it.
Like for
it's
me,
just one of those uncomfortable things you got to deal with.
This is the thing I feel, though. If, let's say, Ovi leaves after this season, he goes back and he says, I'm going to retire. We still going to throw a party?
Yeah, but where is it going to be?
It's no matter where it's at. He ain't going to be at the party anyway.
Without him?
He ain't gonna be at the party.
Well, that's like he died.
More than likely, he won't be at the party that we gonna throw anyway.
Well, then that's not as much of a party.
I'm just saying. So he's probably not gonna be at the parties that's being thrown anyway. So it's what we really want to do. We want to make ourselves feel good about something.
There's no question about that. But it's also in part because you have to let us get our feelings out about how much we enjoyed watching you play hockey.
But you could do that without him.
You can
saying he retired.
You can. But it's better with him there. That's all my point. It's better with him there. Okay. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Barbara in Manassas. You are next up. Clicking the button. Not seeming. Oh, there we go.
Barb?
Barbara, good afternoon. How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Good. What do you think about the Ovi send-off?
You know, what you said is probably very accurate, that they're going to come out no matter what. I'm with B. He's probably going to ask about all of you all and not tell you to the last minute, like, today is my last day. He doesn't, because no matter what, he does not want that mic in his face. He doesn't want all that. And knowing he's got some say in it, he's not going to tell you to the very last day, I'm done, thank you. You're going to have to deal with it when he does it. I agree with Mitch on this.
So truly, Barbara, the Irish exit, as they say from parties, where it's like, whatever happened to Brian?
But see, the Irish exit, they don't even tell you. See, JP's the king of that. So they don't even tell you that when they leave it.
I know that.
At least he go at the end he'll say, "This is my last one. I'm out." JP don't even say that.
Okay.
I'm about to go to the bathroom.
All right. Well, if he
and
tells,
you see him the next day.
If Ovi tells him the day before, then I would hope the Caps have some balloons and streamers and cake ready to go.
No, they got some stuff ready already.
They do. Okay.
They already planned it. I promise you that.
All right. You think they got it?
I think you celebrate every moment he plays from now on. And I agree with B. He's done everything and more. Just enjoy him as he goes out that door.
Absolutely.
There
well
you go.
said.
Appreciate
well
you.
said, Barbara. Thank you for the call. 800-636-1067 is the number. Yeah, they better have some contingency plans just in case he does decide. Although,
I guarantee you that if he were to say, "This is my last game on Friday," they got something already ready for Sunday.
Yeah. They got to
go. If they don't, then something is wrong with that department.
They should fire all of
that's
their
what I'm saying.
special ops, special events, game ops people. And they wouldn't want to fire them because they're good. They'd have a good game ops department there for sure. All right, let's. I want to pivot to this real quick. Australian fans, this is a headline, Pro Football Talk. You know, the season opens with the Rams and the Niners from Australia. It's on a Friday, but it's going to be their Friday and our Thursday, I think, because of the time difference. I forget exactly how it's working. But either way, Rams and Niners. This is a NFC championship caliber division matchup.
Mm-hmm.
This is not some scub Saints-Browns game that we've pawned off to Paris for next year. This is prime meat. And they're playing it in Australia. So ProFootballTalk.com, Mike Florio has a headline. Australian fans frustrated by high prices, lack of access to tickets for first ever NFL game.
Why don't they have access to the tickets? Is it the Australian folks that are holding on to the tickets?
There is such demand, and there's only a limited number that they're given to the locals with their didgeridoos, and I guess a lot of it's being reserved for the NFL itself wants
People
in their
that's
back
gonna travel.
pocket. They want secondary market. It might be vacation packages put around these tickets as well. But my first reaction, I tweeted this, was American fans frustrated by good games being outsourced to Australia. I still believe that. I don't like this. A international game or two per year is more than enough. I want to keep our stuff here. Giving these games
Zay,
out to the rest of the world.
We can watch them on TV.
I know.
Which we gonna do if they're here?
But if it's
the
your
NFL, no, the NFL will tell you right now. I don't care because they're going international, baby.
I know, but my point is, if you're a fan of those two teams, they only play each other twice.
Yeah,
and you're telling so either I forget whose home game this is, but imagine you're a Rams fan. You're like, oh, I freaking hate the Niners. I can't wait to smash their faces in this year. Just wait till we get them down to SoFi. We got it coming. Puka's through rehab. He's going to be tight. We're going to get Stafford all cleaned up and healthy. What? I can't go to the game? I already planned to go to the game. It's in Australia, mate. Screw that. You're getting robbed. Now, again, the fans who sit in the seats and buy the tickets are becoming the least considered part of the entire operation in the NFL. Like, literally, they're getting to be an annoyance. Like, oh, God, the fans. We got to deal with the actual fans. They don't care. The NFL doesn't care. They know that there's going to be enough people in the seats whenever the games are. If they move them if they move them from day to day, they put them on an inconvenient Thursday or a holiday Monday, the fans are coming. So they're getting screwed. But somebody has to speak up for the fans. I'm that guy.
But you know, most of them fans, they already got their tickets.
To Australia?
They're going to Australia. Check it out.
Well, that's why all the Aussies, that's why
they're like, hell, we going.
That's why Paul Hogan can't get a ticket.
Yeah. So
Paul Hogan's dead. Okay, sorry. That's why the crocodile hunter can't get a ticket for the. He's dead too. Sorry. Okay.
I can tell you this though, everybody that goes over there from America, be careful, because they have some of the top, most dangerous animals and insects and all that stuff in the world. So don't think you just get bit by something. Oh, it's just like a little mosquito. Nah, you might be dead.
I saw.
Don't jump in the water because it might be something that's gonna eat you up.
I saw a new discovery down there, what is considered to be the largest and heaviest insect in the world. It is a praying mantis that is about the size of your arm from your elbow to your fingers, and it weighs over 1.5 pounds. The insect does.
I don't need to be around that.
And I said when I saw the video, I go, I think I'd feel that on the back of my neck. If that thing was on the back of my neck. If it land,
it might knock your head off.
Yeah, and it was like a new discovery. But you're right. Australia has the most venomous,
the
largest, the scariest, the freakiest of everything.
I tell you, like this is nothing like Australia, but I will go to El Paso.
Yeah.
And they tell me about the scorpions.
Uh-huh.
Every night, I pull all the covers off the bed to make sure I'm not jumping in bed with a scorpion.
Oh, wow.
So, you
got to check your shoes in Australia as well.
Yeah, you got to check everything in Australia.
I visited Australia for 15 days, and it was like one of the best experiences of my life.
Man, you have been around the world. You are a constant enigma to me.
Yeah, I was
Jeff Walker.
I was a part of a program called People to People.
People to People. Is that like Up with People, one of the first performers at the Super Bowl halftime show?
Nah, it's a student ambassador program.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so here is...
Did anything bite you?
Here's the insect.
Mitch.
Nah,
dog.
Take a look at that right there.
Nah, that's
I have a Glock for things like that.
Jay. That right, bro.
Look at that.
That thing shouldn't be that big.
You darn right it shouldn't, but it is.
Nah,
they found it in Australia.
And all this, they're snakes. Is it venomous? Oh, it's how venomous is it? Is it venomous?
Is it venomous? It's Australia, mate. Of course it's venomous.
Like, how do you have a regular fly swatter for that? Like, just imagine. Imagine stepping on it. Like, you don't see that on the ground. Just imagine your foot go down.
You go,
and then something.
You hear that?
They are it's called the Acrophilia alta, discovered in the high altitude rainforests of Queensland.
I won't be going up there.
Weighs roughly 44 grams, comparable to a golf ball. Okay, so I exaggerated saying it's 1.5 pounds. It's not 1.5 pounds, but it's 40 centimeters long, and as you saw from the photos, looks crazy. It's a giant stick insect.
Nah.
And I'm trying to see if it is indeed venomous. It may not be.
More than likely it is.
Right. Somebody test it.
If they tell you,
have it bite you. See what it does.
If they tell you it's from Australia, just assume it's venomous.
Would you rather deal with that or a snake?
Who?
That big bug right there or a snake?
I don't want to deal with the snake for sure.
If it's a non-venomous snake, that's fine.
Yeah, but I don't know it's non-venomous when I walk up on it.
Oh, well, what if I said?
See, most people tell you, oh, man, you got to look at the shape of his head. After it bit you, you don't know what the shape of the head is. Tell me, what the hell? If you get bit, or you know what they let me see your head. Come on, nah.
Here's what you see after it bites you.
Yes, exactly.
You're not seeing no shape and no head.
Mm-mm.
Okay, question. Would you rather pick up this giant stick insect and have to carry it 100 yards to put it in a trash can, or a snake that's non-venomous and carry it 100 yards into a trash can?
Well, the way I'm going to do it with either one of them, they both dead before I pick it up.
Oh, really?
I'm smashing the head. Pow, pow. And then I'm going to pick it up. I'll take any one of them where I need to take them at that
What
point.
if I said you have to deliver the animal?
No, I'm not just grabbing it. No.
Well, that's the challenge.
Nah, I just won't do the challenge. See all that stuff they do on TV right now, eating all them insects and stuff. I'm not doing that like that.
Okay.
I don't need fame. I'm going to eat the maggot that get fame. Nah, that's all right.
Clary and Walker, real quick, the challenge I just put out, non-venomous snake, 100 yards, deposit it alive into a box, or that giant stick insect.
Either one for me. Both of them are bait to me. That's fishing bait to me. Bugs,
you have to. If you don't put it alive 100 yards down the way, you're dead. They kill you. That's the challenge. I'd do a snake. I'd do a snake because a snake is at
Zabe
least
just keep moving the goalposts.
No, I don't move nothing.
Every
It's
time you say
simple.
something, he change it.
No, it's a snake is clean. It's simple. I know what they are. Yes, it would probably bite you a little bit non-venomously. You wouldn't like it. You could get your fingers behind its head to kind of keep it from
Well, if I could
twisting
grab
around.
the head of it, then I'll run with it because it ain't biting nothing.
Well, you got to get the head.
Okay, but like the whole thing about it, like if it's non-venomous, then you could the little bitty the bites aren't gonna hurt.
All right, quick. I got to get out. What do you choose, snake or insect?
I'm going with the snake, I think.
Walker?
Yeah, I go snake too.
Yeah, because I
Okay.
don't know if the insect poisonous or not.
B. Mitch is going to go pow, dead.
Yeah, there we go.
Coming up, final segment here. B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
B. Mitch here. Spring's arrived, and if you're thinking about getting out on two wheels, you need to think about Law Tigers. When I met the folks at Law Tigers, I felt great after learning to ride. They're not just lawyers; they're riders too. They understand the community, and they know what injured riders and their families go through. And for me, it's just that simple. I know Law Tigers has my back every single time I hit the road, and they'll stand up for you too when it matters. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. Calverson Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
End of the road. You heard it here first right now. By the way, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash on qualified equipment. Till April 30th, keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. If it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Okay, so yesterday, let's check the tickets. All right. Heard it here first.
Heard it here first. Gather around, gather around.
All right, let's check the tickets from yesterday. Albaldo said that the Raptors were a stone-cold lock against the hapless, hopeless. Who was it, the Utah Jazz?
Well, for your pick?
Yeah, my pick. What was my pick yesterday?
You had the Wolves.
The Wolves over the Pacers.
Wolves over the Pacers,
Right.
minus 12.5. You nailed that. They
won by
20.
20. Easy win. Easy peasy. Money in the bank.
Easy.
Okay.
Brian, you had the Celtics minus 4.5. They won. I just had the score. Oh, of course, I closed that tab, but
I
they
saw
won
it.
easily.
Yeah.
So that was in a good spot. I had Cade Cavalli going over 3.5 strikeouts. You only had 3. Close. Close.
That's a loser.
That's a loser.
Yes. That's a
But
dagger, by the way.
It's an absolute dagger. I thought he was
like
going to
3.5. How hard is that?
I know. I'm like sitting there watching the fourth inning, like, come on.
Come
Like,
on now. Punch him
come
out.
on. And then Jeff Walker. He had Will Riley over 30.5.
Combined points, rebounds, assists, blocks.
Points, rebounds, assists,
And he
blocks.
came up with?
About 16 combined. It was not particularly close. And Jeff Walker, you are wearing the hot dog hat for what I believe is the first time in this show right now.
The hot
Yes,
dog
this is the
hat.
first-
Jeffrey, stop.
Jeff, can I crouch out a
You
little
didn't
bit
give
for
me my
Stevie?
extra win.
Oh, yeah, B had a parlay.
I had a parlay. I had the Dodgers, and they won 4-1.
All right, so you
And
get-
I took them with the points because they were underdogs.
all right, you got the
Yeah, I'm
parlay.
2-0.
Give me the Dodgers and the Orioles tonight. Parlay. Money line. Straight win.
Yeah,
Wow.
you get. I like the hat kind of matches, Jeff.
Will Riley 1 for 13 last night. 1 for 13. That is the Jeff Walker curse right there.
Yeah, Jeff
Including
Jeff
0
is
for
the cooler.
5 from 3.
Jeff is the cooler.
6 boards, 3 assists, and no blocks. So let me tally that up. 6 and 3 is 9. 2 points, 11. At 11 total points.
He's supposed to be 30.
And your total was 30. You got 31 minutes of burn. So he played a lot of basketball and was completely terrible last night.
Yeah.
Okay, you heard it here first. I'm going to go against what I did last night, which is the Pistons, best team in the league, against the Bucks, who are in disarray. The Pistons at home are minus 20.5.
Damn.
I'm taking the Bucks for this reason. Teams playing their first game after a leaked internal meeting that made the coach look bad to Shams on ESPN, on the road getting more than 19 points, are a stunning 107-12-2 ATS all time. It's a trend. It's a system play.
They really have a
Give me
staff for that?
Just go with me on this. It's the Bucks plus 20 and a hook tonight. Guaranteed. You heard it here first.
All right. I'm going parlay again. Give me the Spurs minus 3.5, and I am going to take. Give me OKC. What was that?
Okay.
Minus 6.5. I'll take that.
Okay. Big one right there. Okay. Next up.
I'm taking the Nats Cardinals over 8.5. You've got Miles Michaelis going up against Mike McGreevy. Miles Michaelis had 11 earned runs on opening day for the
sucked.
Washington Nationals. It was bad. And I don't think it's going to get much prettier today against the Cardinals. So I'm going to take the over 8.5. That's at over 8.5 minus 118. Book it.
Miles Michaelis is going to have a no-hitter tonight.
I hope not. I'm going to the game, so maybe.
I'm walking over there. You coming?
I'm walking over there.
You know what?
You don't know where I'm sitting.
You don't know where I'm sitting.
We might be sitting together.
No, you're not. You wouldn't have those seats like I have.
Oh. Got
Nah.
better seats than you do, huh?
Got something to say?
You know,
I'm in the dugout.
Even when Miles does not have his A stuff on the mound, that mustache game on Miles Michaelis is on point. All right, boys, great run today. Shall we do it again tomorrow?
Let's do it.
Let's do it then.
Peace.
Grant and Danny are next. Thanks for listening. We'll see you tomorrow.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. It hasn't taken long for the par 3 contest to heat up as we've already matched last year's hole-in-one count with 3. Justin Thomas on 2, Wyndham Clark on 7, and most recently Keegan Bradley on number 8. That is his second ace in consecutive years. Tonight on 106.7 The Fan, you can listen live. The Capitals traveling to Toronto, taking on the Maple Leafs. 7:30 p.m., we've got Puck Drop. But before that, 4:05 p.m. on The Fan, listen live here. We got the series finale, Nationals taking on the Cardinals. Miles Michaelis starting for your Washington Nationals. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Greetings from Nationals Park in the left field concourse, sections 106 and 107 in left field. We are hanging out, getting ready for baseball today on The Fan. First pitch is slated for 2 hours from now. Pregame is 90 minutes away, which means as we welcome you into Grant and Danny live on The Fan, we've got just an hour and a half with you, but you will hear from our guy, Dane Brugler, who covers the NFL draft as well as anybody. He's with The Athletic. He dropped a hundreds of thousands of word document today he calls The Beast, with all the information you could ever want on every draft prospect who's going to hear their name called over 7 rounds. It is an unbelievable undertaking, and he's with us to discuss it coming up in an hour at 3. That's when we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the DC Defenders. Danny, it's chilly, I got to say.
Yep.
A little colder than I prefer my baseball ballparks to be, but it is a beautiful day. Right now, not a cloud in the sky.
Just gorgeous out here. But dress warmer than you think if you're coming down to the yard to be part of the work day, general businessman special, easy for me to say, as you're getting out of the office. But yeah, maybe add a layer, maybe add that retro jacket they gave out last night. Came in handy for your pal. I'm doing post-game last night here at the park, and I was pretty comfortable throughout the day, but as the sun went down, it got a little chilly. So I took off my sweater that I was wearing, put the coat on, and then sweatered. I just looked extra puffy, which masked how many ice creams I had in the press box. And if you're curious, the answer is 3.
3 ice creams was a good day at the office for you.
Yeah, it was gross. I'm a disgusting pig animal.
That is as many leads as the Nationals bullpen has now blown in losses this week. Also, 3, another defeat snatched from the jaws of victory last night by this pen, despite double-digit hits, 5 runs, 5 stolen bases, playing into extra innings last evening. Just wasn't enough. We could talk a little bit later in the show about an ailing pitching staff, particularly Miles Michaelis getting the start today. There's too many other things going on in DC sports right now that I want to hit on out of the chute here, Danny. Notably, Anthony Davis spoke on Draymond Green's podcast about the Wizards. We'll have some of that audio for you a little later in our program. But I found it really encouraging. He was very honest, I thought. And this is one of the benefits to players being media members and guys having their own shows and kind of having the players run their own programming and not hosts. There are drawbacks, to be clear.
Sure.
I mean, there is some state media element of this, and you do miss some credibility at times and the question that needs to be asked. People go on with Pat McAfee or whatever, and he's going to do the interview he's going to do. He's not going to necessarily ask the question everybody wants heard all of the time the way that it should be asked. But the access and also the honesty that you might get when you're just talking to your buddy. And so AD was sitting there with Draymond Green, asked about the Wizards, and he said, yeah, when I got traded, I reacted like you guys did. I thought, Washington? Really? And he basically made it clear he wasn't that excited about it initially. But then you talk to Ted Leonsis, you talk to Michael Winger, you sit down with Will Dawkins, and lastly, you meet some of the players. He said, just watching these guys, the kids can hoop. And he's pretty excited to be here right now. He still needs, it sounds like, more conversations into the offseason about how quickly they plan on winning, what is the plan for next year and beyond, before he would want to actually be here for the long haul, which is mutual, because I don't want to sign him to an extension anyway. Thank you for your consideration, but I just want you to play next season, and we'll see where that goes. But we'll play some of that audio. I thought that was encouraging to hear that he has very much come around on the idea of being in D.C.
This is what has always been needed. Again, I wish I had better terminology for this, GP, but what the Wizards organization, Bullets before them, what they lacked forever was somehow being viewed as one of the cool kids.
Yeah.
One of the places you wanted to go. It's the, I got traded there, I ain't never going there, give me a one-day buyout, like sort of the Mike Bibby corollary. If it's viewed as purgatory, if it's viewed as a non-threatening, non-contender, an unserious place, it will never work. When you get legit executives, Winger, Dawkins, Schlenk and company, you can sell an actual vision other than pulling the shoe, tearing up suits, throwing stuff into the jacuzzi or whatever. When it's not a clown show and it's serious basketball and we're developing players and guys can have a chance to win, all of a sudden it becomes a more desirable place, and that's what's happening.
Here's what his answer told me. So 2 things. First, if you remember when he first got traded, there was some story out there that he was upset and didn't want to be with the Wizards. And then soon thereafter, that kind of went away, and they announced that he was going to be at the arena that night, and they were going to introduce him and whatever else. I think both things were probably true.
Yeah.
There's probably truth to when the trade went down, he was miffed or at least surprised and needed to be warmed on the idea.
Mm-hmm.
It needed, as you said, to be sold a little bit by the front office, and it sounds like they did a good job of that. And when you actually lift up the hood on this operation right now, you like what you see in this vehicle. He talks about the kids being able to play. He even talked about, get this, the facilities being a win. That is a direct victory for Ted Leonsis as part of the $600 million renovation they're doing right now at the arena. Those facilities were not nearly as good a year or two ago. But the other thing that I took out of his answer was, I thought Anthony Davis, in saying, when I was first traded to the Wizards, I was like, what? Washington? And now I think they're actually in a pretty good spot. People don't know how good these kids are. That tells me everything I need to know about the reputation around the league, and it confirms our prior. What we have always talked about, which is you want to get rid of tanking or whatever, you better have a solution for the fact that Anthony Davis would never have chosen to come here. Players do not want to come to certain cities. And then they get there and they go, actually, looking to my left, looking to my right, this ain't that bad. But you're just in the bucket of not there. And there are 20 teams in that bucket.
And I listen, we're going to touch on some tricky ground here, but bear with me. Until you can make a 22-year-old want to go to Utah, until you can make a 23-year-old, a 25-year-old that grew up in a completely different place want to go, you know what, I should probably go play in Sacramento and change that franchise for the first time since the late 90s with C-Webb and White Chocolate and Stojakovic and everybody else. If you
sleep on Doug Christie and Bobby Jackson.
I'll never sleep on those two gentlemen, please.
I don't know why Scott Pollard is being disrespected here.
Wow. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna thank you not to do that here on this program. All right, I'm a Scott Pollard guy. Always have been, always will be. But until you can force that change, then this is how it has to happen. And no one has a solution for that. Everybody wants to do the most complicated thing ever where there's a point system if you finish 9th and then you lose the points, you turn that card in, and then you can only pick in the top 17 if you haven't made any trades and you accrue a future draft pick, but then you have to forfeit that in some sort of weird auction. It's the dumbest thing in the world. You fix that problem, you fix the problem.
The other of the things that were said, DC Sports audio that you'll be hearing on the show today, and we're going to get to this in more detail next segment. Alex Ovechkin finally spoke about his future. He did it in an interview with John Walton in Monumental Sports, so this was a Capitals in-house production. But I thank them for getting the answer because nobody else has been able to. And I was saying that literally yesterday on the show, we talked about this for about an hour. I cannot believe this isn't a bigger story. I cannot believe everybody's not talking about this incessantly. It should be the lead item on every show. We talk about it most days on this show. What is Alex Ovechkin going to do? Mm-hmm. And again, you'll hear the audio. We'll have a larger conversation coming up in a few. But he basically, Danny, did the thing that I was praying he wouldn't, which was yet again kick the can down the road. I would have rather no comments at all than actually answer the question, but say, I'm not ready to decide yet.
So I'm thankful that there's at least some answer now. But it's my least favorite answer. Does that make any sense?
I'll say it this way. I'm thankful the question was asked
fair enough.
to Alex Ovechkin.
Yeah.
I would have rather no answer than the answer, which was, I'll decide in the summer.
Yeah.
You may remember that last summer the answer was, I'll decide later.
Yeah.
I'll decide we kept thinking early in the year, before the trade deadline, I'll decide before the end of the season. Now it's in the offseason again, in the summer. Well, what is the summer? By the way, free agency starts on July 1st for the Washington Capitals. So the summer had better be June. And the summer had better be the last couple days of May. Is that technically summer?
I suppose.
I think May 21 or something.
June 14th is the. I don't know.
June 19th, June 22nd, June 13th. Any of those days work for me, if they work for you, Ovi. But I need that front office to know before the start of free agency if you are playing on this team or not. I don't want this to become some Aaron Rodgers soap opera. I don't need a documentary about a helicopter going to pick up Brett Favre in 15 years because somebody wants him to come back. I need him to make the decision. And if you want to come back, great. You got to say that. And you got to do it before July 1. And the team has not given him a deadline. They have been very gracious, and they should.
Right.
This is Ovi's town. He has made me and you and every person listening bigger hockey fans over the last couple of decades. He's the greatest player in the history of DC sports. But they need an answer, and they probably could have benefited from one before the deadline. They probably could have benefited from one before the end of the season.
They certainly could have, yeah.
And they can sure as hell benefit before July 1st. And if I was them, I'd kind of put a flag in the ground and say, hey, man, we need to know. And here's the date, June 10th. We need 3 weeks to get our ducks in a row before free agency starts.
The guys in the front office, the smart folks, the Chris Patricks of the world, will come up with plan A, plan B. Plan A is back, plan B is not, and we'll act accordingly. So it sounds negative, but it is the frustration that's coming out for me at least. I don't want to speak for you. When I say I appreciate at least there's an update. Like instead of it being shrouded in mystery, it's now we, in theory, have more of a timeline. Now we know when to expect something. I didn't like the idea that there's this cloud hanging over. Is this his last game? Is it not? What are we doing? How do we react? Now we know that there's at least, it's my least favorite answer possible, which is the announcement that there'll be an announcement at some point. I can't stand that, but I'm an adult. I have to deal with it. To me, the extra layer of there's this mysterious sort of nebulous thing hanging out there, and I guess it still is. That wasn't solved by him saying, I'm not announcing it right now, or not, I haven't decided right now, or whatever. But thank goodness there's at least something, so I can stop saying every single day, how are people not talking about this? How is this not the biggest story in DC sports? And is everyone okay? Just sort of not knowing, not having any idea? At least now we're kind of all in together.
The Capitals play tonight. They're in Toronto. 7:30 puck drop. You can hear the game on the Fan after the Nats. We got play-by-play pretty much all day long. So you're going to have Nats baseball at 4:05. Post-game I've got after Charlie and Dave. And then we're into Capitals hockey, right? That is a 7:30 start time. Ilya Protas, who's 19 years old, little brother of Alexei Protas, who's 6'6", will be on the biggest line in Capitals history. It'll be the two Protases, who combine to be about 12 foot, 13 inches tall, and Tom Wilson, who's the small guy in the group, at 6'4", 230. That's going to be a fun watch. That'll be entertaining. There are only 3 games left after that. Penguins, Blue Jackets. And the only home game remaining of the 4 is going to be Sunday afternoon against Pittsburgh. I think you've got to go into that game if you've got tickets and assume it's Ovi's last game and honor him with the passion that is deserved and treat that as if he's already announced this is his final game. Ovations all day long. Every time he touches the puck, people are on their feet. I think if you don't have a ticket yet and you're hoping to go to his last game, I think you got to dip into the savings if that's what you're willing to do, because you have to now. He's not going to tell you. The team doesn't know. You have to treat this, just in case, as if it's his last game. Because if he says in 3 weeks, 6 weeks, 10 weeks that he's done, and we just kind of let the game go as if, he'll be back. He hasn't said he's done. I think we're going to regret it. So I'm sure the Capitals, who are first class in everything they do with all of their in-house presentations, are going to roll out the red carpet in a just-in-case type atmosphere. But I think fans have to act accordingly as well.
I think it's a smart way to view it. This is not exactly analogous, but I remember kind of a similar thing with Ryan Zimmerman when last year of his deal, we weren't sure. So the final homestand, I remember he comes to bat pretty much every time, and he's getting a nice ovation from the crowd, and he said, like, I haven't said anything yet. I'm not sure exactly what I'm doing, but it's nice. I appreciate it, but again, I'm not sure. But the fans here at Nats Park acted accordingly, right? I think that's the right way to play it. Where just in case this is a walk away moment, because that's very reasonable. That's one of the options on the table. Can you imagine if you went and you go, yeah, I was there for what turned out to be his last game and we didn't know it, and it just treated like another game. Shouldn't happen that way, right? It should be special, even if it turns out to be slightly less special, if that makes sense.
It's going to be an amazing afternoon at Capital One Arena one way or the other. I also think the tell could be if he plays against Columbus or not. Because if he plays in that game at home against Pittsburgh, which would be storybook, your last game should probably be in front of the home faithful rocking their red to close down the Ovechkin era of 2 decades. And against the Penguins, no less, and Sidney Crosby. And you know there's going to be a receiving line from Pittsburgh showing admiration and respect after the game, like somebody just got eliminated in a playoff series. If you were to not play against Columbus, it would be a little bit of a tell, I think, that he's leaning in the direction of maybe skating off into the sunset. Now, if you just go play in a game in Columbus, and you get a little adulation there, obviously, but it's not going to be anything like what Sunday afternoon is on Tuesday night, then, I won't know what to think. But I told you yesterday I'm 51% sure he's hanging him up. I'm going to act accordingly this weekend and try to provide the reverence that is deserved. He's the greatest athlete in the history of DC sports. But the comments, and we'll play them for you in just a bit, that he is not quite sure yet as to which way this is going to go. He needs time. He needs to further talk to his family. And look, maybe he just didn't want to do that during the season. I mean, it would seem to me like you could be doing that for the last several months, right? You knew this decision was coming. But maybe he wanted to compartmentalize a little bit. Guys like Anthony Rendon, after opening day, you'll remember, said, I'm not thinking about an extension. I don't want to spend any time thinking about business during baseball. And maybe that's how he treated it. Another story nationally I wanted to hit out of the chute here was that there was an extension done, an option picked up, I guess, but effectively a 5th-year extension with one of the better pass rushers in the NFL, the Houston Texans edge, Will Anderson. So, Danny, in honor of Will Anderson, who I believe to be one of the great and underrated defensive players in the NFL, I put together my list of the 5 most underrated players in football right now. I'm going to rattle off my list and see what you think, okay? These are the top 5 best players that don't get talked about enough in the National Football League.
Okay.
Anderson shows up very high on this list. Number 5 for me is Kyren Williams, running back, L.A. Rams.
That's a great one. You're 100% right.
1,252 yards and 10 touchdowns last year, ho-hum. He was the NFL leader. 28.6% of his runs went for first downs. He is excellent. If you're a fantasy football player, you're well-versed in Kyren Williams. He goes early in the draft. But when we talk about superstars, players that matter, he is the most important offensive player outside of Matt Stafford, maybe. Yeah, Puka Nacua is right there, obviously, too. On the Rams, year in and year out as a Super Bowl contender. They put a lot on his plate. I just think he gets underappreciated.
That's a great one. Because the headliners, it's Stafford with the no-look pass, it's Devontae Adams, it was Cooper Kupp before Puka Nacua, et cetera. It's Aaron Donald on defense through the course of his career. Ho-hum, just an 1,800 total yard, double-digit touchdown guy in Kyren Williams. That's a great one.
Number 4, most underrated player in the NFL right now for me, Nick Bonito, the edge rusher from the Denver Broncos.
It's a good list. Good job.
How often has Nick four-year player who's 26 years old. I think he's a top 5 rusher. I mean, there's parts of his game, I'm sure, where he's not as good as, an all-pro or a DPOY type guy, and that's why he's not in that conversation. But it's third down. You got to get to the quarterback. You got to affect the passer. That is a guy you want on your team.
That is 100% correct. Now, been part of really good Denver defenses. He's a huge part of that. Sometimes gets lost in the sauce because a lot of players are good there.
That's true.
But that is a really good football player that a lot of teams would be lucky to have.
He might not even be the best player on that defense.
Yeah.
Patrick Surtain, the corner,
that's a bad
is arguably the best corner in the National Football League. All right, number 3. This is a top 5 list. Most underrated players in the league is Will Anderson, who I think is one of the most underappreciated in all of football, got paid today. James Cook, the running back for the Buffalo Bills, has become a star. And because he's in the shadow of Josh Allen, who's a perennial MVP candidate and everybody's favorite flavor to talk about, James Cook gets treated as if he's just some solid running back. He led the NFL, 1,621 yards last year. He scored 12 touchdowns. He won people fantasy titles. And only Jahmyr Gibbs hit more home runs. You're looking at runs of 40 or more yards last season. Gibbs was one. Handful of guys were second with 4. James Cook was one of those guys who ripped off 4 40-yard carries last season. I think he is special, and he's completely changed the Bills. They were a team that needed to throw it 40-plus times a game to win. Last year, when they were very, very devoid of wide receiver talent, it was a lot of Josh Allen running the football, some underneath stuff to Khalil Shakur, and the James Cook show. And I just don't think people quite acknowledge how vital he is to the cause.
These are good ones so far. Yeah, James Cook never mentioned in the first couple of sentences with Buffalo. It's always questions about the defense. Is this group good enough? The Josh Allen show. And then you look up and you go, look at James Cook's numbers. They're pretty outstanding.
Even if you come up to me this morning and you're like, hey, best running backs in the league, go. You fire off those first several names.
Yeah.
Cook may show up on the back end of a top 5 to 7, but he's not right up there synonymous with the best.
Mm-hmm.
You're naming the guys that have done it for longer, like Derrick Henry, or the guys who have put up bigger numbers recently, like Saquon Barkley. But James Cook's a steady Eddie, improves every single year. I just think he's a special player. Number 2 on my list is where the guy that led to this exercise lists, Will Anderson. 11 and 12 sacks the last couple of seasons, and I think those numbers could be higher if he wasn't rushing with Jonathan Grenard a couple of years ago, who's outstanding, and Danielle Hunter more recently, who's a stud on the other side. He's implemented in this defense in a way where sometimes he gets the assist but doesn't get the cleanup. He's like the bridesmaid on some of the plays. But I think Will Anderson, from a sheer impact standpoint, is one of the 3 most impactful defenders in the entire league. He was second last year in the DPOY vote. He was a first-team All-Pro. This is a former number 3 overall pick. He's only 24 years old. If I could start a team with a defender, because Micah Parsons has a serious injury he's coming off of, because Myles Garrett is a little bit older, there's actually a discussion to be had that Will Anderson might be the guy. And I don't think people talk about him.
Why does he not get attention?
I think it's how he carries himself. He's such a he's just a pro.
Yeah.
Great in interviews on the field, but he is not really a me guy. He's not, and I don't mean this as a knock, but Micah Parsons has a podcast and a show. And he's at the Super Bowl on Radio Row for different companies.
You're going to hear
He's still young. It's only been a few years, and it's been 2 elite seasons. So those accolades are coming. Which brings me to my number 1 most underrated, underappreciated player in the National. Trey McBride, tight end, Arizona Cardinals.
He is incredible.
He is so damned good. People are in hibernation mode. Catch totals the last 3 years, 81, then up to 111 2 seasons ago. This past year, he caught 126 passes.
Those numbers are staggering. In that 111 season, I think he scored 1 or 2 touchdowns.
Yes, at the very end of the year.
Which I mean, he went basically as a McBride fantasy owner. I think we went 15 weeks or so without a touchdown. It was one of the most odd statistical seasons in human history. But that doesn't change the fact that he's excellent.
He made up for it this past season by catching 11 touchdowns. I'll let you know that they are practicing the national anthem behind us, I believe, hours before pregame. So fear not.
We're good.
Talking through the actual national anthem before first pitch, which is at 4:05 today. But Trey McBride this past year, those 126 catches as a tight end, I remind you, 1,240 yards.
Insane, dude.
And 11 touchdowns. This guy's gone for 1140 and 1240 the last 2 years. So that's my top 5. Kyren Williams, Nick Bonito, James Cook, Will Anderson, Trey McBride. Honorable mention, I just couldn't get him on the list, but slept on linebacker, Miami Dolphins, Jordan Brooks. You familiar with his work?
Jordan Brooks.
183 tackles this year, best in the NFL.
So many.
3.5 sacks. He had 2 18-tackle games. He had 7 games with 12 or more tackles. He is just an absolute wrecking ball.
He has a 10-tackle games. They're going, what's wrong with you, dude? Everything okay? What happened?
He was so good. So I wanted to give him some love as well.
A few names I'm going to throw at you real quick. Chris Olave, toiling in anonymity in New Orleans. Excellent receiver. No one mentions it. Similarly, to a Houston teammate to Will Anderson, Nico Collins.
Yes.
Never gets mentioned among the best receivers. I think he gets some love, but nowhere near enough. I'll add Harold Landry, a proficient pass rusher from the linebacker spot, and defensive tackle Jeffrey Simmons, longtime Tennessee Titan. Just a really solid, excellent player that you had to worry about.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We will be taking you up to 3:30 today. Dane Brugler of The Athletic coming up in about 35 minutes, talking NFL draft as the Beast has dropped his pre-draft document that has updates and profiles on all of the best in the class. So looking forward to chatting with him at 3 o'clock. You're listening to The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. We got a couple of Natty TV games and some other Pro Hoops games on this evening. So let's take a look at the latest pro basketball injury report, presented as always by Fanatics Sportsbook. The ATL plays Cleveland in tonight's Eastern Conference matchup. I think tip-off's at 7 p.m. So Jock Landale is the lone player on Atlanta's injury report. He's going to miss the game with a sprained ankle. For Cleveland, they have a slew of players listed as day-to-day, most notably Max Strus and Donovan Mitchell. Both of those guys look to be game-time decisions for the Cavaliers. And the nightcap later on this evening, Portland, San Antonio, all eyes on Wemby. That's right, Victor Wembanyama, who left Monday's game with a rib contusion. Wemby is on the cusp of that 65-game minimum requirement for all the regular season awards, which he rightfully is in contention for. So we'll see if he suits up this evening. He'll need to play in at least one of San Antonio's remaining regular season games in order to qualify. And that's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Alex Ovechkin says he's yet to make a decision about his NHL future, and he'll do so in the summer. In a teaser for a conversation airing tonight with Washington Capitals radio announcer John Walton, the franchise's captain said that he'll speak with his family and team executives before deciding what to do next. At 7:30 p.m. right here, make sure you tune in as the Capitals take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Capitals have 4 games remaining in the regular season and currently sit 5 points out of an Eastern Conference playoff spot. Your next career is closer than you think. PGCC's continuing education offers fast,
"30 minutes from now, Dane Brugler of The Athletic to preview the NFL Draft, which is just over 2 weeks away now. Cannot wait for the proceedings from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. By the way, this is the dry run ahead of the 2027 NFL Draft a year from now, Danny, which will be taking place right here in the nation's capital on our mall.
Man.
How cool is that going to be?
It is very cool.
I've been to the draft many times. It used to be my favorite event to attend every single year, and it's just been a long time since I've gotten out there. But as a kid, a couple of times, even as a fan in the crowd, I went to the NFL Draft, and I've always been, like you are, a draft mark. I just think it was the best day of the year, that Saturday from noon to like 6 p.m. They'd crank out, I think, 4 rounds generally, or 1 through 4, 1 through 3 on the first day, and then 4 to 7 on the second day. And as it's become commercialized in 3 days and 1 round at a time, now they do it over 11 days, 14 picks each day or whatever.
Yep.
It's changed, but to be in D.C. at an NFL Draft for the first time, on the mall with the monument, with now the ribbon board technology flashing each pick or whatever's going to be happening,
Right.
It's going to be pretty amazing, man.
I sleep on that fact that it's coming here, right? So I'm going to be looking in a different way. Like normally you look, oh, cool shots, cool aerials, the spectacle, that's neat. Give me the pick, please. Don't go to commercial before Washington selects. All the normal things I kvetch about or kind of pay attention to. I'm going to be looking a little bit differently this year. You're 100% right. I don't want to say I forgot that fact, but I haven't been focused that much on it simply because it seems so far away, but it's not.
Now, fingers crossed, the Commanders will pick 32nd in that draft.
Yes, of course.
But there will be a silver lining if this season does go off the rails. At least with each of those losses, you're going to be bummed, and everyone should be angry, but you're going to be thinking about draft night, where the more they lose, the higher up the board you're going, the more exciting the process will be. While you're at the draft, very likely, as you listen to this, in D.C., they're expecting over 1 million people to be there. It's going to be just breathtaking. But speaking of the draft, before we get into Alex Ovechkin and what he had to say on Monumental with John Walton, ESPN's Benjamin Solak, who does great work, I really, really like him, he put together a prediction based on his sourcing and also evals, fits schematically, as to where he thinks each of the quarterbacks that will be drafted is going to end up in this NFL draft. The obvious one is 1-1 with Fernando Mendoza to the Raiders, and the only question about the Indiana product, who's 6'5", 235, and threw 41 touchdowns and just 6 interceptions last year, is how long until he's on the field. They signed Kirk Cousins. They guaranteed $20 million to Kirk O'Chains. Presumably they told Kirk there'd be a little runway there where he'd be the starter. Otherwise, he had another option or two. May not end up there. But I would think Mendoza is still not long for the bench. What 1-1 pick does not get on the field immediately at this point? It's been 23 years since Carson Palmer was redshirted in year 1 by the Cincinnati Bengals. That's certainly not happening again.
I don't think so. Yeah, it's listen, I think they've had a nice offseason. That's adorable. That's fine. They're a disaster. They have been for some time. They're not going to be a team that gets off to a rip-roaring start, goes 6-1 where there's no pressure to do it. The excitement is over the new player. The excitement is over the new QB. That is the ultimate. You sprinkle some fairy dust hope onto a fan base to get them excited, to get them motivated, to get them into your product, and that's been sorely lacking. So that's the one lever you can pull when things aren't going particularly well, and it the calls, the Wolves will be at the door. It's time for the number one pick.
Most intriguing quarterback in this draft class, as far as landing spot, is probably Ty Simpson, because he's the number 2 guy.
Mm-hmm.
And the debate is, could he go higher than people think in round 1, somewhere in the middle of the round, which would be pretty stunning? Does he fall into the second round? We've seen that with guys like Will Levis recently, where everyone said, there's no way at this position this player with this talent falls. And there's this great debate as to what he actually is, too, Danny. Like, Dan Orlovsky seems to love him. There are other quarterback analysts who watch him and say, this is a franchise QB. But then you get people who will say, you shouldn't draft this guy in the first 30, 40 picks. I mean, it would be a reach to take him anywhere before the mid-second. Solak's got him going in round 1, and he pegs the Cardinals as the team. They're obviously quarterback-starved.
Yeah.
He thinks they trade back into the first round at 31 with New England to take Ty Simpson out of Alabama. Completed 64% of his passes last year, 28 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. Got off to a very good start to the year, and all the noise was he was charging toward the top of the draft board, and then he completely leveled off and really struggled down the stretch.
I mean, there was the point I was about to make. I just, again, I'm not a scout. I don't pretend to be evaluating tape or anything like that. I just, Alabama's on TV a lot. You probably noticed some of those things. He just wasn't good for a huge chunk of the season. Really the important part.
I don't know how much conviction there is from anybody as to which quarterback will be the third one drafted. My guess is it's Garrett Nussmeier. I think that's what most people are anticipating. He's got a little Simpson to him, by the way. Remember going into last year?
Yeah,
Nussmeier went
back
to LSU with Brian Kelly and was going to be the starter there for a team that had championship designs. And the year went off the rails. He ended up with just 12 touchdowns, 5 picks, 1 rushing touchdown, completed 67% of his passes. Obviously was not healthy for the whole year, played through some shoulder and arm issues. He's not a big guy, though, and that's going to hurt him a little bit. 6'2" and barely 200 pounds. There's some durability questions with him. Solak thinks the Pittsburgh Steelers, who will be starting Aaron Rodgers likely, draft him in the 3rd round of this draft, that he'll be the 3rd quarterback off the board. Remember, Pittsburgh drafted a QB last year that they've been stashing away, so that would create some competition at least behind Aaron Rodgers.
This is the Steelers' MO. That's what they've done. They will not bottom out to get the Fernando Mendozas of the world. They do this. They are doing the Mason Rudolphs of the world. They're doing the 3rd round Jag, etc. I mean,
Will Howard's the guy from Ohio State, transferred, who's there now.
Yeah, they took flyers at the end of the first round of Kenny Pickett, and they said, oh, we're not doing that again. And now they're kind of back into this tier. If that's what you want, man, Godspeed.
Last one I'll give you is Drew Allard in round 4 to the Miami Dolphins. Allard is the Penn State quarterback who's a giant, 6'5", about 230 pounds. He's got a rocket for an arm. He just never played that well. Like, it's great to be huge and have a big arm, but he did not play great football. His numbers weren't all that impressive, and Penn State, I'm not putting wins and losses on him, but they didn't achieve offensively like they should have if you've got a high-end college, top-of-the-board, future franchise quarterback type player leading your offense. If you're curious, by the way, he's got Miami's Carson Beck, who completed 72% of his passes and threw 30 touchdowns last year and getting Miami to the national championship. He's got him going in the 5th.
The thing, but just didn't produce at a very high level. And maybe it's one of those, you go somewhere and they could try to clean some of that stuff up and maybe get good production out of him, with the idea that, you get him into the pro system, maybe some pro coaches could clean up some of the mistakes because it's accuracy problems, it's decision-making, effectiveness in pressure situations. Maybe good coaching can fix it, but he's a guy that is certainly worth a flyer with those physical tools.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We're live at Nationals Park today. Only a 90-minute show. We're talking NFL Draft with Dane Brugler. In 20 minutes at 3, that's when we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to go see the D.C. Defenders right across the street this weekend on Saturday, where Wale's performing at halftime over at Audi Field. Next, though, we'll play the audio for you of what Alex Ovechkin had to say when asked if he is ready to make a decision on his future. This is The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for our pals at Window Nation. We are at Nats Park right now. It is gorgeous. Spring has sprung. It is here. Great time to open those windows up. Oh, what's that? You can't do that at your home because they don't easily open. They leak, are broken. Maybe they need repainting yet again. Let the pros at Window Nation help you get new, energy-efficient windows at a fantastic price. Window Nation's, the more you buy, the more you save sale. It's going on right now this minute.
I love Window Nation. Couple of homes over the years. They have taken care of me. Same with Danny. The process is just so smooth. We call up our guy, Dave Burkhardt, has gotten the crew to come out. They get everything done in one day. 97% of the time, customer satisfaction the first time. They don't have to follow up or do anything. And they don't leave a screw on the floor. It's just the perfect way to do business. They always have a great deal for you as well.
Hurry. The sale is going to end soon. You're talking about a lifetime warranty here with Window Nation's windows. That's right. They come with a lifetime warranty. So don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a fast, free consultation right now at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.
Ashley Simpson, Pieces of Me. Let's go. Playing Ashley Simpson, Pieces of Me. Yes. So this is coming in at 3 o'clock. Yes. Cool. All right, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, Nationals Park, the scene of Grant and Danny, coming to you. You're winning a 4-pack of tickets. You'll see the Defenders home opener against Houston. The game is Saturday, April 11th, this weekend at Audi Field. Spring professional football's back. The Defenders are raising their championship banner. Wale is performing at halftime as well. Going to be a great family event. For more information, go to thefandc.com. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline right now, as promised, and welcome onto the show our guy, Dane Brugler of The Athletic. He just put the finishing touches on the Beast, as they call it, which is his draft preview packet. He's got reports on every prospect whose name is going to get called, and he joins us now to break down round one. Dane, congrats. So there's one. Brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. We're Grant and Danny. They are our exclusive show sponsor. They're going to help you with your last will and testament, setting up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney for you. So go schedule a free consultation with them today at kmlawyers.com and mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, just yesterday, you and I were speculating and surmising how Alex Ovechkin is eventually going to make the announcement as to whether or not he's going to retire after one of the great careers in sports history, or if he's going to come back for another season in 2026, 2027. That question finally came up to Ovechkin in a way that he gave his most detailed answer in months. It came from John Walton. This is via the Capitals and their
In the summer, I have to talk to my family, with Ted, with KP, Mac, and we have to make a decision in the summer.
What's the most important part of that decision for you?
Health-wise, I'm going to be 41 years old in September, so you just have to be smart about it.
So that's Ovechkin with John Walton. So I want to be clear. Ovi absolutely deserves to do this on his own time, to take as long as he needs to. This is about him and his family, and it's his decision to make and nobody else's. I think that is true. That doesn't mean that it's also true that it is not best for the Caps business for this to continue to linger, and that it would be better for him to make the decision yesterday, a week ago, tomorrow, and as soon as possible. And that's the part I'm discussing frequently. I think people hear my point, and they go, come on, man, it's Ovechkin. We love him. And I go, me too. More than any player that's ever played here in the history of the world. And one way or the other, it's going to be all love for me every time he's ever on the ice. If he's back for 3 more years, 3 years from now, I'll be clapping like a seal at Capital One Arena when he scores goal number 1096, okay? I'm not going anywhere. Ovi's my guy. But there is another part of this, which is that the Capitals, if this lingers into the summer, as he speculated, if it's close to July 1st, are worse off from a free agency standpoint. Just like I think it was more complicated for them at the trade deadline because they didn't know exactly which way Ovi was going to go.
So they just, I think, given what we know, or in this case don't know, now I think there's a reason why everybody was so shocked and appalled in the clubhouse and in the room when some of those trades were made, when the veterans went away. I think the team basically finally said, we can't wait around. We've got good deals on the table. We're going to take them. And I think that was jarring because no one knows the direction. So it all of a sudden went from, let's add another third liner and see if we could skate into the playoffs and be the 8th seed and be cannon fodder. They said, no. We have a chance to add some really meaningful draft capital, some future assets to this team, get younger, get more exciting in a hurry. And they just did that. I think that's what was so shocking to folks. So I think to a degree now, in retrospect, it sort of seems like, again, they kind of said, we're not waiting anymore. We're just moving ahead, acting accordingly for the best interest of the franchise. And that was kind of jarring because they haven't done that nearly at all during this sort of late-stage Ovechkin as he was chasing the goals record, rightfully so, understandable. They're putting a decent enough team around him so you can get enough scoring opportunities, enough empty net goals because you're winning enough games. So this was the first time the team kind of said, we can't wait, and we're going to do this while being deferential and gracious to their most important player ever.
Doesn't him not knowing mean implicitly that the chances go up that he's not going to retire the longer this goes on?
I think so.
In other words, how many times have you heard athletes say, I knew. I hadn't said it out loud yet, but I could tell my body.
Yep.
Maybe his family knows. Maybe his wife knows. Maybe they've talked about it internally and he's not ready to make the announcement that he wants to make the way he wants to make it. Maybe he wants to do something on social media and he's already planned it out. I don't know. But it would seem to me that if you don't know yet, and that's what he's saying, I want to talk to my wife. I want to talk to my kids. Maybe his boys are going, Daddy, please, I love going and sitting on the glass and dapping you up after these goals. Please play one more season for me. And if that's all it is, if he wants his kids to be cool with it or he wants to be there for his family, he has earned that. He deserves that. I don't want Alex Ovechkin to be boxed into a decision. That's not what I'm suggesting. But 2 things are true. 1, he is in that rarefied class of guys that gets to go out on his own terms. And 2, this is not necessarily helpful for Washington. That's all I'm trying to say. And there's probably a common ground where everybody can get what they want out of this, which would have been either the announcement right now this week that he's about to play his last game at Capital One Arena, or even if he comes out and says, hey, we're doing one more year, farewell tour, whatever. My point is you're going to have the farewell tour if you come back. So if this idea of not announcing it all year long was to avoid that, you're just turning the Faders up to 11 on that next year if you sign a one-year deal and come back. Now you're talking about an 82-game, 40-plus stop on the road tour where everybody's going to want to honor you pregame.
Totally reasonable. And I think, I mean, your view of kind of what you're saying. And I think I want to go back to the longer this takes, the larger the possibility that he does return. I think that's right. I think that increases. I think that's a fair assessment, right? Because, as you said, guys know. And if you don't know, that means there's a strong pull in the opposite direction, right?
I would imagine so. We don't know internally, though, like what he has decided with his family. Remember, everyone was suggesting there was this idea that he had already told the front office.
Yeah.
And that was kind of my hope, honestly. We're just ham and egger 9-to-5 jobbers out here. You don't need to tell me, Ovi, what your plans are, even though I would prefer that you did so that I could honor you properly, and I could have been in a couple of arenas to go clap and celebrate you and send you off, but that's not part of your plan, no problem. If that's not part of the priority, that's cool. You've earned to do it however you want to. But I think most of us assumed and hoped the team was pretty plugged in, and I think what people are starting to realize is I don't think that's the case. I think they're kind of waiting like the rest of us to find out what the next steps are. And there was a time where that made some sense. I think we're past that time, and July 1 is a really, really important date for me. That's day one of free agency. That's when you start making your moves. That's when you could start wheeling and dealing a little bit, and they're going to need to if they're trying to get back toward the top of the Eastern Conference and stop spinning their tires. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Dane Brugler of The Athletic. He dropped The Beast, which is the preeminent pre-draft packet of information. It's on The Athletic. We'll ask him about it next. We're also giving away tickets to go see the DC Defenders this weekend as soon as we return from Nats Park on The Fan.
Bryson DeChambeau said that he'll play the Masters with a 5-iron that he made himself with a 3D printer. Of course, the United States Golf Association would have to approve of these clubs before they're used in competition, but it's a new way that he's going to try to reinvent himself here at Augusta. Scotty Scheffler, the favorite to win the green jacket, followed by Jon Rahm, and then Bryson DeChambeau in third with Rory McIlroy in fourth. Tonight on 106.7 The Fan, you can listen live. Capitals traveling to Toronto, taking on the Maple Leafs at 7:30 p.m. And coming up very shortly, we have a series finale between the Nationals and the Cardinals. First pitch right here, 106.7 The Fan, 4:05 p.m. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back, Nationals Park, the scene of Grant and Danny, coming to you live today on The Fan. A beautiful day for baseball in our nation's capital. Speaking of D.C. and the Navy Yard over in Southeast, where we are right now, somebody's going to the Defenders game on Saturday. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congratulations. You're winning a 4-pack of tickets. You'll see the Defenders home opener against Houston. The game is Saturday, April 11th, this weekend at Audi Field. Spring professional football's back. The Defenders are raising their championship banner. Wale is performing at halftime as well. Going to be a great family event. For more information, go to thefandc.com. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline right now, as promised, and welcome onto the show our guy, Dane Brugler of The Athletic. He just put the finishing touches on the Beast, as they call it, which is his draft preview packet. He's got reports on every prospect whose name is going to get called, and he joins us now to break down round one. Dane, congrats.
Yeah, now I just have to defend all my takes, everything that I put in the Beast. And but it feels great. It's obviously a year in the making to put this thing together, and so to finally share it with everybody is really gratifying today.
Let's just start at the top of the draft board. As you know, you're on in D.C. Washington picks 7th. What would be the best case scenario for the Commanders in the 6 picks before they're on the clock?
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's only going to be one quarterback that goes. So, it's not like there's going to be a lot of good position players pushed down to you with just Fernando Mendoza going 1 to the Raiders. So, and there's a little bit of a mystery about how those first 5 picks are going to play out. And I think, Cleveland, they're always up for trading back. I think, the only thing we feel good about in the top 7 is Mendoza's going 1 and Cleveland's going to look to get out of there. So there's still some uncertainty for sure. But I think if you're the Commanders, I think you feel good about somebody is going to be there that you like, that you really like, whether that's Jeremiah Love at running back, could that be Sonny Styles, one of the pass rushers. So even though there's still some unsettled aspects to the first 6 picks, I think if you're the Commanders, you feel good about, as long as you have one of those 7 guys, you're going to feel good about it.
There's so many rules normally about where you should and shouldn't draft certain positions, but in a year like this where the best players on the board might be a running back, an inside linebacker, a safety, should we throw those rules out the window?
Well, it still matters because you think about the contracts and, Jeremiah Love, if he goes 4 to the Titans, he's immediately one of the highest paid running backs, in the league. He's in the top half. And so, that stuff matters, but I think it's more about impact potential and impact value rather than positional value. That's the way to look at it. And so a guy like Jeremiah Love, how does he impact your roster compared to a linebacker, compared to somebody else? And you're just looking to who makes your team better, and who's going to do that. Is it Sonny Styles at linebacker and what he brings on that side of the ball? Is it going to be one of these pass rushers? Could it be Ruben Bain? Could it be a safety like Caleb Downs? And I think that it's easy to look at any of those guys and say, hey, they're just going to make us better, and that's what we're trying to do here. Hey, let's get good players, good people, and build out our roster. And I think that there's a good chance that the Commanders are able to do that, especially with those Ohio State defenders. I mean, those 2 players, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, those are the answers just by far that I hear the most when I talk to teams about the most impressive interviews throughout this process, combine, and then the last month, pro days and personal workouts. Teams just rave about those two players specifically. Styles being a 6'4", 240-pound, top-tier athlete, still just 21 years old, a guy that can come in, wear the green dot. And then Caleb Downs, someone that is, when he sits down with you in a meeting, he's going to break down your defense right in front of you and explain exactly what you're trying to do and how he would fit in your defense. And so I just think there's tremendous value in both those areas. And you think about Dan Quinn, and obviously they had a large DC contingent in Columbus for the pro day, and we know Quinn loves defenders that have nickel and dime flexibility, and both these guys offer that.
Dane Brugler of The Athletic, the Beast, dropped today. Available exclusively on The Athletic. You can go over to get access to 2,000-plus prospect rankings, 400-plus deep dive player profiles, as well as brand new video analysis as well. Dane's been working very hard. The conversation on Jeremiah Love has been, he's amazing, but he's a running back. You got to be super special to be in that top 5 conversation. Is he that special? Is he worthy? Is he Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yeah, I mean, as a prospect, I would put him in the same category as Bijan Robinson when he was coming out. And, we had trouble figuring out where Bijan was going to go, but he was just too good to fall too far. He wasn't going to fall out of the top 10. Turns out Atlanta was the team that took him. And even though Atlanta has not won since they drafted him, I don't think Atlanta regrets that decision in any way. And I think the same will be true with Love, whether he goes 4 to the Tennessee Titans, 5 to the Giants, or 7 to the Commanders. I think one of those 3 spots is ultimately where he's going to end up. And I think part of the reason why you can get so excited about him is the explosive plays that he creates, and doing it both in the ground game, but then also as a pass catcher. You can line him up in the slot, and he could be a slot receiver for you if you want to. But just all the different ways he can stress the defense. Forget about just the what he brings to you with the ball in his hands. What he does away from the ball, that's going to help the quarterback. That's going to help the defense because the offense is going to be in the field more. So I think there's a lot of the ripple effect of drafting a player like this and what he does. Just thinking about having to defend Jaden Daniels and Jeremiah Love in the same backfield, like that's not something defensive coordinators want to have to worry about. And so I think Love, you point to what he did on the field. 49 plays of 10-plus yards, the ability to create those explosives, has plenty of home runs on his film, and I'm still looking for the tape where he gets caught from behind because it's not out there. Once he gets to the second level and clears that first wave, you can forget about it. He's so elusive, so fast. There's just a lot to like about the player and the person, and so if he falls into the lap of the Commanders at 7, I don't think he's making it to 8.
Dane, who are the guys at the top of this draft where you're finding the most variance on in terms of opinions? In other words, I'm thinking specifically of Ruben Bain and the arm length gate heard around the world. I'm sure some don't care, some probably have them off their board altogether, etc. But maybe that could be one thing you address in general. But where are some of the guys where you're finding that opinions vary wildly?
Yeah, Bain's definitely one of them. I mean, I think he's too good where he's going to fall too far. I think, Kansas City at 9, Cincinnati at 10. I'd be very surprised if he got past both of those teams. But you're right. There are some teams that have him on the board as a 3 technique. Some that aren't interested in drafting an historical outlier, especially that early in the draft. But yeah, there's plenty of wild cards in this year's first round. I think Keldrick Falk, the Auburn defensive lineman, is someone that is very polarizing. Some teams really believe in the upside. Other teams have a few more question marks. Jermond McCoy, the corner from Tennessee, he came back, ran his 40, and that's great, but some teams are still worried about the knee. Jermond McCoy will not be on every single board. And so could he slip into the late first round? I think that's certainly possible. And then, I have to mention Caleb Downs just because he is so good as a football player. But it's kind of the Jeremiah Love discussion, except on defense, where there's some teams that just won't draft a safety as early as the top 10, top 12. And, it just comes into, how you view the position and, the value. But Caleb Downs as a football player is incredibly talented, one of the best players in this draft. And he's not the biggest, He didn't test, so we don't have that athletic testing information for him. But there's nothing on his tape that says he's slow or athletic deficient. I mean, he's above the bar. And then everything he brings to the field mentally is what just really separates him. 3 years in college, 3 different defensive coordinators, 1 at Alabama, 2 at Ohio State. He was the guy all 3 years. And so I can't wait to see if, Downs goes as early as 5 to the Giants, or could he fall to 12 in the Cowboys? Just a lot of differing opinions on him.
Well, Dan, you limited my question. I am a giant hypocrite. I'm one of those, like, you can't draft a running back unless your team unless it's the 53rd guy, and now, okay, fine, you got the complete set, you can go ahead and round it out for your playmaker. I generally subscribe to that, and yet I'd be totally fine, you're here in Washington, if they went Downs at 7. I feel like he's not just a box safety, he's the first guy I notice when I watch Ohio State. So I'm trying to reconcile that, and I haven't come up with really good arguments sort of for that. You just mentioned that positional value sort of conundrum there. It's the running back of the defense, so to speak. Downs is more than just a regular box safety, though. I'd love for you to expound on that.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of parallels here about what I was saying with Jeremiah Love. How what Jeremiah Love does impacts your quarterback in a big way. It impacts the defense in a big way. There's a ripple effect. And I think the same thing with Caleb Downs, because of the different ways that he allows the defense to be deployed. And, just thinking back to last year at Ohio State with that Matt Patricia scheme, they used a lot of disguises, a lot of trap zone coverages, and it was all on the shoulders of number 2, of Caleb Downs, to get the defense right, and then, read, run, pass, and just everything on his plate, he was able to do that. And I think that allows your linebackers to play free. That allows your corners to play more on an island and have a better idea of what they're doing and their responsibilities, because you have this safety in the middle who, if you want him to play deep, he can do that. If you want him to play in the box, he can do that. You want him to be a nickel, he's fine doing that as well. You want to call him just a supersized, just in terms of impact version of like a Brian Branch, that's what he can bring to your defense. There's just something about him and what he brings to the defense and how that just affects everybody else and makes everybody else better. That's kind of one of those, something that will help him as he makes that transition to the pros.
Dane Brugler of The Athletic, the Beast is out. There is nothing more helpful in my draft prep than the Beast dropping every single year. If I was to tell you that one of the 3 guys I'm about to name falls to Washington at 7 and is still there, who do you think has the best chance to be there for them? Bailey, Reese, Styles?
It'd be Styles because he's a linebacker. I have a hard time seeing the pass rushers fall that far. Whether it's we feel pretty good the Jets will take one at 2, and then maybe the Cardinals at 3, maybe the Titans at 4. I think even the Browns are in that mix at 6. Even though I think it's more likely receiver or tackle. But I do think that we're gonna see those pass rushers go, and so Sonny Styles, a lot of these same conversations we've had with Downs and Love. He's a linebacker, but there are a lot of teams. To me, the Cowboys are a team to watch for if they wanted to move up to 6. The Browns are open for business, and we know the Cowboys are looking for that linebacker to be the green dot guy and be the captain of the defense, and Sonny Styles fits them just perfectly. You think about Christian Parker, new defensive coordinator, and how he wants to be. He wants more hybrid into his defense, and so it changes the picture pre-snap, post-snap. Sonny Styles is that type of guy, and so there's just a lot of things to love about him. So I do think Styles would be the most likely of those 3 to be there. And man, if he's there at 7, things will get really interesting if all 3 of those guys, Downs, Styles, and Love, are all there at 7. My guess would be it'd still be the offensive player and Jeremiah Love, but man, it'd be tough to pass on those Ohio State defenders.
Wow, that's interesting. I might double-click on them going Love over those players in a moment. But that said, I want to hit on Carnell Tate. What is most likely the outcome for what he is? And then what's the best-case scenario if you have a comp or something like that?
Yeah, and he's definitely. There wasn't like an apples to apples comp that I came up with that I loved. There's a little bit of T. Higgins in what he does. There's a little bit of Marvin Harrison Jr. in what he does. He's kind of a mix of a lot of different guys. But I think that the jump he made from 2024 tape to 2025, you feel really good about. He's an ascending player. Obviously, he's tall, he's long. He has those vertical strides that he can win down the field, but he's not just a deep threat. He is very good, very controlled as a route runner, short to intermediate game. One of the best sideline receivers that I've scouted, just working the sideline along the white, bringing throws back in bounds that are close to being out of bounds. There's a lot to like about his hands. He doesn't drop the football. I mean, there were 168 college receivers last year who had at least 66 targets. He was one of 4 that didn't have a drop. And you look at him in contested situations, and he's able to win consistently. So I'm a big fan of Carnell Tate and how his game's going to transition to the next level. I don't know if he'll ever be, a top 5, top 7 receiver in the league, but I think he'll comfortably, be a top 20 receiver in the league, and especially a team like the Browns at 6, Commanders at 7. You could really use an impact weapon like that.
So, Dane, I like Tate a lot, and again, basically just call myself out here as a hypocrite. I can't stand when people do this in a negative way when they go, I would never draft a quarterback from blank school because this guy failed, right? I think that's nonsense. The flip side is the Ohio State receiver pedigree. You know what I mean? I how many times do I have to watch Garrett Wilson, who wasn't that great at Ohio State, quote unquote, is like their 3rd option, or Terry McLaurin, who was their 4th or 5th option, be excellent at the NFL level. I kind of give benefit of the doubt there. And I know that's kind of the opposite of the thing that I rail against, but just kind of give me your thoughts there. Is that, when in doubt, you go, you know what? There's a pretty good track record of these guys coming through the system and being successful at the next level.
I mean, consciously or subconsciously, everybody's thinking that, right?
Yeah.
And it's something that you can't escape. And that's why Ohio State is continuing to get these guys, because of the proven pipeline that they've created at the receiver position. But I would say one of the knocks against Carnell Tate is Jeremiah Smith, who we'll be talking about a year from now as a top 5 lock in the 2027 draft. He drew so much coverage and so much attention that you watch Carnell Tate, and a lot of times it's one-on-one coverage because of the gravitational pull of Jeremiah Smith. And so I think that's something that it certainly helped a player like Carnell Tate, but I think that having that Ohio State, whether it should or shouldn't, that's debatable, but it's certainly going to help him come draft day.
Go check out The Beast, The Athletic. It's available now. Dane Brugler, as good as it gets when it comes to the NFL draft. We'll let you out on this. Washington's on the clock at number 7. Who you mocking to them right now? Hard question, not knowing who goes in front of them. But when you put together most of your mocks, how does it end for Washington?
Yeah, I'm working on a 7-round mock right now that'll be out next week, and I think I'm going to have Jeremiah Love at 7. I think that the chance to add him in your backfield with Jaden Daniels, I just think it's too appealing. Adding an explosive weapon like that, forcing defenders just to defend another guy with that type of explosiveness, that's something I'm not passing on.
Dan, you're the best, buddy. Always appreciate it, man. And congrats on publication of The Beast. I know that is a year-round project for you, so it's got to feel nice that thing's out.
No, I appreciate it, guys. Anytime.
Dane Brugler, one of the top 5 analysts at this point when it comes to the NFL draft.
He's so good, man.
And he's got Jeremiah Love to Washington 2 weeks from the NFL draft.
Yeah, that's what I'm betting on, if there is such a thing. That's kind of my gut feel. Now, who knows if he makes it there or not? I mean, that's one of the variables, and he referenced that as well. But I don't know why I feel that that's going to happen, but I do.
Well, it's different to say, though, that they like him or they might take him or it makes sense or we like the fit or what have you. He said earlier in the interview, even if the defenders are there, he thought they'd take Love. He was referencing Love versus Styles. He still thinks they go Love. I'm not nearly as confident in that. I think they would take Sonny Styles or David Bailey or Arvell Reese over Jeremiah Love. The question for me is if it's Love versus Downs, Love versus Tate, what do they do there? Is there a pivot point where you start to pick up the phone and try to trade back, which is going to be a lot easier said than done?
Yeah, the variable is, and this is the thing we'll never know until the selection is made. Even still, we won't know, even years later, who their guy is. Right? I mean, this happens all the time. You think about it with a baseball draft. It's like, consensus is this. The consensus is Dylan Cruz goes 1-1, and Pittsburgh goes, no. Skeens, please, and thank you, right? I mean, you're at the mercy of who's in front of you, but it may just be, I'm just making this up, that they can't believe their eyes that Reuben Bain is there at number 7 and they sprint to the podium and make that selection. Or, one of the other guys, et cetera, that we're not even thinking about. It may be Delane. It may be, anybody that's up there at the top of the board. That's the part we don't know. And, again, we'll probably never know if somebody's taken away from them the pick before or like that. You hope that guy falls to you in the fantasy draft and he goes 2 picks ahead of you when the team manager didn't seem to have that same need or same view as you. It's so dependent, obviously. But, that's the part of it we'll never realize here. But it's those – okay, that's not the ideal scenario, but it's Love versus maybe Styles, maybe Tate, maybe somebody else in there that could be a challenge.
We're in the left field concourse at Nationals Park. If you're hopping out of the car, parking somewhere in the Navy Yard right now, or coming on down to the game today, we will be here. Come on by and say hello. We're in the concourse by sections 106 and 107 by the left field foul pole in our little red toaster box over here. We'll get you ready for Charlie Slows and Dave Jaguar's pregame show, which is about 15 minutes away. We'll do that next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. What if, and this is a what if situation, your home, selling it actually was simple. Less uncertainty, serious buyers walking through your door, and more money in your pocket when it's all said and done. It's exactly what Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams bring to the table. The average home sold by Reynolds of Power Home Team sells not 1, not 2, 3 times faster than homes listed with a typical real estate agent. That means fewer days keeping your house perfectly clean, fewer disruptions, fewer last-minute showings. You know the whole deal. It's less inconvenience for you. Even better, their sellers net 4.27% more on the final sale price. For many homeowners, that can mean over $30,000 more at closing. Think about how much that can help you. Be your next home, retirement, whatever comes next. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell for some reason, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price that you agree on. This is their guarantee. So do what my family did. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team now to find out more about this guarantee and their excellent service. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
From the outside looking in, Dre, like, people don't understand.
This sports update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp. Early registration discounts are available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. 4:05 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. You've got a series finale between the Cardinals and the Nationals. Your Nats lineup looks a bit like this. James Wood leading things off. He's in right field. Then Luis Garcia Jr. at first base, batting second. Brady House over there at third, batting third. Dalen Lyle will be playing left field, batting cleanup. Then C.J. Abrams at shortstop. Nasim Nunez playing second base. Your DH today, you've got Jose Tena. Drew Millis batting eighth is your catcher. And the final guy in this lineup here, batting ninth, Jacob Young is your center fielder. And after you watch the Nationals game, make sure you tune in here 7:30 p.m. We've got puck drop between the Capitals and the Toronto Maple Leafs. Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game and get an experience of a lifetime. Let your kid just be a kid and put the screen down and go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts are available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's chilly, but it's pleasant. Nationals Park, the scene of Grant and Danny, coming your way live today. Watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. I wanted to get into what Anthony Davis had to say about the Wizards before we get you ready for first pitch in just a couple of minutes. Davis, of course, came over in a trade from the Dallas Mavericks this season. He will not play for Washington before year's end, so we'll see him for the first time at the earliest next year. But there was that initial report that he didn't want to be here, that he wasn't that happy about being a Wizard. And then pretty quickly we found out he was reporting and he was kind of on board with everything going on. So what gives? Well, we might have gotten a window into how he was thinking when he talked about his initial thoughts about the Wizards and what he's since learned being around the team. This was Anthony Davis on the podcast of Draymond Green.
From the outside looking in, Dre, like, people don't understand. I didn't understand. I was one of these guys, too. It was like, damn, Washington? Like, what? But then when you get here, you look at the facility, you look at, the little details of it, the team. It's like, not bad. Like, I like the young guys on the team. Like, these motherfuckers can play. These guys can really hoop. And so for me, I'm like, when I talk to the GM, when I talk to the owner, when I talk to the president, always going to be about winning. Right? No matter what, I want to win. If that's here, then that's here. But when you're, like you said, when you're in a rebuild, and for me, I'm at a young 33, and every year that I play from here on out, I want to be able to compete for a championship.
I like that he calls himself a young 33.
I'm a very old 46, so I can relate, I guess.
That's a lot of mileage, a lot of injuries, a lot of wear and tear, a lot of rehab.
I guess the point is I haven't played as many games as others because I've been hurt so much.
That would make you an older 33? Yeah. I would think, but I won't quibble over that point.
Sure.
The point of that answer, the reason we play it is I loved hearing him gush over the talent.
Yeah.
When he first got traded here, he had the same thought that we think a lot of stars in the NBA would have.
They had in the past, yeah.
I don't want to be there. That's not a place where guys like me go or play or enjoy themselves. Wait, the facilities are a lot better than I've heard. Yeah, they just dumped tens of millions of dollars into them. Hundreds of millions of dollars are going into the arena and the practice facility. So you're going to like them a lot more. Wait, these guys are actually pretty good. We're seeing that this year. I mean, all the way down the depth chart, a guy like Will Riley is flashing like a strobe light.
Yep.
I was asking, speaking of strobes, Ben Strober yesterday. I'm like, is this dude actually a guy? Did we unearth someone accidentally here who might actually be really, really good? There's talent here. And Anthony Davis may not have noticed that when he's playing in Dallas, but you get over here, Draymond, who did the interview after the game earlier this year with the Warriors, remember, was complimenting the young Wizards and talking about what a pain in the butt they were to play and how much he likes Keyshawn George.
You saw LeBron do that on one of his media outlets as well. This is a little while back.
So it's happening, though.
Yeah, because when Davis, the trade first happened, he's going, wait a minute, have you guys noticed kind of what they're doing? Again, that's all it took was competent leadership that is committed to trying to make the team really, really competitive and not just an ulcer, not just a sell your soul for 33 wins, building something, and that's exactly what they're doing, and it's cool.
But I go back to a point we made during the tanking dialogue over the last few months, which was he never, ever would have chosen to come here. And then you're here and you go, actually, this works okay. It's like a blind date or something, where you end up getting married with someone that isn't your type, or that you would have said, if you just look at the picture or you read the bio, like, oh, this person has this job or whatever, doesn't work for me. Sorry. I'm probably not going to end up with them, so I'm not going to go on the date. And then sight unseen, your buddy goes, I'm telling you, just show up. And this is not checking my boxes typically, but I kind of like it here. That is the answer I got.
Precisely. And again, some people roll their eyes, right? And now the rep for Anthony Davis probably right now this minute outweighs the value and production of the player, right? Anthony Davis is one of those dudes that name means a ton in NBA circles. Players respect the hell out of him, understandably, because there haven't been many guys more talented than him that could do more things on a basketball court when he's right. I mean, he's the centerpiece of a deal for Luka Doncic. He's the missing piece in LA for a championship team, et cetera. You've seen the input, what he's done in his career, NCAA champion and everything in between. So he's one of the cool guys. He's one of the elder statesmen that's still young enough to have a window that's open. And he said that himself, referring to himself as a young 33. And again, that's the essential part here, is you need more of those things. Whether Anthony Davis leads his team to a championship or not, they need to be included in one of the places that the next guy wants to go. This is how you do it. You have to go through it and wear it at times, get your teeth kicked in at times, but to become one of the cool kids, somebody's got to say it. And now those dominoes are starting to fall, and now it's, I want to agitate to go to New York. I want to go to Boston. I want to go to L.A. Maybe DC's on that list. That's all that's been required for so many years.
I look forward to tomorrow's 4.5-hour program starting at 2 o'clock. We'll have a little more regularly scheduled, Grant and Danny, and we are going to be talking NFL draft tomorrow with Logan Paulson on the show at 3 o'clock, which will be informative because he has been studying the tape on hundreds of players. His file on each of these guys is deeper than I could have anticipated, getting to do Take Command with him. So we're going to have him on the show tomorrow at 3, which I look forward to. Really quickly on the national storylines today, James Wood at the plate looking to homer in a 4th straight game. He has batted leadoff in each game so far this season, the big 6', 7-inch right fielder back in the lineup today. And on a matinee getaway day for the Cardinals, this is a rubber match. There's a series on the line. Both teams have split the first 2 games. Miles Mikolas gets the ball for the Nats.
Huge start for him.
He's been ineffective twice. He got absolutely shelled by the Dodgers. He's got to prove that they should keep him in this rotation.
This is, I don't want to say make or break. I mean, he's a big leaguer with deposits, and I'm sure he'll get a few chances here or there, but he simply has to pitch better. There's no way around that. The bullpen's been stretched. It's beleaguered. It's struggled in its own right. They need a good performance of Mikolas today.
Enjoy Nats baseball on the Fan this afternoon and Caps hockey tonight with the debut of 19-year-old Ilya Protas. John Walton will be on the call to see